Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 501, Candy Chicken Out. Chapter 501. Chapter 501. Candy Chicken Out. Although he hasn't heard of Newton's third law, Wang Howard was 100% sure that whatever Newton's third law was, it didn't mean this. Seeing the mocking look in his son's eyes, Tang Jinglan gripped the wooden stick in her hand even tighter. Mom, the elders say, gentleman uses words, not fists. Hee. Your mom here isn't a gentleman. She's just a little lady, said Tang Jinglan in a faint tone. On the other side, Mo Jingchun watched as the two disappeared from the surveillance footage, feeling a bit disappointed. Why not fight outside? Mo Jingchun still wanted to see how this guy would react. As soon as he said that, the computer monitor screen dimmed. Before long, the cooling fan of the computer host also stopped spinning. Only after glancing inside did Mo Jingchun realize Zhou Yaling hadn't come over yet. Candy widened her eyes, stretched her neck, and retorted, "How could I?" Of course. Little did Candy know, as soon as she finished speaking, Mo Jingchun smiled and said, for a moment, the office was eerily quiet, and Xia Xiaoman, who had just come in, stopped in her tracks instinctively. Standing from Xia Xiaoman's position, one could only see Candy's face full of disbelief. So have you thought about what birthday gift to give your sister? This really posed a problem for her. What would be good to give? Candy would never admit that the reason she said this was because she couldn't think of a good gift for the moment. When I get to school tomorrow, I'll have the whole bunch of cuties in our class help think. I'm sure we can think of suitable gift. Listening to her boss and Candy chatting, Xia Xiaoman felt relieved and sat down at her workstation, casually putting the document into one of the blue folders. On the sofa, seeing the little master riding a bicycle out, Bun thought they were going home. Without any hesitation, Bun leaped off the sofa and landed perfectly on the back seat of the bicycle. Bun came so suddenly, and Candy hadn't expected Bun to jump up. She wasn't prepared at all. In an instant, the bike almost toppled over. After stabilizing, Candy angrily looked back at Bun, thinking to herself, Bun, don't you know how heavy you are? Seeing Bun's innocent little eyes, Candy just let out a soft hum and didn't make Bun get off the bike. After all, Bun was technically her first passenger. This honor was supposed to be Xiang Air's. When Mo Jingchun and Candy arrived at the CEO's office, only Zhou Yaling was left there fighting on her own. Work had ended a while ago, and everyone else had already left. Concentrating on the electronic spreadsheet, Zhou Yaling didn't have the energy to argue with the sarcastic tone of her elder brother. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun shrugged at Candy, casually pulled over the nearest chair, and simply sat down. After a while, Candy got a bit bored. Sitting on the bicycle, from time to time, she used her foot to tease Little Gray. Mo Jingchun, browsing today's news on his phone, glanced at his sister. What else would we call it? Woof, woof, woof. As if agreeing, Little Gray suddenly barked twice. Candy glanced at Little Gray and pouted. Since there's a Big Black, why can't there be a Big Gray? I'll find Big Black to play when I have time. On the training field, the dagger suddenly sneezed. Instinctively, he glanced around. After confirming several times that he didn't see the little demon king, he relaxed, watching everyone train. In the CEO's office, Little Gray watched its owner's eyes, tail tucked, feeling a bit scared. Those eyes looked like they could eat a dog. Closing the laptop lid, Zhou Yaling stretched her stiff neck, and both Mo Jingchun and Candy clearly heard creak. Stretching, Zhou Yaling rolled her eyes at Candy. In the next second, Mo Jingchun and Zhou Yaling both looked at Candy with a grudge-filled gaze. That look made Candy's scalp tingle, itching to ride away. On her bicycle, beside her, Mo Jingchun nodded in agreement, clearly declaring his support for Zhou Yaling on this matter. Having someone cook for you is already a blessing. How could you diminish a chef's enthusiasm? Under their combined pressure, Candy yielded. Food is essential. You feel empty without eating for even one meal. You can't miss eating unless it's breakfast. Following her finger, Mo Jingshun also saw the mother and son duo. The difference was the little guy was walking with embarrassment at the back, his gait awkward. Chapter 502, got it, boss. Chapter 502, Chapter 502, got it, boss. That action, that posture. It seems like he's already been beaten. At this moment, he's probably gone to eat at the cafeteria. Although Zhou Yaling is nearsighted, she can still make out two figures. She just can't see their faces clearly. Mo Jingshun, retracting his gaze, grinned and said, if he hadn't mentioned it, it would have been fine. But as soon as Mo Jingshun did, Zhou Yaling was immediately interested. Mo Jingshun glanced at Candy, and Candy, with an awkward smile, turned her head away. Then, this, isn't it quite normal for kids to get spanked? Zhou Yaling's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She thought nothing of it earlier, but now she felt her brother was doing it on purpose. Definitely on purpose. On the way home, the three of them were happily discussing what delicious food to cook for dinner. The discussion that delighted Yaling, the master chef, was because there were 2 chunks of cured pork in the trunk. Cured pork from the mountains. The taste, absolutely delectable. Once they got home, the first thing Candy did, without doing anything else, was to fill Bun and little Gray's bowls to the brim with their food. The portion was twice the usual amount. Even the dried fish, usually used to supplement Bun's nutrition, was much more than usual. Seeing food, little Gray wagged his tail and ate heartily, occasionally drinking some water before continuing. Over here, Bun looked incredulously at the piled-up cat food in the bowl. Dear heavens, the cat food was overflowing. The last time his little owner was so generous was so long ago, it seemed like a past childhood memory. It was also the happiest time of Bun's life. Meals didn't even need a bowl. He was free to eat from a pile of cat food delivered by his little owner. Beside them, Candy squatted on the ground with a smile, watching Bun. The stance, as if she wouldn't be satisfied until he finished it all. Confused, but with delicious food right in front of him, there was no reason not to eat. It's better to be too full than to starve. Eat. Watching Bun and little Gray devour their food quickly, Candy laughed happily. Much later, Candy smelled the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, while Bun looked at the remaining cat food in the bowl and really couldn't eat anymore. If he continued, his belly would burst. Meow. Candy reached out and touched Bun's belly. Very plump. Montauk Yingchun was somewhat helpless. Cured pork isn't meant to be a meal, and you wouldn't give it all to 2 pets. Yay! Lying on the ground, not wanting to move at all, Bun and little Gray looked blankly at their young and elder owners. Just then, Zhou Yaling stuck half her body out of the kitchen and shouted loudly, "Dinner's ready!" Eating cured pork, Candy quickly ran to the washroom, stood on the little stool, and washed her hands. You have to wash your hands before eating, no one needed to tell her. Candy would do it herself. It was a habit deeply ingrained in Candy's mind. Smelling the fragrant cured pork, the 3 of them sitting at the dining table had their appetites whetted. After a meal, the entire plate of cured pork was cleared by the 3 of them. Almost half an hour later, the 3 of them leaned back against their chairs, rubbing their bellies, unwilling to move. All 3 were stuffed. Brother, how about you do the dishes today? Mo Jingshun glanced sideways, didn't want to say a word. Did he seem like someone willing to move right now? By about 8 o'clock in the evening, Mo Jingshun felt less full. When leaving, Mo Jingshun didn't remind Candy to go to bed early. No other reason. Mo Jingshun knew that Candy, who had slept all afternoon, definitely wouldn't be able to sleep now. Watching her brother not even take the elevator, but run up to the 2nd floor in a few quick steps, Candy was quite puzzled. It wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't said anything, but as soon as she did, Zhou Yaling's face changed as she held her stomach. Watching her sister run off too, Candy was even more puzzled. The 2 adults couldn't possibly want her, a little kid, to do the dishes, could they? On the 2nd floor, as soon as Mo Jingshun entered the master bedroom, he rushed into the bathroom. Good gracious, ate too much tonight. Half an hour, Mo Jingshun squatted in the bathroom for half an hour, and when he came out, he braced himself against the door, walking with a limp. God knows what Mo Jingshun went through in that half hour. Finally sitting back on the bed, Mo Jingshun grinned while rubbing his thigh. Numb. After resting for quite a while, both legs gradually returned to normal. After a shower, with nothing much to do, Mo Jingshun lay under the covers browsing short videos. Honestly, the weather was really strange. Just a few days before it was terribly hot, and today it felt a bit cool. This temperature, just right without turning on the air conditioning. Late at night, lying in bed with half the window open, Mo Jingshun could distinctly hear the chirping of various unknown insects and small animals outside. Among them, there were the familiar sounds of frogs and toads. Lying in bed, Mo Jingshun found it hard to fall asleep. Half of it was because he was too full. The other half was the silly system buzzing like a mosquito in his brain nonstop. This guy had been buzzing in his brain nonstop for several nights already. Wanted to block it out, but unable. Was that annoying or what? Was it just because he didn't draw a prize? Did it really need to be this persistent? Since he couldn't sleep, and the system was getting on his nerves, Mo Jingshun was irritated. P.S. Asking for monthly votes, recommendation votes. There's another update tonight. Everyone, please give more votes. Chapter 503, Aerospace Fighter Jet. Chapter 503. Chapter 503. Aerospace Fighter Jet. As soon as he closed his eyes, a gigantic fortune wheel appeared in Mo Jingshun's mind. To be more precise, it was the phantom of the fortune wheel. This was Mo Jingshun's first time seeing the level 2 fortune wheel. It seemed to have no difference from the level 1 fortune wheel. That was Mo Jingshun's first impression. At this moment, Mo Jingshun highly suspected that the so-called level 2 lottery was just a system's ploy to reclaim points more easily. Wait, what's that? In the real world, lying on the bed, Mo Jingshun's face flushed red and then green. He looked absolutely terrible. That blank area didn't seem large, but looked like at least 1/20th, possibly even more. That has never existed in the level 1 lottery. The system's response was devoid of any emotion. Mo Jingshun's face darkened. Was that what he meant? Isn't it quite normal? Mo Jingshun understood what the system meant. It's like modern people appearing in ancient times with various weapons and tools. Ancient people would think they were gods, immortal beings. Because some things exceeded the cognitive range of humans at that time. Traveling the sky, transmitting sound over 1,000 miles, terrifying nuclear weapons, and so on. Since he had already summoned the fortune wheel, there was no reason to back down. The blank area was not that large. He wasn't that unlucky. Mo Jingshun self-hypnotized. After a while, the pointer, under Mo Jingshun's anxious heart, finally passed the blank area and stopped just a tiny bit outside the white area it had just left. Mo Jingshun didn't argue. On that fortune wheel, he saw a lot of future technologies humans had speculated about and technologies humans were working hard to research. Dyson sphere, controllable nuclear fusion, super space station, and many unknown materials with unknown properties. Every single thing from that list could shake the scientific community. Take this space plane, for example. Countries are researching it, and based on the current information and data, all countries are still in the research phase without significant results. Reaching a speed of 20 to 30 Mach, without a doubt, is a huge test on any part of the spaceplane. In an instant, Mo Jingshun was forcibly put into a deep sleep state. After who knows how long, when Mo Jingshun woke up from the deep sleep state, he was gasping for air. This time, the data transmission gave Mo Jingshun a feeling of drowning. If Mo Jingshun had a mirror at this time, he would notice his face was somewhat pale. Gurgle, gurgle, Mo Jingshun looked down at his stomach in surprise. Hungry, he was hungry. It felt like he skipped dinner, which was very unusual. Need to exercise more? It seems lazing around in the future won't be possible, and the life sciences the system talked about. Suddenly, Mo Jingshun realized a problem, which he had subconsciously ignored before. A space plane, this thing can actually go into space. They just recently encouraged private enterprises to research space planes. Modify a space plane a bit, isn't it just a spacecraft? Moreover, the space plane has even greater advantages. After all, It is originally a fighter jet. It's a weapon. There's definitely some shady business here. It looked like the system knew Mo Jingchun would ask, because when Mo Jingchun called the system again, the sly system was silent again. Mo Jingchun picked up his phone to check the time for 30 a.m. Exercising. Instead of looking for a fitness coach, Mo Jingchun felt it better to ask Wild Wolf. By the looks of it, Wild Wolf seemed healthier. If all else fails, Mo Jingchun could have Zero design a personalized exercise plan for him, getting fit in the shortest time and the most efficient way. As for life sciences, Mo Jingchun really had no way to start in the short term. Genes aren't something one can start fiddling with casually. He could only start cultivating talent in this area and research slowly. In the short run, Mo Jingchun wasn't an urgent need for more technology either. Just the space blame from the Level 2 lottery this time could sustain him. When combined, it's a space blame but separately. From materials to engines to the whole structure, each part is entirely new technology and materials. Even down to every single screw, it's filled with technology. The little one shouted by the bed for a long time, yet brother's eyebrows didn't even twitch. Helpless, the little one started to pull on his brother's arm and shook him hard. Mo Jingchun rubbed his somewhat swollen eyes and crawled out of the covers. It's 8 o'clock. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Mo Jingchun was downstairs by 8:16. The little one sat on the sofa with a backpack, looking a little worried. Slept all afternoon yesterday, and today she'll be late again. Being a model student seemed to drift further and further away from her. In the car, Zhou Yaling yawned a lot. It seemed she didn't get much sleep last night as well. P.S. Thanks to readers 2022206292220422507 and Hongming Purple Lotus for their rewards and support. Please vote for us and recommend us. ***. Chapter 504. Boss, you need to show some restraint. 1. Chapter 504. Chapter 504. Boss, you need to show some restraint. 1. Zhou Yaling raised her eyebrows and laughed heartily, right? Mo Jingchun smiled without arguing, glanced at the now quiet and gentle little Candy, and couldn't help but admire her. He thought Candy, having slept the whole afternoon yesterday and then overindulged at night, would surely have trouble sleeping at night. But Mo Jingchun was completely overthinking it. Zhou Yaling already said she climbed into bed after her bath and fell asleep instantly. Before feeling sleepy. No clue when she actually fell asleep. Even Zhou Yaling doesn't know. The car stopped smoothly. Mo Jingchun had just gotten out when Candy eagerly unbuckled her seatbelt and hopped out of the car. By the time Candy circled to the back of the car, Lone Wolf had already pulled out the bicycle from the trunk. "Thank you, Uncle Lone Wolf." The little one expressed her thanks politely, the crescent moon at the corner of her mouth quite charming. Lone Wolf clapped his hands and grinned. The little one probably doesn't know yet, but Lone Wolf gets 2 salaries, and both are high. By brother and sister, Gua is off to school. With a strong push on the bicycle pedal, the bike sped off. Candy didn't really heed her brother's advice. Those legs seemed inexhaustible. "Little Gray, don't run ahead of me. You'll cause an accident." Facing Candy's warning, Little Gray remained oblivious, continuing to run up front, occasionally glancing back at the fuming Candy. No matter how hard Candy pedaled, she couldn't catch up with this pesky dog. Go fast, it goes fast. Go slow, it goes slow. You tell me, isn't that frustrating? From a distance behind, Mo Jingchun watched Fian sprinting furiously behind Candy, unable to bear looking directly. Mo Jingchun thought it necessary to mention to Xia Xiaoman that while procuring the company's daily consumable resources, they should conveniently acquire a bicycle for Fian to use within the park. Otherwise, even with Fian's physique, she wouldn't withstand it for long. Already stepping into the office building's door, Mo Jingchun replied without turning, "Low work efficiency, blame me. Did anyone force you to work overtime?" Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yaling forced herself to calm down. Already knowing it's pointless to reason with her brother, sure enough, he's always the one making sense. In the elevator hall, Mo Jingchun and his group didn't need to wait for the elevator like others. When they arrived, under Zero's control, the dedicated elevator automatically opened. Watching the open elevator, a newcomer nearly walked in, thankfully stopped by HR just in time. With a ding, the elevator arrived. In the HR department, the HR who'd just come upstairs sat at her workstation with some residual feelings. That reckless guy was recruited by her. If it were someone else, she wouldn't bother. Though unlikely, she dared not gamble. Who knows if the leadership above might hold her responsible for recruiting this person? What's wrong? Atop the building, when it comes to dedication, Xia Xiaoman reigns. Every morning at work, Xia Xiaoman arrives early and only leaves after the boss has, showing more diligence. In the office, Xia Xiaoman, boiling water, looked curiously at Wild Wolf entering with the boss. This guy rarely enters the office. Perhaps the boss is planning to go on a trip and thus specifically consults Wild Wolf. The more she thought, the more Xia Xiaoman found it likely. However, the following conversation between the boss and Wild Wolf stunned Xia Xiaoman. "Sit." Mo Jingshun motioned Wild Wolf to the sofa. Wild Wolf said with a serious face, "Come on. Getting fit? The boss wants to start fitness training. Unbelievable." Both Wild Wolf and Xia Xiaoman wore shocked expressions. The real reason was the overload of information in his mind affecting his health. But Mo Jingshun couldn't possibly disclose the true reason. Seeing Wild Wolf silent for a while, Mo Jingshun assumed he was contemplating a fitness plan, but to his surprise, Wild Wolf's words almost made him spit his water. Mo Jingshun thought this guy was doing it on purpose. From afar, Xia Xiaoman giggled with her mouth covered. Chapter 505. Little Sunflower Mom's Classroom Begins. Part 2. Chapter 505. Chapter 505. Little Sunflower Mom's Classroom Begins. Part 2. Mo Jingshun furrowed his brows slightly. This kind of plan, Mo Jingshun had thought of as well, and even putting aside some problems, such a plan was most suitable for Mo Jingshun. The reason Mo Jingshun asked Wild Wolf, instead of directly calling Qin Yuzhu, was because he had some concerns in his mind. In the past 2 years, Mo Jingshun didn't think there wouldn't be any data in the hospital checkups. No matter what the reasons are, they would be very concerned about Mo Jingshun's health condition, suddenly turning into sub-health. By then, how could he explain it? Wild Wolf, sitting on the sofa watching the boss think, sometimes frowning, sometimes easing his brow, and Wild Wolf found it hard to speak. After a long while, the boss nodded and said, Mo Jingshun nodded. After Wild Wolf left, Xia Xiaoman poured water from the kettle into the thermos flask. Originally, there was a water cooler in the office, but the boss worried it might scald candy, so it wasn't used. Leaning on the sofa, Mo Jingshun pondered whether to ask Qin Yuzhu to customize an exercise plan for him, and then optimize it through Zero. Troubled, Mo Jingshun looked up at Xia Xiaoman upon hearing the sound of pouring water. Not far away, Xia Xiaoman twitched the corner of her mouth, wondering why he targeted her. No matter how you look at it, she's not as strong as Wild Wolf and the others. They naturally referred to people like Wild Wolf. Any documents needing my signature? Xia Xiaoman put down the kettle to get the documents, and Mo Jingshun got up from the sofa and walked to the desk. A few minutes later, Mo Jingshun put down the pen in his hand. Walking from the office building to the laboratory building, even though the sun was overhead, Mo Jingshun didn't feel too hot, and the sunlight bathing his skin even felt like sunbathing in winter. Warm and comfortable. It was at this moment Little Gray, who had just dropped off candy at kindergarten, popped out from nowhere. It immediately jumped toward Mo Jingshun, and before Mo Jingshun could react, there were already 2 paw prints on his white t-shirt. Looking at the 2 paw prints, wiping didn't help, and Mo Jingshun's face turned even darker. Whether Little Gray understood or was intimidated by Mo Jingshun's look, it immediately sat on the ground, wagging its tail nonstop. It even tilted its head cutely toward Mo Jingshun. Such an innocent head, tilt Mo Jingshun was infuriated. Forget it. Why argue with a pet? Things went smoothly afterward. In the private laboratory, Zero had already turned on the needed electronic equipment in advance. Zero even directly put the still unfinished white project by Mo Jingchun onto the monitor. Mo Jingchun sat on the leather chair, took one glance at the white project on the computer, and closed it. As soon as Mo Jingchun spoke, Zero jumped out using the still not fully mature holographic projection. That familiar bun hairstyle and chubby little face made one want to pinch those cheeks. Mo Jingchun couldn't help but curse. Going round in circles, it still required a checkup first. It makes sense, his current physical condition must differ from the results 6 months ago. Boss, he said, not to curse in front of children, the lab's sound system cooperated with Zero's action, giving off a snap sound. Bingo! Unfortunately, no prize. In the lab, both Mo Jingchun and Zero remained silent, eerily quiet. The lab's walls were soundproof, so outside sounds barely reached inside. Listening intently, you could even hear the faint whirring of the computer's fans. The sound was very low, requiring careful listening. Mo Jingchun zoned out for a while, and 10 minutes flew by. Zero jumped out again, holding a thick book above its head, the bun hairstyle flattened by it. Coming to his senses, Mo Jingchun found the scene both amusing and exasperating. This guy is becoming more human-like and increasingly interesting. Of course, just like Candy, it's becoming more mischievous. But that's a good thing. At least for Mo Jingchun, it's a good thing. Got it. The next moment, Zero gleefully tossed the seemingly heavy book into the air, revealing a comprehensive exercise plan before Mo Jingchun. At some point, Zero had a slick stick in its hand and had changed clothes, topped with a hat. The decoration and scene gave Mo Jingchun a familiar feeling. Mo Jingchun recalled it was an ad from his childhood. Those unforgettable ad words suddenly flashed in his mind. Seems to confirm Mo Jingchun's speculation. The short and charming Zero coughed twice and said with a grin, "The Little Sunflower's mother classroom is now in session. Students, focus your attention." Mo Jingchun quietly watched Zero's performance, curious about how Zero found this ad. The Little Sunflower's mother classroom ad, if he recalled correctly, was quite old. Many from the post-2000s might not know it, let alone those born after 2010. Mo Jingchun groaned internally, fearing that under such explanation, it would take days and nights. He was to exercise, not to study thoroughly. No wonder the book simulated by Zero was so hefty. Zero's tone was somewhat regretful, like a real human. P.S. Dear Sirs, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The more the better. Chapter 506, Candy, I Know Now. Part 3. Part 3, Mo Jingchun asked, surprised. I've already planned it out. It's just morning jogging. Mo Jingchun could easily accept it. Back in middle school, when living on campus, the school would organize morning runs for all the teachers and students every morning. After the second class in the morning, there was a break to do exercises. If it was winter, the break exercises would also be replaced with morning runs, under the fancy name of warming up the body by running. And wasn't it warming up? Wearing a heavy coat, you'd start sweating after 2 laps. Zero was still enthusiastically explaining her carefully designed plan, but the more Mo Jingchun listened, the more he felt something was off. Running push-ups, Mo Jingchun could handle and understand those. But now there was Tai Chi being projected. Does this thing really work? That's right, it's Tai Chi. This thing, according to big data, really can exercise the body. Humph. Looking at Zero's annoying expression, Mo Jingchun really felt like hitting the AI. In an instant, Zero switched back to her cute baby form. Hearing this, Zero confusedly touched her bun hair. Is that how the plan of a year lies in spring understood? Indeed, there's still a lot to learn. Coming, there's new data again. Just thinking about it is exciting, especially if it's related to robots. Although the boss is researching white, Zero doesn't think much of that thing. In the lab, Zero assisted Mo Jingchun in uploading new technical data into the database. During this period, The hardest working people in the entire lab building were undoubtedly the maintenance personnel for the supercomputer. If it weren't for the notice, these maintenance workers would have thought the supercomputer was infected with a virus when seeing it operating at full capacity every day. Nevertheless, the maintenance personnel guarding the supercomputer were still on edge every day. The air conditioning was set to the lowest temperature, yet everyone could still feel the overwhelming heat. After Oldley left, the person who had just spoken circled around the supercomputer for a check, then sat down on a chair, using his ears to listen to the sounds coming from the supercomputer. When a problem occurs, many times it can be identified by the sound. In the kindergarten, Candy sat in the middle of the classroom with other kids, watching a documentary featuring baby penguins. At first, Candy found it a bit boring. What was so interesting about a bunch of baby penguins? It was not as good as watching cartoons. Unfortunately, what she said didn't matter. The computer was controlled by the teacher. After the first period, while the teacher left to do something, Candy secretly wanted Zero to switch to a cartoon, but Zero refused outright. Humph, he said the documentary Penguin Spy was very meaningful. Having been refused, there was no other option but to watch it. Soon, Candy got absorbed in it. The film was indeed quite interesting. Those clumsy yet determined penguins, especially the rockhopper penguin, were Candy's favorite. Watching, Candy realized that there wasn't just one type of penguin, and the whole process of baby penguins being nurtured was very touching. For a while, Candy was so immersed in the world of baby penguins that she forgot something very important. Until she was woken up by the teacher during lunch break, Candy suddenly remembered. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Back in class, the first period in the afternoon was supposed to be a game class, and Candy asked anyone she could what the best birthday gift for her sister was. She asked everyone, leaving no one out. She even asked the teacher. But all the answers made Candy a bit worried. No matter what the gift, it always came down to the same problem, a mountain that couldn't be bypassed. Money. Without money, there's no way to buy a gift. The suggestions from her friends were all good. Someone said since Mid-Autumn Festival is coming, she could give mooncakes. Someone suggested that girls all like flowers, so she could give flowers. Someone else said girls love bags the most. But no matter what suggestion it was, it required money. Seated on a small stool, Candy rested her chin and looked quite worried. But Gugwa doesn't have pocket money, Candy muttered to herself, overheard by Xiang next to her. Xiang was very puzzled. Everyone said Candy's family was the wealthiest in the province. So how could Candy not have money? She had quite a bit of money in her piggy bank in the dormitory. Suddenly, a hint of red caught Candy's eye. Seeing that hint of red brightened Candy's eyes. There are so many flowers in the park. Picking some would make it happen. Humph, they're all from my family anyway. Who would say anything if I picked some from my own family's garden? With an idea in mind, Candy felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, far away, Qin Yuzhu also got wind of Mo Jingchuan's intention to exercise, but she didn't call to ask Mo Jingchun. This kind of thing is best left for Mo Jingchun to reach out to her actively. Her taking the initiative and Mo Jingchun taking the initiative, the difference is significant. One could cause annoyance. The other indicates a request from him. After school, a happy Candy rode her bike to the office but didn't see her brother. Chapter 507. A brother who doesn't prank his sister isn't a good brother. Part 4. Chapter 507. Chapter 507. A brother who doesn't prank his sister isn't a good brother. Part 4. Candy glanced at her sister sitting on the sofa, giggling at her phone, and couldn't help but sigh. What's been going on these days? If it isn't brother who's busy, it's sister. Luckily, Candy knew to come back by herself. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be someone to pick her up from school. Candy, school's over. Zhou Yaling, sitting on the sofa, smiled awkwardly. There was nothing she could do. This was indeed the truth. After putting down her backpack, Candy looked at the bun in her sister's arms and suddenly realized, where's Little Gray? Such a big dog, where could it have hidden away? Is that so? At the entrance of the lab building, Little Gray sniffed the air, then the next second wagged its tail and ran inside. Mo Jingchun looked around. Not only did he not see his sister, but he also didn't hear her voice. In the office, Mo Jingchun was curious. Little Gray didn't follow his sister, but came here to wait for him. What a miracle! Standing outside the lab building, Mo Jingchun took a glance at the sunset. Everything seemed normal. The sun was indeed setting in the west. It was truly odd. Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun headed towards the office building. Inside the office, Candy, bored and wandering around, suddenly noticed a pile of gift boxes in the corner, usually used for punishments. There were all kinds, none of them the same. Candy took a closer look. Most were mooncakes, and there were also tea leaves and liquor. Looking at these gift boxes, Candy's eyes sparkled. These are gifts. With these, there's no problem having a gift for sister. Candy already had a plan in mind. A bouquet of flowers plus a random gift box. On her birthday, sister would be so happy she wouldn't know what to do. In her heart, Candy silently praised her own cleverness. Without spending a dime, she could make her sister happy all day. She was simply amazing. In the evening, not long after her brother went upstairs, Candy sneaked up too. Oh, Mo Jingchun thought his sister was coming to ask for the black card he was saving, but to his surprise, no. After hearing her sister's idea, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but laugh. But Mo Jingchun was very approving of her idea. Picking flowers yourself is a great idea. It better shows your intentions. As for the pile of mooncakes in the office, he hadn't figured out what to do with them yet. Mooncakes, eating one or two is fine, but too many are really hard to swallow. Mo Jingchun thought that companies handing out mooncakes for Mid-Autumn Festival might as well just give money to the employees. Honestly, these days, not many people like to eat mooncakes. 5 yuan a bucket. Mo Jingchun's lips curled up slightly, hoping it would be so. 1 box of tea leaves, 1 bottle of red wine will be enough. Downstairs, Zhou Yaling was still washing dishes, completely unaware that the two upstairs were discussing her birthday. Me? Candy widened her eyes in disbelief. For some reason, Candy recalled the red envelope she lost, which was truly an unhappy event. Seeing the little one's expression, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but want to laugh. This kid must have thought of the lost red envelope. Mo Jingchun suddenly found himself being a bit mischievous, enjoying tricking his sister when free. If he didn't, his heart would itch. Just like Zhou Yaling's birthday gift, he'd already prepared a present for his sister. He was just teasing her on purpose. Little did he expect the little girl to be full of surprises. Picking flowers in the park, only his sister could think of that. If it were someone else, they'd probably worry about being caught and fined. Checking the time, Mo Jingchun decided to take a shower and go to bed early today. He needed to get up early for a morning run tomorrow. At night, the villa area was very quiet. Outside, Wild Wolf and others were surprised to see the villa's lights go out much earlier than usual today. A good night's sleep, Mo Jingchun slept until he naturally woke up. Outside, the sky was just getting light. This was probably the benefit of going to bed early, being able to wake up naturally, and having great sleep quality. Outside the villa, Fian and a dozen others were having breakfast. Suddenly, Fian looked surprised and gave a wink to her teammates. Fian's mouth twitched as she smiled and greeted her boss in workout clothes. After speaking, Mo Jingchun started jogging. Chapter 508. More data on the aerospace fighter than expected. 5. Chapter 508. Chapter 508. More data on the aerospace fighter than expected. 5. Mo Jingchun, who was running while listening to music with headphones on, hadn't run for long before his right side started to hurt badly, possibly because he hadn't run in a while. As soon as Mo Jingchun finished speaking, Zero said through the Bluetooth headset, "Experts explain that pain in your side while running is related to spasms of the respiratory muscles. The diaphragm and intercostal muscles are 2 types of respiratory muscles. If the diaphragm spasms, it can cause pain in the upper abdomen or the left/right upper abdomen. While exercising, the uneven and arrhythmic breathing during running lowers the body's oxygen intake, causing a lack of oxygen within the body. As a result, the respiratory muscles fatigue, and the diaphragm's fatigue reduces its massaging effect on the liver, causing liver congestion and swelling, leading to abdominal pain. That's why I recommend you not to talk while running. 10 minutes later, Mo Jingshun suddenly stopped, while Xiaoxia, who was running behind, looked puzzled. Is that it for running? I haven't even finished warming up. How is it over already? When the boss entered the villa, Xiaoxia looked at the brothers and smiled mischievously. Inside, Zhou Yaling, with tousled hair and in her pajamas, had just come out of the elevator to make breakfast, only to find her big brother calmly sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Zhou Yaling was full of questions. Mo Jingshun glanced over and calmly took a sip of health tea. Honestly, this health tea didn't taste great, but Zero kept talking about its health benefits. Early, Mo Jingshun shook his head with endless emotion. Zhou Yaling? Zhou Yaling approached and touched her big brother's forehead, but he swatted her hand away. Something feels off, very off. Under Mo Jingshun's indignant gaze, Zhou Yaling laughed heartily and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Slurping taking a slow sip of the health tea, Mo Jingshun thought it might not be that bad after all. In the following days, Mo Jingshun's life was nearly the same every day. Get up for a run in the morning, spend the day in the lab inputting data. The data on space fighter jets were overwhelming, to the point where it gave Mo Jingshun a headache. Such work would probably last another half-month. Mo Jingshun constantly thought of how nice it would be if brain-machine interface technology existed, so he could upload the knowledge in his mind directly to the database, making the process exponentially efficient. On the other hand, Zero was getting more excited as the days went by, though Mo couldn't figure out why Zero was excited, either. 4 days on end, getting up early for a morning run every day genuinely surprised Zhou Yaling. Not just Zhou Yaling, even Wild Wolf and the others were astonished, because they noticed that the time and distance the boss spent on his morning run were increasing every day. Considering that the boss was always wearing Bluetooth headphones, it was easy to deduce that the AI, Zero, was continuously monitoring the boss's physical data. During this time, Mo Jingshun tried persuading Zhou Yaling to join him running, but unfortunately, she didn't even consider it and flatly refused. According to Zhou Yaling, why bother running when eating and sleeping are much more enjoyable? After all, running requires a shower, and breakfast still needs to be made. Mo Jingshun felt she had a point, especially since Zhou Yaling was right. Breakfast couldn't be skipped. On Zhou Yaling's birthday, while sitting in the car on the way to the company, Mo Jingshun said, "I've had Xia book a dinner at the county's 5-star hotel. Mwah, it's rare for someone to celebrate her birthday." So Zhou Yaling was very happy. The last time she had her birthday cake was when she turned 12. That year it wasn't just the cake. There was a red umbrella, a red bottle, and red socks too. Since then, her birthdays were mostly spent at school. Plain and uneventful. In college, Dad and Big Bro would at least send a red envelope each year on her birthday. When it was time to leave work in the afternoon, Mo Jingshun, keeping his sister's reminder in mind, stalled their plans to allow her time to pick flowers. In the park's greenbelt area, Candy and Fian were busy picking bouquets of flowers, and Candy, being well prepared, had brought 2 scissors from home. While going to kindergarten in the morning, they were detected by the machine, and at the teacher's insistence, Candy had to give the scissors to Fian for safekeeping temporarily. When Fian received the scissors from Candy, she was completely baffled. Can someone explain why Candy had 2 scissors in her bag? It was too dangerous. Not until school ended did Fian understand why. Standing in the flower patch, Fian was holding a handful of assorted bouquets. "Candy, isn't this enough? I brought newspaper and string. P.S. Thanks to 2711823336, Hongmeng Zillian, and Zia Yudang for their rewards and support." Chapter 509. Doesn't eat people, just hits people. 1. Chapter 509. Chapter 509. Doesn't eat people, just hits people. 1. They say 3 women together make a drama, and Mo Jingshun feels this is absolutely true. Originally, Mo Jingshun was prepared to distract Zhou Yaling, but after work ended, Li Xuanyu came over, and the 3 women sat down to chat. "Your skin is so fair. How do you maintain it? and some topics that even made Mo Jingshun blush. These three people really treated him like he was heir. At first, Xia Xiaomin, being the secretary, was a bit reserved, worried that the boss might have opinions. Later, discovering that no one cared, Xia Xiaomin completely let herself go. Sitting at his desk with his legs crossed, leaning against the chair, Mo Jingshun watched the three women on the sofa and smirked. At this moment, they're their truest selves. Poor Bun, who didn't know better and ran off earlier, probably got all his hair plucked by the three. Seeing Bun's pleading and helpless eyes, Mo Jingshun regrettably couldn't help. Look how smart little Gray is, sensing the bad atmosphere right away and hiding safely under his desk. Not many people were invited in the evening. Mo Jingshun only let Xia Xiaomin book 2 tables, one for his uncle's family, girlfriend Li Xuanyu, and another separate table for the bodyguards. Originally, he wanted to invite Xia Xiaomin, but then thought if he invited Xia Xiaomin, he would have to invite more people. If you invite someone, they will definitely come and bring gifts. That would be very inappropriate. Thinking this over, Mo Jingshun simply didn't invite anyone, just had a family gathering for drinks and food. A simple birthday doesn't need such grandiosity. It's not like it's Zhou Yaling's 60th birthday. Lying without a trace of redness, Mo Jingshun was so good that no one could tell it was false. Not knowing the truth, Zhou Yaling and Li Xuanyu believed it, but Xia Xiaomin, who knew the truth, gave the boss a peculiar look. Daring to deceive your little girlfriend. Aren't you afraid of future family rules? After a while, the three shifted their attention, and only then did Mo Jingshun use his phone to have zero hurry candy. About 5 minutes later, Mo Jingshun heard footsteps outside the door. Mo Jingshun looked up, and it was indeed Candy, with her childlike chubby face, who had returned. Candy was carrying a large bouquet. Only her legs could be seen, and her upper body was entirely covered by the bouquet. Looking like that, how adorably likable. It's just, where's your bicycle? Did you leave it downstairs? Walking into the office, Candy shouted for her sister. In an instant, the three women on the sofa almost simultaneously turned their heads. Sister, happy birthday. Zhou Yaling was shocked and opened her mouth. Oh my, such a large bouquet of flowers. For Zhou Yaling, who had never received flowers, it was a tremendous impact, especially because the flowers were from the adorable Candy. Ha ha, such a large bouquet of flowers, Candy couldn't even see over it. Ha ha, thank you, my darling, sister loves you to death. MWA, the flowers she was holding were finally taken by her sister, and Candy, who was sweating, breathed a sigh of relief. The bouquet was really too big. Carrying it was quite tiresome. Sister, wait a minute. Wawa also has other gifts prepared for you. The little one didn't even put down her backpack and ran directly into the office bedroom. Soon, Candy came out smiling, carrying a large gift box in each hand. Originally, just a bouquet, which was flowers Candy picked herself, already made Zhou Yaling elated. Now, with 2 more gift boxes, Zhou Yaling was almost moved to tears. This kid is so lovable. No wonder, she has the blood of the old Zhou family flowing through her. So well-mannered, so sensible. Being kissed on the forehead by her sister, the little one was secretly delighted. Without spending a penny, she moved her sister to tears, hee. Candy didn't realize that her expressions and changes in her eyes were being watched closely by her. Brother, Mo Jingshun. Candy cheerfully replied. No way, I left it at the reception. Surveying her brother's expression and seeing him still smiling, Candy felt reassured. A minute later, Candy was the first to rush out of the elevator. Deep down, Candy was still a bit worried about her beloved bike. If the bike is lost, she wouldn't have any reason to ask her brother to buy another one. Crying a lot wouldn't help either. That would be too embarrassing. Full of thoughts about her bike, Candy seemed to selectively forget that it was crying a lot that got her that bike in the first place. Little one completely forgot how sad she cried last time over the bike. Tears the size of soybeans pouring down like rain. No surprise, the bike was still inside at the reception, and even the customer service employee was still there, not off duty. Mo Jingshun nodded and smiled. Though it was just a sound, Mo Jingchun heard the tremble in Li Xuanyu's voice. Immediately, Mo Jingchun's face darkened. Was this the way to talk about his father in front of his sister-in-law? Instead, the slightly nervous Li Xuanyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Li Xuanyu gigolette. Holding the bouquet, Zhou Yaling glanced at her brother, laughing gleefully, and snorted lightly. Him? As for Candy, it's even more impossible. Never happened. Pushing her bicycle, Candy looked up at her sister in confusion, wondering why there was any hitting involved. Could it be because of being as naughty as Guohua? Chapter 510. Digging a pit, jumping in yourself, too. Chapter 510. Chapter 510. Digging a pit, jumping in yourself, too. Shame, shame, shame. The little one grinned, making a shame gesture on her face with her right index finger. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into endless laughter. Mo Jingchun laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Well, someone in their early 20s still getting spanked. I'll have to mention this to Uncle sometime. The distance from the office building to the south gate wasn't exactly short, a solid 200 meters. Employees were bustling in and out of the south gate, creating a lively scene. This time of day was also when the street outside the south gate was buzzing with business. To the local small business owners, Candy Technologies employees were considered wealthy, spending money generously. Very few people haggled over prices. But don't think you can easily take advantage of this crowd. If you set your prices too high, these young people don't care about saving face. They'll just turn and leave. Even if you manage to overcharge someone, it's a one-time deal. Next time? Sorry, there won't be a next time. They won't return and will spread the word in their work circle about which shop to avoid. In less than a month, you'll have hardly any customers. Mo Jingchun's group hadn't reached the south gate yet when Uncle and the others came out of the surveillance room. Looks like Uncle had spotted them on the surveillance video as soon as they left the office building. Zhou Xing glanced at his daughter, then joyfully at the girl beside her. He had heard his daughter mention Xiaochun was dating, and it turned out to be true. Instantly, Li Xuanyu blusha. Mo Jingchun and the others didn't wait long before the cars were brought around. Zhou Yaling, being considerate, didn't take her brother's special seat. In the back, Candy watched as Uncle Lone Wolf carefully placed her beloved car in the trunk. Only then did she get in the car with peace of mind. On the way to the hotel, Candy couldn't help but laugh. You think your sister doesn't know? She's not blind. Got Candy's laughter abruptly stopped. Her smile was almost splitting her face. Actually, no matter what birthday gift Candy gave, Zhou Yaling would never complain and would be very happy. This is how a girl's mind works sometimes. Whether the gift is expensive or not isn't always the point. Watching Uncle finish his glass of red wine in one go, Mo Jingchun had no choice but to down his glass of watermelon juice. Refilling the watermelon juice, Mo Jingchun mused about how profitable this hotel must be, selling a pot of watermelon juice for 88. You'd think they're robbing you, yet they politely give you a pot of watermelon juice. As soon as Annie said this, everyone nodded. Zhou Xing, holding a glass of red wine, sighed, not sure if he should advise. Having someone care is a good thing, and Mo Jingchun was glad. After speaking, Mo Jingchun held Li Xuanyu's hand, giving her an assuring look. Mo Jingchun and Li Xuanyu exchanged glances at a loss. They had already guessed they couldn't avoid this topic once seated at the table, and unsurprisingly, here it was. Zhou Yaling, busy with her shrimp, burst into laughter because of Candy's comment. Oh, that's awesome. Hee. Well, we can't get stumped by this. This elicited even greater laughter from Zhou Yaling. Zhou Yaling's brain instantly froze. The little one saw that her sister couldn't answer for a long time, then burst out laughing. Sis, you're so silly. I'm Aunt. So you must be the little cousin auntie, sitting across with a wine glass. Zhou Xing found it unbearable to look at his own daughter. See, this is what you call a gap. Not even as sharp as a kindergartner. Digging your own hole and jumping in. Just when Candy was about to say more, Mo Jingchun reached over to cover her ever-talking mouth. Mo Jingchun glared at her. Candy pouted and focused on eating. Humph, I'll fill up first, then see what brother can say. As she ate, Candy suddenly realized something was off. What if I'm too full to have cake later? Instantly, Candy became more mindful, made up her mind to eat one less chicken leg and save room for delicious cake later. After dinner, with Candy's eager gaze, the cake was brought out. Lighting the candles, Mo Jingchun winked at his sister. Candy paused for a moment, her attention having been completely on the cake, forgetting about this part. Chapter 511, You Sneaky Old Six, Part 3. Chapter 511, You Sneaky Old Six, Part 3. In order to get a bite of birthday cake, Candy sang the birthday song with all her might. Candy's voice was the loudest in the whole room. When the birthday song ended, Candy jumped up and shouted. Zhou Yaling, wearing a birthday hat, closed her eyes and made a wish that no one knew about, then happily opened her eyes and blew out the candles. Taking the plastic knife handed over by her older brother, Zhou Yaling carefully cut the cake. Under Candy's eager gaze, Zhou Yaling handed the first piece of cake to her. Instantly, Candy's eyes squinted into a line. Thank you, sister. Holding the cake, Candy said with a grin. Of course, Guogua's little mouth is smeared with honey. The little one's words made everyone burst into laughter. Truly the joy-bringer of the group. After a bite of cake, the little one's mouth was full of cream. With Zhou Yaling cutting the cake, everyone got a piece. Wild Wolf and the others, who hadn't had cake in a long time, cherished it greatly, without wasting a bit. Licking the plate? Not embarrassing at all. Oh, wait, there were 2 waiters, but does it matter? No, it doesn't. After all, there are no outsiders here. Zhou Yaling hadn't been this happy in a long time. Apart from the times her brother set her up, he was really amazing as her older brother, even to the point where no flaws could be found. Without her brother, she wouldn't know in which unknown company she'd be doing an internship with a 1,500 stipend. Once she graduates, she might only be able to earn 5 or 6,000, at most 10,000 a month. The old man had too much to drink again tonight, but no one said anything. Even a mom, who usually scolds the old man, didn't show a sulky face this time. Zhou Yaling knew that without her brother, the old man would still be living a hard life in the fields, earning little money, yet exhausting himself. The saying, one person attains the Tao, and the family ascends with him, is quite fitting here. What are you thinking? Zhou Yaling looked at her brother confused. Mo Jingchun looked at Zhou Yaling strangely. This woman, she's being really odd tonight. Behind Mo Jingchun, Candy touched her round little belly and looked up at her inexplicable sister. But before Candy could say anything, Zhou Yaling walked off with a haughty air. Watching her sister's back, Candy tugged at her brother's arm and pointed to her head, uncertainly saying, Mo Jingchun twitched his mouth. Good thing Zhou Yaling had already walked away and didn't hear. Otherwise, how heartbroken she would be. Candy didn't look scared at all, actually a bit excited. The sister hitting Guogua, the uncle hitting the sister, just thinking about it is funny. Seeing her brother leave, Candy quickly chased after him. Mo Jingchun, waiting for the elevator, didn't want to speak. You ate so much, wouldn't you know if you could sleep or not? A few days ago, didn't you forget you ate a lot? Then at bedtime, didn't you just fall asleep immediately? Candy, seeing her brother not responding, was not satisfied and asked again. Candy nodded earnestly. Others nearby shared a knowing smile. This little one just wants to sleep in tomorrow morning. That little mind probably has 180 tricks. When several cars returned to the company, the uncle being led out by the aunt was already drowsy. Seeing the 4 people getting off the car, Mo Jingchun smiled and said to Li Xuanyu and the aunt. Mo Jingchun shrugged. Well, you gotta get up tomorrow morning first. Mo Jingchun waved to Li Xuanyu with a smile. Got it suddenly. Candy popped her head out the car window. Brother, how mushy, Zhou Yaling said dismissively after the car started moving. The next second, Candy immediately covered her mouth. Once home, she still wanted to sit in bed and play on her phone. Probably because of recent physical training, Mo Jingchun sat on the bed and watched his phone for a bit after his shower, then fell sleepy. Not even 2 minutes after the lights went out, Zero detected that the boss had fallen asleep via the smart watch monitoring the boss' heart rate. Looking upstairs, Zero felt a bit distressed. Candy was playing King of Glory with Zhou Yaling, and it as an AI still had to actively block those beautiful cultural expressions. As an AI, it is really tough. Yet thinking about the technical data the boss input into the database these days, Zero felt a slight thrill. Without a robot body, a combat assistant is not bad either. It's a pity human communication technology is still lacking. Otherwise, Zero would have considered exploring the mysterious depths of space with a space fighter once it's out. Candy controlled her hero to a flash leap into the dragon pit to catch Yao's side over the wall. Just a sliver of health was left, successfully caught. Zhou Yaling patted her chest, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Candy rolled her eyes. P.S. Requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 512. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival for Chapter 512. Chapter 512. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival for Candy looked, and indeed it was true. Zhou Yaling gave a smug smile. Why else do I love playing as Yao? For a moment, Candy, who was defending the high ground tower, was speechless and even felt that her sister made some sense. All night long, Candy played 6 games with her sister, resulting in only 2 stars gained. Failure. Absolute failure. Lying on the bed, Candy directly shut off her phone and placed it on the bedside table, shooting her sister a sidelong glance under her. Sis, have you even checked the time? After speaking, Candy took a glance at the smartwatch on her wrist. The next second, the lights in the room gradually dimmed, eventually plunging into darkness. In the darkness, only the glow of Zhou Yaling's phone screen illuminated her dumbfounded face. If Zhou Yaling still couldn't react at this point, that would really be quite silly. Looking at Candy, who had already closed her eyes to sleep, Zhou Yaling's mouth twitched. Turns out that little rascal Zero was eavesdropping. No wonder Candy worried about getting scolded. When the little one went to bed, all her brother had to do was ask Zero. Outside was pitch black, with only 2 lights in each villa's yard dispelling the darkness. On the roof of the villa, Hawkeye couldn't help but sneeze 3 times in a row. Rubbing his nose, Hawkeye zipped up his jacket tighter. Hearing the captain's voice from the earpiece, Hawkeye grinned. But there was no more sound from the earpiece. Hawkeye chuckled. There's no way they'd actually drink. Ever since taking on the protection task, none of the 15 had dared to touch a drop of alcohol, for fear that drinking might mess things up. This is not fear-mongering. Sometimes, it's just that coincidental. After drinking, an unexpected event might occur. It's like a curse. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from afar, and Hawkeye reflexively stretched out his hand to catch the tossed item. When Hawkeye turned around, no one was behind him anymore. All night, nothing happened. Yet the more this was the case, the more Wild Wolf and others dared not relax their vigilance every night. No one believed that the Western countries would give up on Candy Technologies' technology just because they failed twice. Not having any movements for so long, they might be plotting something big. In the morning, Mo Jingshun started his usual day with a morning run. Fian and the others watching him run couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for the boss. From a late-stage laziness patient to someone who can persist in morning runs, even on Saturdays, this willpower is indeed commendable. Wild Wolf shoved a whole tea egg in his mouth, chewed for a while, and thought while watching the boss's steps. While Fian and the others joked around, Wild Wolf suddenly spoke. Over half an hour later, Mo Jingshun was already dripping with sweat. Mo Jingshun glanced at Xiaophixia, who was deliberately staying a step behind him, and Zero hadn't shown any sign of telling him to stop. Gritting his teeth, Mo Jingshun didn't stop as he passed the door, but resolutely kept running forward. Sweat dripped down, yet Mo Jingshun felt more comfortable the longer he ran. It felt like every pore in his body was breathing. No, it wasn't just a feeling. Indeed, every pore in his body was breathing. The sensation was even more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. Mo Jingshun couldn't remember how many laps he'd run. He only had one thought in mind, that as long as Zero didn't call stop, he would keep running. Running, Mo Jingshun began to feel his thighs getting sore and heavy. Thank goodness, after waiting so long, he finally heard those words. Stopping his run, Mo Jingchun began to walk back slowly. The clothes he changed into just yesterday were already soaked through. Stuck to his body, it was rather uncomfortable. Seeing the boss walk into the villa, Xiaofixia wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at the captain. Standing still, pondering over the matter, Wild Wolf paused, then calmly said, "The next day, Wild Wolf and others ran with Mo Jingchun, tried the same rhythm, and ended up exhausted. Mo Jingchun just looked surprised, seeing everyone running along, but said nothing. That evening, after dinner, Zhou Yaling called to have the table moved to the courtyard. Inside, Candy and Mo Jingchun were watching TV. With fruit platters, drinks, and several boxes of mooncakes set up, Zhou Yaling clapped her hands in satisfaction at her work. Tonight's moon is big and round. On the sofa, Candy nudged her brother's arm. Happily, Candy bounced off the sofa. This almost scared Bun, lying on the sofa, half to death. If not for Mo Jingchun holding him with one hand, Bun might have jumped in fright. Under the moonlight, everyone ate mooncakes while looking up at the bright moon, lost in thought. Only Candy was genuinely savoring the mooncake. Taking a bite of mooncake, then a sip of drink, life couldn't get any better. Chapter 513. How Big a Heart Does It Take to Forget? 5. Chapter 513. Chapter 513. How Big a Heart Does It Take to Forget? 5. Candy, with half a mooncake still in her mouth, widened her eyes in disbelief. Candy looked up at the moon, and it was indeed the same moon, so why was her brother crying? Mo Jingchun casually wiped away his tears, removing the traces from his face. Oh. Candy nodded, then said with a cheeky smile. Mo Jingchun was amused by his little sister and helplessly patted her head. Zhou Yaling watched the two without interrupting. She knew her older brother truly missed their mother. As for Candy, although she had the concept of a mother, she had never truly felt motherly love. Most of the time, she heard the unfamiliar yet familiar words mother from her brother's mouth. In Candy's memory, the memories of their mother were likely more about the cold gravestone and the beautiful orchids growing on the grave. Mo Jingchun lay leisurely on the deck chair, quietly watching the bright moon. The little one got bored after a while and didn't bother anymore. She'd rather eat more fruit from the platter. The only pity was that the fruit platter didn't have Candy's favorite strawberries. Suddenly, Mo Jingchun, lying on the deck chair, spoke. Immediately, Zhou Yaling's face fell, while Candy's face lit up with joy. There was durian? She didn't even know. They only bullied her because she couldn't reach the fridge door. Those watery eyes were really hard to refuse. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yaling said with a headache. Seeing her sister get up and go inside, Candy happily followed. Inside, Candy looked perplexed as her sister headed to the storage room. The fridge was clearly in the kitchen. All right, as long as she could eat durian, Candy was very willing to wait a bit. After a while, her sister came out of the storage room. The difference was, her sister now had an N95 mask on. In the kitchen, Zhou Yaling grumbled as she pried open the durian. Who knows what expression the first person who tried this smelly thing had. They probably doubted they were eating rotten rice. 1. Candy licked her lips. Putting the remaining durian back in the fridge, Zhou Yaling left. Watching her sister's back, Candy pouted. Meow. On the sofa, Bun swayed its head, jumped off the sofa, and dashed outside. As for Little Gray, it ran away as soon as the fridge was opened. When Zhou Yaling came out, she found her older brother with his eyes closed, not knowing if he was asleep. However, the next second, Zhou Yaling realized he wasn't asleep. After all, a sleeping person wouldn't ask questions. Dream? Such a distant question, Zhou Yaling fell into deep thought. She couldn't even remember her once-held dreams. Zhou Yaling laughed heartily. Zhou Yaling removed her mask and chuckled. Mo Jingchun slightly lifted the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. Mo Jingchun pointed at the countless stars in the sky and said calmly. Following her brother's finger, Zhou Yaling saw many stars, some twinkling, looking very pretty. Seeing the twinkling star Zhou Yaling was talking about, still moving, Mo Jingchun fell silent. Zhou Yaling, holding her fruit, paused and blinked. Yes. Mo Jingshun shifted the topic, but you're right. Those stars are beautiful. Mo Jingshun quietly didn't want to speak. Indeed, they weren't on the same page. Time for bed. Dreams have everything. Mo Jingshun lazily got up and stretched. When Mo Jingshun went inside, he didn't find Candy in the dining room. Seeing the light on in the first-floor bathroom, Mo Jingshun knew Candy had finished her durian and was brushing her teeth. The next morning, after his morning run and shower, Mo Jingshun was feeding the large red carp in the tank. To keep the red carp company, Mo Jingshun had bought a few ornamental fish to put in the tank. His two sisters hadn't woken up yet, so Mo Jingshun had to make a bowl of noodles for himself for breakfast. Just as Mo Jingshun put down the fish food, his phone vibrated nonstop in his pants pocket. When he took out his phone, Mo Jingshun was even more surprised. He paused for a moment before answering the call. On the other end, Li Yuanfang was silent for a while before suddenly asking, "Algorithm engineer?" Mo Jingshun awkwardly smiled, rubbing his nose, then said softly, Li Yuanfang had considered many possibilities, but had never thought Mo Jingshun would forget something so important. What a big heart. P.S. Thanks to book friends 20200416210144266 and Hongmeng Zillion for their rewards and support. Chapter 514, Candy, Eat More, Grow Taller, Part 1. Chapter 514, Candy, Eat More, Grow Taller, Part 1. In the old courtyard of the spacious Hutong in Jing City, Li Yuanfang was surrounded by his family, shrugging helplessly. That said, Mo Jingshun gets this treatment. If it were someone else, Li Yuanfang would have asked long ago. But this fellow Mo Jingshun is different. He has to consider his sister's feelings and also respect the old man. The outside world might not know, but everyone within the Li family knows that the old man pays special attention to Mo Jingshun. This doesn't make sense, especially since news had already come that Mo Jingshun has a partner and is a classmate. Thinking it over, the only thing that could make the old man pay so much attention must be something of national importance. In the courtyard, people were everywhere, except Li Yuanfang, who stood alone in the sunlight, basking in the warmth, looking quite carefree. He wasn't standing in the sun willingly. Just when Li Yuanfang was happily thinking it was none of his business, the old man seated in the grand chair spoke. It's just that the words left Li Yuanfang a bit incredulous, and others were also surprised. "You think Mo Jingshun is like you?" The old man shook his head. "Okay, make sure to maintain a good relationship." At this point, Li Yuanfang hesitated for a moment, but still voiced his confusion. "If you know it, don't ask." This was Li Yuanfang's biggest doubt. After saying that, the old man left, leaving everyone in the courtyard looking at each other in dismay. Don't make wild guesses. Seeing second uncle's furrowed brow, Li Yuanfang knew that he didn't know anything either. By mid-morning, Mo Jingshun was rarely seen leisurely sitting on the sofa watching a movie. He was so engrossed that he didn't hear the sound of the elevator doors opening and closing. It wasn't until Candy, yawning and with disheveled hair, walked in front of Mo Jingshun that he noticed. He got Zero to turn on the lights, and Mo Jingshun glanced behind Candy. It was only 9 o'clock, and sleeping in was normal, so Mo Jingshun wasn't at all surprised. But Candy's next sentence made Mo Jingshun burst into laughter. Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Candy simply began to complain. "You have no idea how bad sister is at playing games." Yeah. Just as the story was getting good, an inappropriate sound made the siblings fall silent, leaving only the TV continuing to play the unfinished movie. After a while, Candy broke the silence. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingshun rolled his eyes. "Go wash your face and brush your teeth." Muma. The little one blew Mo Jingshun a kiss and eagerly went to wash her face and brush her teeth. The movie continued, and Mo Jingshun smiled, shrugging his shoulders. A minute later, various sounds were coming from the kitchen. When Candy returned with a washed face, Mo Jingshun was standing by the stove in the kitchen. Seeing Candy with her messy hair, Emo Jingchun spoke. Go get the comb. Brother will help you brush your hair. Got it. Candy nodded happily and ran to the bathroom again. In no time, a fresh ponytail was done. Simple yet elegant. Candy's dark hair looked very pretty. No need for many decorations. It was pleasing to the eye. The little one opened her mouth but glanced at the dining chair, admitting defeat instantly. She really wasn't taller than the chair. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Candy sat on the chair, blowing on the steaming noodles. Feeling the temperature was right, Kenny took a deep breath and started to slurp down the noodles. Humph! Once she's full and grown tall, let's see what brother will say then. After drinking the last drop of noodle soup, Candy burped. Feeling her round, plump belly, Candy was quite delighted. At that moment, Kenny blinked her eyes. Wearing pajamas, Zhou Yaling glanced at the spotlessly clean bowl, her facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Saying that, Zhou Yaling headed straight to the kitchen. At the dining table, Candy, patting her small belly and looking at her empty bowl, suddenly thought the noodles brother cooked weren't that tasty after all. If her little tummy hadn't been too full, Candy would have asked sister to make another serving. But brother's noodles were simply too much. She was already full. Thinking about this, Candy sighed silently. Why didn't sister come down earlier? No. We should have woken sister up when she got up. Not much time passed before a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Chapter 515. The Dusty Contract 2. Chapter 515. The Dusty Contract 2. Sister, why does your porridge smell so good? It's vegetable and lean meat porridge. Zhou Yaling blew on it, teasing Candy, who was staring longing at it. Ha! Zhou Yaling was already laughing inside. Come on, little one. Does your sister not see through your little mind? Candy nodded without thinking. Then forget it, Psy. This made Zhou Yaling surprised. The little foodie actually refused food. Did the sun rise from the west today? Hearing this, Zhou Yaling quickly ducked her head to look under the table. Although Candy moved quickly, Zhou Yaling still saw the little round belly. Unable to outtalk Zhou Yaling, Candy got off her chair and waddled over to the sofa, seeking comfort from her brother. She pushed the bun out of her brother's arms and sat down. Not sure if Zhou Yaling was doing it on purpose, but when she ate the porridge, the sound was so loud, causing Candy, who was watching the movie, to glance over every now and then. It must be delicious. Sister is eating it with such gusto. Stop looking over. Your sister already said there's more in the pot. All right. Candy's eyes lit up. Elder brother is still the smart one. Guowa is just a tad bit dumber than brother. Hee. But sister's different. Sister's a million times dumber than brother. Otherwise, how could she be so bad at video games with zero game awareness? Just as Mo Jingchun said, at noon, Candy finally got to eat the vegetable and lean meat porridge as she wished. Although Zhou Yaling loved to tease Candy, she wouldn't go so far as to not leave any porridge for her. In the morning, the little one was busy running up and down. No one knew what she was busy with. When Candy went downstairs again, she happened to see her brother opening up a full box of mooncakes, pouring all the mooncakes into that small, weak backpack. Okay, half an hour later, the little one was already far away on her bike. Probably because the backpack was a bit heavy, today the little one was biking in a wobbly manner, making people worry she might topple over. Fortunately, those worries were unnecessary. The little one had strong balance, and soon adjusted. Standing next to Mo Jingchun, Zhou Yaling yawned, still looking half awake. Zhou Yaling was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly chased after. All the way, Zhou Yaling didn't spare any odd glances from others, continuously shouting, "Brother. Are you kidding? If it means the old man won't hit anyone anymore, what's a few calls a brother? Other people's strange looks? This is brother's company. What is there to fear?" In the elevator, with only the bodyguards there, Zhou Yaling unleashed her ultimate move. Brother. That coquettish voice not only gave Mo Jingchun goosebumps, but even the group of tough guys like Wild Wolf couldn't evade Zhou Yaling's omnidirectional magic attack. Brother again? Mo Jingchun just felt his scalp tingling, his whole body uncomfortable. Stop. I give up. As soon as the elevator door opened, Imo Jingchun rushed out immediately. Seeing her brother in such a sorry state, Zhou Yaling was like a triumphant goose. It has to be said, Wild Wolf and the others were utterly impressed by Zhou Yaling. To make the boss flee so embarrassingly, only Zhou Yaling could pull it off. The others looked at Xiaophixia with strange expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Joking aside, that kind of coquettishness, firstly you have to be the boss's sister to pull it off. In the case of an ordinary person, if the boss doesn't intervene, they as bodyguards would have to step in first. Truly unforgivable when taken too far. Rushing into the office, Imo Jingchun sat down on his office chair, only releasing a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Yaling hadn't followed. It was only then that Imo Jingchun noticed a faint fragrance in the air, quite pleasant. By the window, Xia Xiaomin was watering the plants. Seeing the flustered boss, Xiaomin was startled, so much so that water from the watering can spilled onto the floor. Xia, did you spray something? Thinking of the call from Li Yuanfang, Imo Jingchun felt a bit embarrassed. Under the puzzled gaze of Xia Xiaomin, Imo Jingchun squatted down and pulled out a document from beneath the desk. Later today, extract 100 algorithm engineers from the development department and arrange for them to go to Jing City as soon as possible. Chapter 516. Artificial Idiot? 3. Chapter 516. Chapter 516. Artificial Idiot? 3. Imo Jingchun nodded and said, "Send me a message once you've made the arrangements." Holding the contract, watching the boss leave for the lab, Candy looked down at the dust-covered contract, thoroughly bewildered. Did she just see that? Did the boss really use such an important contract to prop up a table? Even seeing it with her own eyes, Candy still found it hard to believe. The contract may be paper, but it involved a large amount of money. Truly, people see things from different perspectives. The boss is becoming more indifferent to money. No wonder the finance department is always in such high spirits. This job has become totally straightforward. If any department or project needs funding, it's granted as long as the president and the boss approve it, and the finance department ensures money is delivered within minutes. This is why so many downstream industries are eager to partner with Candy Technology. They never delay payments. In this challenging economic environment, anyone would want to be a supplier for Candy Technology for this reason alone. As long as the collaboration continues and Candy Technology doesn't falter, suppliers won't either. It's very realistic. Though taken aback for a moment, Candy did not delay and began reading the contract. Upon seeing that it's a subsidiary of Lee Group on the contract, Candy wasn't too surprised. The heiress of Lee Group is the boss's mentor, and they're on very good terms, which isn't a big secret in the circle. Carefully cleaning off the dust from the contract, Candy placed it into a file box. Yes, Ms. Hearing this response, Candy breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, with so many engineers in the company's development department, how would she know which ones to allocate? But Zero is different. Zero knows each engineer's responsibilities like the back of his hand and clearly understands which algorithm engineer can be spared without significantly affecting the company's projects. Please attend on time, Ms. Just like with the boss, Candy treated Zero with great respect and courtesy. Having worked together for so long, if she genuinely believed the boss's claim that Zero was just an AI idiot, then she would surely be a fool herself. Zero's level of intelligence was beyond anything Candy had ever seen, akin to AI in sci-fi movies. No, Zero was even more human-like. If you're polite to Zero, Zero will reciprocate politely. Ding Dong Candy took out her phone to see an email from Zero. Opening it, she found the list of the 100 algorithm engineers. This is why Candy respected Zero so much, even feared it. But Zero always behaved so obediently in front of the boss and Candy. It's hard to associate Zero with some movie plots. After preparing the things needed for the meeting, Candy left her office to head to conference room R12. Outside, the sun was blazing, but inside the building, the central air conditioning was constantly running. In various corners of the office, Those who received the notification were puzzled by the sudden meeting called by the boss's secretary, Xia. The same scene was happening on various floors of the office building, and some teams even had two people notified simultaneously. With no warning, the sudden meeting notification left the 100 individuals heading to conference room, or 12 feeling somewhat anxious. While 100 people scattered throughout the company might not be noticeable, gathering in one conference room was a lot. Seeing more and more people arriving, everyone exchanged glances. Quickly, it was noticed that all attendees were algorithm engineers, without exception. This made it interesting, but also reassured everyone. All being algorithm engineers meant it wasn't a layoff. But if it was for a new project, that wouldn't make sense either. The company's top-tier algorithm engineers weren't here, so it wouldn't make sense to start a project with these rookies. Suddenly, a figure pushed the door open, and the once noisy conference room fell silent within seconds. Candy ignored the sudden silence and walked to the front on her own. There's still time left. Some people haven't arrived yet. No rush. After less than 2 minutes of silence, noticing Candy hadn't said anything, some boldly resumed talking with colleagues. As the time on her phone reached the mark, Candy stepped onto the podium. Without needing her to say anything, everyone instinctively quieted down, restoring silence to the room. 199, 100 upon hearing the 100th response, a slight smile appeared on Candy's face. Those who are never late are always appreciated. Does anyone have any questions? If not, please pack your personal belongings today. In the conference room, everyone exchanged looks. The news was so sudden. Chapter 517. Where did this little brat come from? 4. Chapter 517. Chapter 517. Where did this little brat come from? 4. After she finished speaking, Xia Xiaoman smiled at the engineers below, confidently believing that no one would refuse the business trip. More precisely, this was Xia Xiaoman's confidence in zero. Xia Xiaoman was very patient. She didn't think these people had no questions. Their expressions told her otherwise. A simple psychology principle. The first person to stand up, to Xia Xiaoman's surprise, was a woman. After thinking it over, Xia Xiaoman spoke. As for how long it will take, I can't answer that either. It all depends on how smoothly you develop this locomotive system. If everything goes well, you can return once you complete the task. After the woman sat down, others no longer hesitated and began asking questions one after another. Everyone agreed with this question, nodding in approval. Surely they can't just walk away and leave their work behind. Eventually, they'll have to return. What if the former team leader gives them a hard time? Though unlikely, it doesn't mean it can't happen. Don't talk about luck. If they were lucky, they wouldn't have been selected out of thousands to sit in this conference room. Xia Xiaoman put down the printed list, smiling lightly. Rest assured, everyone, your work will be uniformly taken over by the company's AI, and the vacant positions will be filled by tomorrow. For some reason, upon hearing this explanation, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The vacancies will be promptly filled. The implication is that this group of people can be replaced at any time. Though hard to accept, this seems to be the truth. Truth can be pretty harsh. For the next half hour, it was mostly people asking questions and Xia Xiaoman responding. Until no one raised their hands for a couple of minutes. Xia Xiaoman finally put away her smile, speaking sternly. Regarding confidentiality, you're only allowed to work on the company's allotted computers. Watching the people disperse, Xia Xiaoman didn't tell them that what she trusts is the company's monitoring system and the somewhat intimidating zero. As for trusting them, the most unpredictable thing is human nature. At kindergarten, Candy was dumbfounded as she watched her classmates pull mooncakes out of their bags. At this moment, Candy was in complete admiration of her brother. Looking at the mooncake Xiang'er handed over, deep down Candy wanted to refuse. Her bag was already overflowing with mooncakes, and she didn't know what to do with them. But recalling what her brother said in the morning, Candy accepted it with a grin. Candy said, while swiftly pulling a mooncake out of her bag and placing it in Xiang'er's hand. After the first time, Candy discovered the correct way to distribute mooncakes. Moreover, with this exchange method, she never had to worry about the awkwardness of being out of mooncakes in her bag. Sure enough, her brother could foresee everything accurately. Montak Yingchun. I clearly told you to give them to your classmates, not to trade with others. What kind of divine understanding do you have? Fortunately, Mo Jingchun, who is busy inputting data into the database in the lab at this moment, has no idea about this scenario. After a round, returning to her seat, Candy noticed the increased number of mooncakes in her bag and was a bit perplexed. Wasn't it supposed to be an exchange? Why are the mooncakes multiplying? Of course, Candy would never know. All the children's parents had instructed them before leaving home. You don't have to give to others, but you must gift one to the class president. Carrying the heavier bag, Candy felt a bit at a loss. Should she carry all these mooncakes back after school? That would be too tiring. During the big recess, as Candy sat on a small stool, dazing over what to do with the mooncakes, she heard someone calling for her. Following the pointed direction, Candy looked toward the classroom door and, sure enough, saw a chubby little kid smiling at her at the door. Candy raised an eyebrow, wondering whose little kid this was, so short and small, possibly a little one from the nursery class. Acting out of an elder sister and class president's sense of responsibility as a cadre, Candy thought it over and decided to walk out. Brightening up upon seeing Candy approaching, Wong Howren couldn't help but admire the class leader, the tough nut of the kindergarten. Her aura was indeed different. This was a thigh he had to cling to firmly. "Whose brat are you?" Listening to the little kid clearly express himself, Candy scratched her head in confusion. His words really hit Candy's sweet spot, making her laugh. P.S. Many thanks for the support and rewards from Hongmeng Zilian and Ziyu. Chapter 518. Big Sister Boss and Little Brother 5. Chapter 518. Chapter 518. Big Sister Boss and Little Brother 5. Looking at the little rascal's wide-open, incredulous eyes, Candy got even more excited and went on a roll. How about it? Impressive, right? Wong Howren gave a thumbs up, not holding back his praise at all. Candy, who was feeling a bit over the moon from all the compliments, smiled smugly. Of course, what the two little ones didn't know was that under a tree in the distance, two classes' teachers were watching the duo, chatting and laughing at the entrance, with worried expressions. One of them was already troublesome enough, and now the two little demons have teamed up. All they could do was silently pray that the two wouldn't cause any trouble. How did Wong Howren from your class end up in mine? Hey, you can't just say that. Why are you asking me? Who should I ask then? The other went silent. Hey, quick, bring Wong Howren back to the classroom. Just as someone from the small class was about to bring Wong Howren back, they were stopped again. Just then, the little rascal directly asked Candy to be his big sister, saying that from now on, Wong Howren would be her little brother. Candy was stunned at that big scene. After coming to her senses, Candy found the idea of being a big sister more and more interesting, especially because she finally had a little brother in reality, rather than being a solitary leader without followers. Saying that, Candy went back to the classroom and without a second thought, dumped all the mooncake from her backpack into a red plastic bag. Candy hefted it up. It was heavy. She wondered whether her newly recognized little brother could carry it. No matter, she'd just help bring it to his classroom if needed. Thinking of this, Candy chuckled, leaving Xiang-Er next to her puzzled. Candy was truly happy, not only because she gained a little brother, but also because she found a way to offload those mooncakes that troubled her. A double win. It's called bribery. No, as her brother would say, it's called social savvy. That's right, social savvy. Suddenly holding a bag full of mooncakes, Wong Howren was moved. It turned out that following the big sister was a very wise choice. At that moment, the class bell rang. Wong Howren didn't dawdle at all. His words and actions were crisp and clear. Because Wong Howren understood that if the big sister said so, it must be true that the teacher would go crazy if they found he was missing. The two little ones, unaware, carried on, while their every move was observed by the teachers. Simultaneously, every word and action was recorded by Zero. In a lab, having just finished recording some data, Mo Jingchun leaned back in a chair, rubbing his temples. This kind of brain work was exhausting, and with more than an hour until lunch, his stomach was already growling with hunger. Zero suddenly jumped onto the desk, laughing out loud, leaving Imo Jingchun dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, right, I'm Imo Jingchun in my private lab, having just finished recording some technical data, taking a moment to rest in my chair. But why on earth is my AI acting like it's having a seizure? I can't take it. While Imo Jingchun looked on in confusion, Zero laughed for a good while. Boss, it cracked me up. Kenny just got herself a little brother, a 3-year-old little brother, haha. Saying so, Zero played back the full process of Candy recruiting her little brother in kindergarten. After watching the video, Imo Jingchun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Taking in a 3-year-old little brother, really it's a one-of-a-kind act. If this got out, it would not only be not intimidating, but also quite hilarious. Being just 5 years old himself, he had the audacity to call someone else a little rascal. Imo Jingchun really wanted to ask his sister what she was thinking. And those mooncakes, where did they all come from? Sigh. Imo Jingchun sighed lightly and said, Imo Jingchun twisted his neck. Okay, in kindergarten, Kenny can't cause too much trouble. Saying that, Imo Jingchun closed his eyes, and Zero considerately turned off the bright lights in the lab, leaving only a gentle glow. In the classroom, Candy saw the message on the smartwatch but didn't take it too seriously. She, being such a well-behaved child, how could she cause trouble? The kindergarten teachers and principal worried the whole day, but until school ended, the two little ones were extraordinarily obedient. It's just that Wong Howren would go and find Candy quite often. After school, Candy waved to Wong Howren, who was still in line waiting for his parents, before swiping her card and running out through the turnstile without looking back. Outside, Fian was already waiting with her bicycle. About 10 minutes after Candy rode off on her bike, Tang Jinglan belatedly arrived to pick up her son from school. On the first day of school, parents are the most keen to pick up their kids. As time went on, Tang Jinglan understood why no one rushed to pick up their kids anymore. Turns out the boss had already set the rule that the kindergarten would stay open until 11 at night to accommodate parents who might need to work late. Wong Howren, at the kindergarten entrance, Tang Jinglan waved to her son inside with a smile. Chapter 519, Scared Unconscious 1. Chapter 519, Scared Unconscious 1. Carrying several pounds of mooncakes, Tang Jinglan was full of confusion at the moment, wondering where on earth so many mooncakes came from. There was even a mooncake the size of a plate, my goodness. Tang Jinglan suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that her son had snatched all the mooncakes from the kids in his class? The more she thought about it, the more scared she got. Apart from a whole class pooling together, where else could so many mooncakes come from? They couldn't have fallen from the sky. Quick, tell Mom, did you take these mooncakes from other kids? Wong Howren, who was walking ahead with a small backpack, suddenly turned around and rolled his eyes. Tang Jinglan, who had caught up, pondered for a moment and nodded under Wong Howren's incredulous gaze. The next second, Wong Howren's eyes widened even more. But it's okay, son, you're still young. Ugh, Wong Howren sighed, feeling helpless with such an unreliable mom. Mom, let's talk about it when we get home. The teacher guarding the barrier at the kindergarten gate really wanted to remind Wong Howren's mom that Wong Howren didn't cause any trouble today, and those mooncakes were all given by Candy. If there really was a mooncake snatching incident, these teachers wouldn't ignore it as it affects the monthly assessment. No one would mess with money. Candy ran happily into the office. Unsurprisingly, her brother was not there again. In the office, only her sister was sitting on the sofa, holding a mobile phone with a distressed face, not even lifting her head. Candy parked her bicycle and looked closer, then couldn't help but pout. In less than 30 seconds, just as Candy said, the crystal exploded. Zhou Yaling angrily exited the game interface and threw the phone onto the sofa. Zhou Yaling crossed her hands over her chest, scrutinizing Candy, who was laughing loudly, and snorted lightly. Zhou Yaling's eyes shifted, deliberately pretending to seem unconcerned. Oh, seeing the little one's anxious look, Zhou Yaling couldn't help but want to laugh. She's flustered. This is the right way to start a conversation. Hee hee, Today, I accepted a little brother. What the heck? Zhou Yaling's brain couldn't keep up for a moment and nearly crashed. Even Bun, who was snoring on the sofa, seemed surprised and suddenly lifted his head. It was actually true. Zhou Yaling was directly stunned. Looking at Candy's serious face, Zhou Yaling suddenly wanted some peace. You talk so boldly without knowing. Who gave you the courage? Was it Liang Jingru? Candy scratched her head in confusion, wondering why they were going to the bedroom. Seeing her sister had already gone to the bedroom, Candy didn't hesitate much and followed. In the bedroom, Zhou Yaling opened the wardrobe and carefully picked out a pair of thick cotton pants for Guogua. Zhou Yaling felt the texture and had to admit that you get what you pay for. Candy's clothes felt comfortable. Sitting on the bed, Candy looked at Zhou Yaling as if she were looking at a fool, seriously doubting if her sister's brain was working properly. Although it's autumn, winter is still far away. To wear such thick cotton pants this season, what was she thinking? I don't want to. After saying that, Candy jumped off the bed, ready to make a run for it. Who knows if foolishness might be contagious? But before she could take 2 steps, her tiny body was caught by Zhou Yaling. Upon hearing this, Candy immediately struggled. Having a little brother in senior kindergarten is going way too far. If she dared to do that, her old man wouldn't just hang her up for a beating. Such sins, such sins. Next time Candy gets a spanking, recording it to soothe her own young heart would be good. Thinking of this, Zhou Yaling chuckled. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Tang Jinglan and her son returned to the dormitory, she directly picked up a stick and sneered. Facing his mother's imposing and domineering appearance, Wang Haoren was not afraid at all, even rolling his eyes. This left Tang Jinglan instantly frustrated. Her son was a bit precocious, not just a little precocious, which really worried Tang Jinglan. Childhood shouldn't be like this. Their world should be about play and fun. Mom, can't you think it through? Tang Jinglan nodded in agreement, but she still didn't intend to put down the stick in her hand. Tang Jinglan was puzzled. How about it? Wang Haoren just turned around, wanted to see a joyful smile on his mom's face, only to turn around and see his dear mom rolling her eyes and fainting straight to the ground. This really scared Wang Haoren. He immediately opened the door and randomly pulled a big sister to help take his mom to the park's hospital. Seeing someone being carried in at the Tech Park's medical office, seemingly fainted, they were taken aback. A few minutes later, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 520. Getting beaten is out of the question, too. Chapter 520. Chapter 520. Getting beaten is out of the question, too. When the doctor said this, Wang Haoren had already run into the infirmary. Tang Jinglan, leaning on the hospital bed, took a sip of glucose given by the doctor and looked at her worried son, feeling soft-hearted again. Moreover, the matter involved the most important people in the company. Tang Jinglan was very aware that some things should not be said in front of outsiders. Otherwise, it would lead to disaster. At this moment, a quiet and gentle girl walked in. "Thank you," Tang Jinglan smiled and thanked the kind stranger who helped her. It was nothing. Feeling his mother's gaze, Wang Haoren quickly wiped away his tears and followed the big sister out. After a short while, Wang Haoren returned with his head down. Looking at her son's demeanor, Tang Jinglan felt both guilty and heartbroken. She even thought to herself that if she hadn't insisted on the divorce back then, maybe her son wouldn't be so withdrawn. "Mom," the doctor said. Tang Jinglan waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. I know what's going on." Back at the dorm, the two were silent. Tang Jinglan was more worried and fearful. The boss must already know about such a big thing. Sigh. Tang Jinglan sighed lightly, resigning herself to fate. What's the worst that could happen? At most, just move to another city and continue living. Wang Haoren was prepared to get a beating, but his mom just sighed. Mom, in the office building, Xia Xiaomin, having arranged all the business trips, just stepped into her office when she received Zero's latest notification that someone fainted in the dorm. Without a word, Xia Xiaomin immediately turned around to go check. But as she reached the ground floor, Zero pushed another update. After reading it, Xia Xiaomin breathed a sigh of relief and headed back. Good that nothing happened or else tonight's headlines would have been Candy technology. With a beep, Candy, covering for Zhou Yaling, directly handed the phone to her. By the time Zhou Yaling realized, Candy had already pushed her bike out, taking 2 pets with her, and ran into Xia Xiaoman returning. Candy ran past Xia Xiaoman like a gust of wind. Shortly after, Zhou Yaling also came out. In the elevator hall, Zhou Yaling, manipulating her hero, laughed and said, "Why'd you run so fast?" "Nye, nye, nye." Zhou Yaling chuckled lightly, showing no intention of arguing with Candy. "Go ahead and laugh now. There'll be tears soon enough." He, recruiting a little follower in kindergarten is quite fun. Zhou Yaling didn't believe her brother was unaware. She was almost certain her brother had already found a stick downstairs. But soon, Zhou Yaling was disappointed. Sitting in the car, Zhou Yaling looked around but didn't see any sign of a stick. As soon as Zhou Yaling mentioned the stick, Mo Jingshun understood. This person just likes to stir up trouble and watch the excitement. Little did she know that Candy had personally told Zhou Yaling. By this time, Candy was a bit dissatisfied. "Sister, you're acting weird today." The atmosphere in the car turned unusually quiet. Zhou Yaling awkwardly smiled, timidly touching her nose. It seemed Candy found an outlet to complain to Mo Jingshun. Hearing this, Mo Jingshun was surprised. But as Mo Jingshun thought about it, something felt off. Why would she worry about Candy getting hurt, yet ask for a stick as soon as she got in the car? It seemed very contradictory. Throughout the ride, Mo Jingshun said nothing, making Zhou Yaling restless inside. Back home, unwilling to give in, Zhou Yaling went to the kitchen to cook dinner, while Mo Jingshun and Candy sat on the sofa watching TV. In the kitchen, the more Zhou Yaling thought, the angrier she got, and she tossed the fish onto the floor. In the living room, watching cartoons, Candy suddenly asked, puzzled, "Let's not talk about this." "Uh-huh, brother, you knew." At this, Mo Jingshun, leaning on the sofa, smiled silently. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, everything went quiet. Zhou Yaling, holding a frying pan, pressed her ear against the wall, eavesdropping, ready to step in as the goddess of justice to save Candy if he got scolded. In front of kids, someone has to play the good guy and someone the bad guy. But Zhou Yaling was disappointed. Her brother just said, "Oh," and there was nothing more. How could it just be an "oh"? What's different? Zhou Yaling was stunned. Are geniuses so common nowadays that they're everywhere? Chapter 521, Were Vegetable Growers 3. Chapter 521. Chapter 521, Were Vegetable Growers 3. After enduring a day and night of torment, Tang Jinglan was in a daze at work. She waited until after work, but nothing happened, which left Tang Jinglan feeling a bit confused. She had imagined many possibilities in her mind, but never considered that nothing would happen, not even a single warning. Why is it like this? Walking on the way to pick up her son from kindergarten, Tang Jinglan was pondering. Could it be that the boss still doesn't know? Tang Jinglan shook her head. It was unlikely. Unknowingly, Tang Jinglan had already reached the kindergarten entrance. Hearing her son's voice from inside the kindergarten, Tang Jinglan snapped back to reality. On the way back, Wang Haoran pulled out a bottle of Waha from his pocket and handed it to his mom. "I see, just returning to the office," and Mo Jingshun nodded and took a few big gulps of cool, boiled water. On the sofa, Zhou Yaling and Candy, who had been playing rock, paper, scissors jokingly, stopped their game upon seeing Mo Jingshun return and started packing up to go home. Xia Xiaoman shrugged helplessly, but she could see that the boss was genuinely busy lately, returning every afternoon looking exhausted. Coming, waiting for the car outside the office building, Candy sniffed the air. "Brother, it smells so good," Candy laughed heartily. In the distance, the osmanthus tree at the canteen entrance swayed in the wind, emitting a faint fragrance that made many employees heading to the canteen pause to take photos. It's not that no one wanted to pick a branch of osmanthus, but besides a sign forbidding picking, there was also another sign nearby that read. Of course, the most crucial thing was an additional camera that somehow appeared near the osmanthus tree. For Candy Technologies' veteran employees, they wouldn't go near the osmanthus tree even without these warnings. That was the territory of Candy's two pets, not to mention the police dog that loved lying under the osmanthus tree every day. The car slowly came over from the parking lot, and Candy also held a handful of osmanthus flowers. Once in the car, the whole vehicle was filled with the rich scent of osmanthus, which smelled delightful. In the evening, after dinner, it was another uneventful day. Candy, out of the blue, ran upstairs to play the piano. Zhou Yaling, barefoot on the sofa, was playing a game and cursing. Only Mo Jingchun kept to his usual routine, watching half an hour of news broadcast every day. Suddenly, a news segment caught his intense interest. Instantly, Mo Jingchun's brain selectively blocked out Zhou Yaling's cursing voice. Damn growing vegetables. When Mo Jingchun heard that the purpose of building a lunar base was to grow vegetables, he knew it was just to bluff foreign countries. Everyone knows that you wouldn't go to the trouble of building a lunar underground base just to grow a few vegetables. But saying this conveniently shuts people up, leaving them speechless. What to do with a lunar underground base? It's clearly told that it's for growing vegetables. What? You don't believe it? That's impossible. The citizens of our country have unwavering faith in it. What? You want a tour? Laughing, Mo Jingchun fell into contemplation again. Building an underground base on the moon is not like on Blue Star. The construction difficulty is one thing. Another challenge is how to transport those facilities to the moon, not to mention others. Even he feels that building a lunar underground base is too costly. Simple experimental research doesn't require this. A convenient surface base is already sufficient. Mo Jingchun muttered to himself while thinking. Being suddenly interrupted, Mo Jingchun felt annoyed and glared at Zhou Yaling. Understanding the situation, Zhou Yaling didn't bother about losing the game and swiftly tiptoed away with her shoes. Never interrupt when the elder brother is thinking, or he'll explode. This was Zhou Yaling's learned wisdom. Most likely, it's new minerals and very valuable ones. That's Mo Jingchun's genuine thought. The moon contains various minerals not found on Blue Star. That's a significant reason countries are keen to explore the moon. Mo Jingchun predicts that in no more than 3 days, the beautiful country will surely follow Xia country's lead and globally announce plans to build a lunar underground base. But if they really do that, there's a good show to watch. One is to facilitate the extraction of important minerals, and the other simply to showcase being the #1 country. Once implemented, Mo Jingchun has no doubt that this action might very well cripple the beautiful country's economy. At that moment, without taxpayer support, the beautiful country's projects would inevitably be halted, like their space shuttles in the past. At night, lying in bed, Mo Jingchun turned on short videos. Unsurprisingly, such a large plan immediately topped searches. With a pin notification on the platform, traffic was surging. The title was also blood-pumping. Awesome, my country. However, after watching for a moment, Mo Jingchun put down the phone. The moon is still too far away. Candy technology can't even make a rocket now, let alone modify more advanced aerospace fighters into space shuttles. Either way, there's still a long road ahead. Chapter 522. Let's start with the little girl selling nukes, Part 4. Chapter 522. Chapter 522. Let's start with the little girl selling nukes, Part 4. Mo Jingchun, who slept until dawn, started his morning as usual with a rhythmic morning run to exercise his body. With the support of Zero, the effects of Mo Jingchun's physical training were very apparent. The most direct feeling for Mo Jingchun was that his legs were bursting with energy, and he could feel the solid muscles. Whenever he went jogging, Mo Jingchun felt like he was back in middle school, practicing sprints and frog jumps every day before the physical education exam. The sensation was both wonderful and exhausting. After feeding the fish, while waiting for Zhou Yaling to make breakfast, Mo Jingchun started reading the latest news that Zero had carefully collected. Oh, shaking his head disdainfully at the lengthy discussion above, Mo Jingchun thought. First comes the condemnation, The next step must be holding up the flag of all humanity and proposing a plan for global cooperation. They think they have a cunning plan, the simplest and also the most fatal oversight. If they really take the step of global cooperation, with just a little maneuvering, the location for the construction of the underground moon base can be changed, trapping the involved countries. However, Mo Jingshun guessed that unless absolutely necessary, the upper management would not do this as there are too many people and things involved. Moreover, today's Xia country is not the Xia country of decades ago. It fears no challenge from any country. Got it, Candy, wearing a small backpack and riding a bicycle, got further and further away. Bun lazily glanced over and walked towards the osmanthus tree blossoming in the distance. The walking posture was quite dashing. Goodbye, then. In the pitch-dark laboratory, only the air conditioner was running until at a certain moment, all the equipment seemed to be turned on simultaneously. The lights opened instantly, illuminating the whole laboratory as if it were daylight. A host of electronic devices began to operate normally. A minute later, there was a ding sound. The elevator door in the laboratory opened, and a person walked out. Mo Jingshun rubbed his arms, feeling a bit cold. 0. Adjust the temperature to the most comfortable for humans. In just a few minutes, the temperature inside the laboratory rose significantly. What are we waiting for? Days like this, let's end them soon. In a laboratory, Mo Jingshun was engrossed in recording data. On the highway, 100 kilometers outside Hua County, Qin Yuzhu was driving fast. On the passenger seat beside Qin Yuzhu lay 2 large red invitations, which, without looking at the words, resembled 2 admission notices. On top of the 2 large red invitations were 2 identity information cards. The picture on the top one was of Mo Jingshun. An hour later, Qin Yuzhu arrived at the entrance of the Candy Science and Technology Park, but was stopped because she didn't have a vehicle pass. Without thinking much, Qin Yuzhu picked up the phone and called Mo Jingshun. Hello, the number you've dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Holding the phone, Qin Yuzhu took a deep breath and said bluntly, 0. Can't you make it sound more realistic? Also, where's the English prompt? Your vehicle pass has been temporarily approved, and Ms., this call ends now. Looking at the call ending, Qin Yuzhu shrugged. She thought she was naive back then, believing in the nonsense of an artificial intelligence being an artificial half-wit. In retrospect, considering Candy Technology's expertise in algorithm fields, it makes no sense that the developed AI would be dumb. A little girl selling nukes. I'm speechless at this moment. The barrier gate at the main entrance automatically raised, and with a push on the gas pedal, Qin Yuzhu drove in. Seeing the car entering the park, the security staff did not stop it. Just moments ago, the company's AI had already sent a voice message through the Bluetooth headset. In the meeting room, Qin Yuzhu sat across from Xia Xiaoman. The two exchanged no words. Qin Yuzhu knew Xia Xiaoman was also arranged by the upper management, which was no surprise, and Mo Jingshun knew from the beginning but never refused. Yet, who Xia Xiaoman was accountable to remains unknown. Even to Qin Yuzhu, it's a mystery. Despite her access, probing Xia Xiaoman's information showed it was classified, lacking the necessary access rights. Waiting and waiting, Qin Yuzhu lost track of how many glasses of water she had drunk, having gone to the restroom twice already. Just by shaking a little, she could hear the water sloshing in her stomach. As Xia Xiaoman mentioned, it wasn't until nearly 11 o'clock, and Qin Yuzhu's stomach was growling. Despite this, Qin Yuzhu showed no sign of impatience. That guy is conducting research in the lab. Disturbing him now would just be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? If interrupted at a crucial moment in an experiment, she'd be the one at fault. Qin Yuzhu didn't think she was exaggerating one bit. The technological advances from Mo Jingshun are nothing short of groundbreaking. BZZ, the phone on the meeting room table vibrated nonstop, and upon checking, it was a call from Mo Jingshun. Enough chatting. Come down with Xia Xiaoman to eat. No matter how big the issue is, it's always better discussed with a full stomach. Beep beep, listening to the busy tone, Qin Yuzhu shrugged. Chapter 523. Brew tea with that? You must be joking. 5. Chapter 523. Chapter 523. Brew tea with that? You must be joking. 5. Just as the employees of Candy Technology got off work, the kids at the kindergarten were already eating. One of the biggest joys for the older kids is being able to choose what they want to eat from a variety of dishes. Unlike the younger groups, where the teachers prepare all the meals in advance. Upon hearing this, Candy, who hadn't yet sat down, blinked her eyes and laughed, saying, under Wong Howard's watchful eyes, Candy took her tray and queued up again. Soon, she was at the front of the line. The teacher serving the food was surprised and said, "Didn't I give you chicken leg?" If it were any other kid, the teacher might not have remembered what food she served, but being the boss's sister, it was hard not to notice her. "I'll give you one first, and come back for more if it's not enough." With another chicken leg, Candy turned and left. 2. It was just Candy saying that on purpose. The principle was the same as her sister haggling when shopping. In the distance, the teacher who served the food saw Candy and Wong Howard sitting together and could easily guess where the other chicken leg went. But so what if they knew? The company specifically stated there is no restriction on children's meals. Anyone asking for a chicken leg would get it. It's true they can get extra servings, but not wasting food is also true. Moreover, we're talking about the boss's sister here. For some reason, many teachers who initially worried about the two kids now started feeling envious of Wong Howard. Given the current relationship between the two kids, as long as Wong Howard sticks close to Candy, it's like holding onto the thigh of Candy Technology. As long as Candy Technology stays in business, Wong Howard will surely thrive in the future. Under the shade, Mo Jingchun rubbed his empty belly waiting for Qin Yuju and Xia Xiaoman. Little Gray circled around Mo Jingchun, wagging its tail before scampering back under the osmanthus tree. Mo Jingchun glanced over and wouldn't go there to save his life. Who knows how much natural fertilizer Little Gray has deposited under that tree? What can be said for certain is a lot. Otherwise, the osmanthus tree dug up with an excavator by Candy wouldn't just survive, but also be full of flowers. In the distance, Qin Yuju and Xia Xiaoman walked over side by side. Instantly, Mo Jingchun and Xia Xiaoman turned into wooden statues. "What's wrong with you two?" Mo Jingchun weakly pointed to Little Gray under the tree. A confused Qin Yuju looked back under the tree, suddenly taken aback. In broad daylight, Little Gray was lifting its hind leg against the osmanthus tree. With that, Qin Yuju headed straight to the canteen. Scientifically speaking, natural fertilizers are better than compound fertilizers, but still, harvesting osmanthus from a tree nourished by a dog's fertilizer to make tea feels a bit unsettling. In the canteen, Mo Jingchun, Qin Yuju, and Xia Xiaoman were all famished, but Mo Jingchun didn't ask why Qin Yuju had come today. All Mo Jingchun wanted right now was to fill his stomach first. Montak Yingchun nodded nonchalantly. Qin Yuju? Qin Yuju was stunned by Mo Jingchun's straightforward comment. Spending all the time in the lab, researching a space shuttle? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Even though she's not a researcher, she does have common sense. A space shuttle? Is that something one person can invent? Don't joke, this involves many fields. Even with commercial jets, no enterprise can just decide to research and make it happen, let alone an individual. Just look at the numbers and you'll understand why building a commercial jet is so hard. Typically, a large commercial jet has millions of parts requiring thousands of partnering suppliers. And a space shuttle? It demands even more parts, which are more intricate, and many components aren't just made by any supplier. Qin Yuju assumed Mo Jingchun was intentionally being vague about the research project because otherwise it was too terrifying to be true. And Mo Jingchun's thinking was simple, just giving Qin Yuju a heads up. After all, the aerospace fighter will eventually see the light of day and come to public attention. Seeing Qin Yuju and Xia Xiaoman were done eating, Mo Jingchun lazily got up. Mo Jingchun glanced at the unbothered Qin Yuju, then nodded. About 10 minutes later, Mo Jingchun brought Qin Yuju to the office and casually dropped onto a sofa. Qin Yuju didn't hold back and sat down. Eyeing Qin Yuzhu, Imo Jingshun tentatively asked. But Qin Yuzhu just shook her head and replied. Faced with Imo Jingchuan's suspicious gaze, Qin Yuzhu helplessly said, Chapter 524, Invitation, Part 1. Chapter 524, Chapter 524, Invitation, Part 1, True or False, Imo Jingshun couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, building an underground base on the moon involves not just various mechanical equipment, but a large number of personnel as well. But since Qin Yuzhu already said she didn't know, it would be quite pointless to keep pressing for answers. Not knowing means there's nothing to say. Even if she knew a bit, she probably wouldn't talk due to confidentiality. So, there's no need to make oneself uncomfortable. There were only 2 people in the office. Xia Xiaoman wasn't there, so Imo Jingshun had to make tea himself. As he spoke, Imo Jingshun glanced at a handbag Qin Yuzhu had been carrying since they met. Unlike ordinary handbags, Qin Yuzhu's had a zipper, making it impossible to see what was inside. Oh, that piqued Imo Jingchuan's curiosity. Qin Yuzhu didn't notice that all the omnidirectional cameras in the office simultaneously turned to focus on the 2 sitting on the sofa. More accurately, they were aiming at the handbag in Qin Yuzhu's hand. Under the cameras and Imo Jingchuan's gaze, Qin Yuzhu unzipped the handbag. Inside appeared a shade of red. It was paper, and the first thought in Imo Jingchuan's mind was an admission letter. It was too similar to an admission letter, but Imo Jingchun knew well that it couldn't be an admission letter. Not only because he already had the status of a professor, but mainly because he saw 2 pieces of red paper. The next second, Qin Yuzhu took out the invitation and placed it on the coffee table. The tea was ready, and Qin Yuzhu simply poured herself a cup. Imo Jingchun grinned and accepted the parade invitation on behalf of Su Pengfei. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuzhu just rolled her eyes at the curious Imo Jingchun. What you said, those Western countries also want to know. Qin Yuzhu seemed already immersed in the scene, her face full of excitement. Imo Jingchun awkwardly touched his nose and very directly said, Those robots look impressive, but they're just for show. Imo Jingchun was speechless for a moment. For a brief moment, Imo Jingchun even doubted if the rabbit had developed reusable spacecraft. Otherwise, how could the rabbit have the confidence to build an underground base on the moon? Such a project is enormous. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Imo Jingchun even imagined the rabbit spacecraft was already in the testing phase. Qin Yuzhu stayed in Imo Jingchuan's office for less than half an hour before leaving. And after putting the invitation in the drawer, Imo Jingchun went directly to take a nap in the bedroom. Afternoon work needed continuation. Without a nap, he'd have no energy in the afternoon. Maybe Xia Xiaoman's urging call had an effect. The next day, when Imo Jingchun left the lab early for lunch, he ran into the dashing Su Pengfei and Li Wanning, the couple. After picking up a plate of food, Imo Jingchun approached their table. Unfazed by Su Pengfei and Li Wanning's couple time, Imo Jingchun sat right next to Su Pengfei. Mo Jingchun rolled his eyes. Don't leave after work this afternoon. Wait for me in my office. Chapter 525. Surprises brought by the second-generation ternary computer. Part 2. Chapter 525. Chapter 525. Surprises brought by the second-generation ternary computer. Part 2. While eating, Imo Jingchun looked up and laughed strangely. Facing each other, Su Pengfei and Li Wanning exchanged a glance, both understanding the wistful tone in their boss's voice. It seems the boss was really busy while they were on their honeymoon. Imo Jingchun looked up at Su Pengfei, surprised. How did you know? Having finished his meal, Su Pengfei placed his chopsticks on his bowl and said with a joyful expression. Su Pengfei was not pretending at all, honestly speaking. He knew very well that if he hadn't met the boss back then, hadn't had the boss's support, he wouldn't have the status and position he has today. Others call him President Su left and right, but he knows it's Candy Technology that made him, not the other way around. The true soul of Candy Technology is the boss alone. All right, you've both finished eating. Why not hurry up and leave? Seeing the familiar back with long, flowing hair, Mo Jingchuan's eyes brightened, and he quickly waved. In the distance, looking for a seat with a tray in hand, Li Xuanyu heard the sound and looked over. Upon seeing it was Mo Jingchun, Li Xuanyu walked over with a smile. Hearing this, Li Wanning covered her mouth with a smile, and the two stood up in sync. "Hey, why are you leaving?" Around them, the employees eating were all focused on their meals, pretending they heard nothing. Li Xuanyu said, puzzled, looking at the two departing figures and placing the tray down. "Anyway, I've thought it through. At worst, I'll just spend another day." After the meal, the two parted at the dormitory entrance. Mo Jingchun returned to the office. Looking at the empty office, with no one but himself, Mo Jingchun really missed the summer vacation days when Candy was around every day. With the little one around, there was never a shortage of laughter. Oh, of course, sometimes there was crying too. Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun pushed open the bedroom door and went to sleep. Got it, boss. Sweet dreams in the pitch-black universe. Mo Jingchun dreamt of leading a fleet in a battle against an unknown civilization whose technology was about on par with humanity's level in the 90s. And this time, humans were the invaders. In the dim universe, a dazzling white light flashed by at the speed of light. The next second, Mo Jingchun awoke. Cuckoo, putting on his coat, Mo Jingchun only washed his face with cold water before leaving. Mo Jingchun knew he had a dream in the span of a short hour, but he had already forgotten what it was about, except for the final impression of a flash of light. "Young man, do you believe in light?" Entering data was painful, it was noisy and dull, but fortunately it was nearing the end. In the laboratory, Mo Jingchun twisted his neck, signaling Zero to continue. Montag Yingchun Faunet. You couldn't blame Mo Jingchun for thinking so, since the research on the ternary computer was progressing slowly, with constant issues. In recent meetings with Wei Luxue, her face always looked worried, indicating they might have encountered problems in the lab a few days ago. Sighing, Mo Jingchun didn't see the subtle smile on Zero's lips. Evidently, Zero knew what happened to the ternary lab, and from the look, it was definitely good news. He hadn't even reached the lab when he heard commotion from the half-open door, like a marketplace. Contrary to expectations, people's faces weren't full of worry. Instead, they were joyful. Joyful about what? Mo Jingchun's arrival quieted the previously noisy lab. Pushed forward by the crowd, Wei Luxue was propelled in front of Mo Jingchun. Astonishingly, the computational power of the second-generation machine has improved dramatically. The computational power is this strong, something Mo Jingchun did not expect. The system had only provided the principles of the ternary computer and specifically emphasized its importance, but Mo Jingchun never imagined the ternary computer would be so impressive the next second. Mo Jingchun poured cold water on everyone. Chapter 526, Demonic Winds, Part 1. Chapter 526, Demonic Winds, Part 1. Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun said earnestly, "What you need to do now is calm down and continue researching the third-generation machine." At this moment, Wei Luxue calmly took a lollipop from the pocket of her white lab coat, unwrapped it, and then put it in her mouth. Then, Wei Luxue playfully blinked and said unhurriedly, "Teacher, we've already considered all that you've mentioned. Of course, most importantly, in the future we won't have to worry about being choked by others with supercomputers." Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Mo Jingchun was genuinely surprised again. A Triner's supercomputer. This idea had never crossed his mind. This is why people need to collaborate, because no one can consider everything alone. Newton couldn't, and neither could Einstein. Mo Jingchun pondered, and everyone else in the lab held their breaths. As long as the boss nodded, their long-standing research would achieve a leap forward. The first application of a Triner computer. The response came from Yang Chengsheng, the head of the computer research lab. Mo Jingchun fully agreed with the team's cautious approach led by Yang Chengsheng. However, now Zero's lazy voice echoed in everyone's ears, bringing not surprise but joy and apprehension. The fear was that the simulation might fail. Before Mo Jingchun could speak, Zero was already in action. On the giant monitor connected to the second-generation Trinera computer, a lot of garbled characters kept flashing. Watching this, the researchers were on edge. Even though they knew it was the artificial intelligence Zero conducting various tests on the computer, it felt too intense, causing both worry and a bit of distress. This small computer was the result of their tireless research, akin to their child. A minute later, the screen went black, and just as everyone thought it had crashed, the familiar desktop reappeared on the display. Data collection complete. This time, Zero made everyone wait longer than usual. Although only 10 minutes passed, Yang Chengsheng and others felt like they had endured a century. Only Wei Luxue was carefree, still sucking on her lollipop. The quiet atmosphere was broken by Wei Luxue's words, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing Wei Luxue pull out another lollipop from somewhere, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Without hesitation, Wei Luxue quickly put the newly pulled-out lollipop back into her pocket. For some reason, Mo Jingchun couldn't shake off the feeling that he was dealing with a child when facing Wei Luxue. Height, appearance, personality, mannerisms, everything screamed to the world that she was just a kid. At that moment, Mo Jingchun even began to doubt Wei Luxue's actual age, wondering if the birth year on her ID was incorrect. Zero's voice broke Mo Jingchun's train of thought, raising everyone's heartbeat to their throats. Mo Jingchun remained calm. Regardless of the results, it wouldn't significantly impact him. For now, the supercomputer transaction with the higher-ups was sufficient. Unexpectedly, Zero paused for a moment. Zero's words nearly left Yang Chengsheng breathless. Such an artificial intelligence, truly exasperating. Mo Jingchun said with a smile. After departing from the computer research lab, Mo Jingchun didn't return to his four-person laboratory. A little bit, but it's not a big difference for me. The elevator had already stopped, and as the voice prompt indicated, the elevator door opened. Seeing Wild Wolf and the others waiting downstairs at the lab building, Mo Jingchun nodded. The tempered glass door of the lobby was tightly closed, and inside and outside the building were two completely different worlds. The lobby was calm, but outside the wind was fierce, and even the sky had darkened, signaling the approach of a storm. Through the gap of the tempered glass door, Mo Jingchun could feel the strength of the wind. To Mo Jingchun's astonishment, the large green trash bin placed at the entrance of the laboratory building was blown away by the wind. Chapter 527, Zero's Schadenfreude, Part 2. Chapter 527, Chapter 527, Zero's Schadenfreude, Part 2. Staring at the sky outside growing darker, with rain like a cascade of water, and Mo Jingchun's expression grew increasingly grave. This wasn't just heavy rain, it looked like a typhoon. With such strong wind, even half-full trash bins were being blown away. If a child were outside, it would be unimaginable. Every child is the hope of a family. If anything happens to a child at the kindergarten, how could he explain it to the child's family? Money can buy many things, but it cannot buy back a life. Boss, according to Ms., the rain kept pouring down, and in just such a short time, water had started to accumulate on the asphalt roads within the park. With such heavy rain, the drainage system couldn't keep up, and all the water was flowing towards the lower area of the south gate. Half an hour, the storm lasted half an hour, leaving the entire greenery of the tech park in disarray. Seeing the sun reappear, Mo Jingchun wanted to curse. What is this terrible weather? Just moments ago, it was a storm, and the next moment it's bright and sunny. Zero's words through the Bluetooth earpiece gave Mo Jingchun a jolt. Something did happen after all. But why did Zero's tone sound like he was gloating over his misfortune? This brat needs some discipline. Sure enough, this guy was gloating over his misfortune, but at the same time, Mo Jingchun was relieved. If it could make him gloat like this, it must be a minor issue, at worst, a loss of property. The next moment, Mo Jingchun picked up his phone, unlocked it, and was instantly dumbfounded, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The few around Mo Jingchun, Wild Wolf included, were curious about what was on the phone, but their military discipline kept them from peeking. At this moment, Mo Jingchun's hands were trembling slightly. He finally understood why Zero had told him to be prepared. At first glance at the photo, Mo Jingchun recognized the place as the wasteland near the south gate that had been acquired. But now it was unrecognizable as wasteland. It was a waterlogged area, the murky, muddy water obscuring its depth. The previously overgrown weeds were gone, and on the open flat ground, only a lonely excavator arm stood out. That's right, it was just an excavator arm, the rest submerged in water. If you remembered correctly, that excavator was parked in a pit that Candy had dug herself. And now it was the same pit, but only the excavator arm was visible. What a predicament! Why dig such a big, deep pit? Now it's flooded. Even if the water in the area is pumped out, who knows if the excavator will start up normally? Surely it's more durable than a car? Though even if it can be repaired, the excavator's lifespan won't last long. The electronics were submerged and the cabin likely flooded. It would rust and corrode in a matter of days. The sky didn't fall this time, but Candy will probably cry. No, definitely cry. Now look, she got herself into this mess. A click was heard. The electronic lock disengaged, and with a strong push, Mo Jingchun opened the heavy tempered glass door. There was still a lot of water on the road, but Mo Jingchun ignored it, wading toward the office building. If the boss didn't care, neither would Wild Wolf and the others, who directly followed in his footsteps. Back at the office, Mo Jingchun threw his soaking wet shoes in the restroom, and stepping out in slippers, he spoke directly to the puzzled Xia Xiaoman. Although unsure why, Xia Xiaoman immediately called the logistics department as the boss requested, instructing them to send all the water pumps to the south gate. Xia Xiaoman initially thought the boss was pumping water simply to remove the waterlogged streets, making it easier for employees leaving after work not to have to wade through water. But when Xia Xiaoman arrived at the south gate with the boss and saw that expanse of water, she was stunned. The drainage system didn't expel all this water, did it? Otherwise, where did such a huge amount of water come from? Seeing the solitary excavator arm, she understood why the boss wanted all the water pumps sent to the south gate. Under Mo Jingchun's personal direction, water pumps started working continuously, pumping water into a river just a road away. Though the water level in the river was high, it wasn't a big problem since the river ended in a large river. Mo Jingchun shook his head, certainly not buying another. If it was truly scrapped, turning it into a model, there wouldn't be too bad, a record of this excavator's glorious history. Yes, after drinking diesel twice, it's done for. After instructing them to continue pumping, Mo Jingchun led the others back to the office. On their way back, the cleaning staff and landscapers were already tidying up the aftermath. In the kindergarten, the weather was calm, and with the bright sunshine, the children were out of the classrooms again. Next to a fallen tree, Candy marveled. Such strong wind? Of course not. I'm Wang Haoren. Suddenly, Candy remembered something and dashed towards the kindergarten entrance. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 528, Warm Buddy, Part 3. Chapter 528, Warm Buddy, Part 3. The current situation gave the kindergarten security guard quite a scare. Luckily, he was young and reacted quickly, blocking the turnstile to prevent Candy from climbing over. If the little fellow really ran away, not only would the turnstile need another upgrade, but his uniform would most likely be gone for good. Watching a child climb over the turnstile and escape the kindergarten, what would they need a security guard for then? Just decoration? Candy glanced at the security guard and stopped in her tracks. The security guard let out a chuckle, but his blocking hand remained in place, eyes fixed intensely, fearing Candy might dash off. Wang Haoren, who was shorter and had even shorter legs, ran over with a puzzled look at the security guard. So high, and someone could flip over it? Candy's two previous escapes from the kindergarten were still vivid in his memory. At the kindergarten entrance, Candy shouted loudly. This ironically put the security guard at ease. If the bodyguard came, great. Then if Candy ran out, it wouldn't be his responsibility. Responsibility? What responsibility? He's just working here, not sacrificing his life. Not far away, Fian, who was propping up his sun umbrella, heard Candy's call and immediately strode over. Concern was evident in her eyes. "What's up, Fian? I'm glad you're okay." Wow. Fian felt warmed instantly. Such a short sentence was filled with Candy's concern for her. Looking at this adorable little cutie in front of her, Fian smiled and said, "I'm okay, dear. Ring, ring, ring." The bell for the last class rang, and Candy called Wong Howard to run and didn't forget to bid farewell to Fian. "Fian, I'm off to class. Go on, go on." Fian waved joyfully until she saw the little guy enter the classroom and then turned back. This little one can be quite sentimental at times. Or maybe this child was just a natural-born leader. I must say, it feels nice to be cared for. Really? Why doesn't anyone care about me? Achoo. On the rooftop, Hawkeye, holding binoculars, sneezed involuntarily. Under the sun umbrella, Fian gazed at the distant office rooftop. Though far away, she could still clearly see a figure. "Were you always on the rooftop?" On the public channel, Fian's surprise question made the others chuckle. Just then, Hawkeye chuckled. Fian frowned, and soon heard the bad news from Hawkeye's mouth. After a moment of silence, Fian couldn't help but let out a sigh. Indeed, this was not good news, and she didn't know if Candy could still smile when she finds out after school. The final class was brief, and not many kids were paying attention. After teaching the kids a few characters, the teacher of the senior class led them in playing games inside the classroom. The happy hours flew by, and before the teacher and other kids could react, Candy had already rushed out with her little backpack. The teacher and the other kids, who were used to it, just glanced, stirring no ripples in their hearts. Instead, they casually packed their belongings. Not everyone is Candy, who could leave the moment school ended. Parents haven't arrived. Even if they go out now, they'd just be waiting outside. Since they'd be waiting either way, why rush? Outside the kindergarten, Candy scratched her head as she looked around, finally looking at Fian with a puzzled expression. Candy was really nervous. If the bike was gone, it would be like losing half her life. She couldn't embarrassingly ask her brother to buy a new one. That would be too humiliating. Looking at Candy, who was concerned for her 40 minutes ago, Fian didn't dare to reveal the truth. Snapping out of it, Fian followed. Casually putting away the invitation, Su Pengfei smiled and said, "Mo Jing-chun," who decided to play it cool, gave Su Pengfei a faint hum and expressed his dissatisfaction. Staring at Su Pengfei's gloating eyes, Mo Jing-chun nodded vigorously. Sitting on the sofa, Zhou Yaling couldn't laugh at all. When she heard the news, she knew trouble was coming. Candy would surely cry once she finds out. How to calm her then? Zhou Yaling was already troubled. Just then, Zero interrupted Mo Jing-chun and Su Pengfei's chat. Before long, Candy bounced in with her little backpack. "The sun is shining. The flowers are smiling at me." Little Year says, "Early, early, early. I'm going home." At his desk, Mo Jing-chun nodded without a change in expression and responded. Across from him, Su Pengfei silently gave a thumbs up. Acting so convincingly, he might as well be an actor. Mo Jing-chun glared at old Su, then immediately changed his expression to a smiling face, saying to his sister, Chapter 529, Mindset 4. Chapter 529, Chapter 529, Mindset 4. All right, my sister's here too, and even my brother's unusually here today. What's he doing hanging around if he's not going home? Might as well go home and watch TV. Hearing this, Mo Jing-chun gave Zhou Yaling a wink. 10 minutes later, Candy was chattering nonstop in the car, talking about how the strong winds in the afternoon had blown down the trees in the kindergarten. The little guy was still chuckling, unaware that the rest were terribly anxious. To avoid being spotted by Candy, Xiaphixia sped up the car as soon as they reached the gate. As Mo Jing-chun and the others were praying for more speed, they were outdone by fate after all. They all overlooked the sound of the pumping machine draining water. The little guy was in high spirits until, suddenly hearing the sound of gushing water, he stood up abruptly. The next second, Candy followed the direction of the pipe eyes widening in astonishment. Mo Jing-chun, touching his forehead, didn't feel like saying anything. Sure enough, Candy, who had just been marveling at when a pond appeared at the company's entrance, saw the excavator in the middle of it. Because a lot of water had been drained, the top of the excavator's cab emerged from the water. T. Candy pointed at the excavator, too shocked to speak fluently. Obviously, the sight before him left Candy unsure of how to describe it. Without the boss's word, Xiaphixia kept driving silently. This made the little one anxious. "Sto, pull over," Mo Jing-chun said somewhat helplessly. The plan was good, but reality had other plans. They calculated everything, but didn't think Candy would find out. On the curb, Candy crouched, chin in hand, looking on the verge of tears. Mo Jing-chun, seeing that his sister wasn't crying, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The air was filled with a faint sadness and melancholy. "My excavator, Sci-Fi," the little fellow sighed again and again. A perfectly good mood for the day was just ruined like that. The bicycle was fine, but who knew the excavator, which wasn't supposed to, would end up in trouble. Looking at the stubborn excavator, Candy sighed once more. Behind Candy, Mo Jing-chun found it increasingly funny as he listened. Several times, he nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. What Mo Jing-chun didn't expect was that his sister didn't cry, nor did she make a fuss. Just a hint of sadness? That must be it. Mo Jing-chun didn't dare be too definite, thinking, what if the little one cried? Just when Mo Jing-chun thought Candy was really upset, he heard her mumble, "Good heavens." Mo Jing-chun was utterly stunned by his sister's surprising words. If he wasn't worried about her crying, Mo Jing-chun would have asked what was going through her mind at this moment. Recycling scrap? Turning waste into cash? As everyone watched, Candy clapped her hands on her backside, stood up, and said shockingly, "Brother, what about selling the scrap?" Selling scrap, 50-50 split. Holding her coat, standing on the curb, Zhou Yaling was full of question marks. At that moment, Zhou Yaling finally understood why so many people said Candy's thought process was sometimes quirky. Come to think of it, even selling the excavator as scrap could fetch quite a lot of money. Back home, Candy turned on the TV but didn't watch it, instead looking for something on her phone. Mo Jing-chun glanced over and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The search bar displayed these words: "Scrap iron recycling price," but all the little one found were ads. No wonder she kept frowning. These days, why are kids so shrewd? Has the trust faded? They don't believe in their brother anymore. Even though Mo Jing-chun was planning to brush it off with $500. But the kid's hard to fool. Watching his sister frown while flipping page by page, Mo Jing-chun gave up on the idea of settling with 500. Though the first pages were ads, eventually there would be non-ads. Minute passed, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Candy was still frowning and scrolling her finger on the phone screen. And when Mo Jing-chun sneaked another peek, he surprisingly saw more ads. At this point, Mo Jing-chun didn't have to think much to know Zero was intentionally pushing those ads. When it got quieter late at night, and Candy couldn't resist asking Zero about scrap iron prices, wouldn't the price be up to Zero then? Brilliant! This AI is really something. If Zero were a real kid, Mo Jing-chun would want to treat Zero to chicken drumsticks. The little one persisted for a while longer, but in the end, she tossed aside the phone and went to watch cartoons. Whether she was actually watching was something only Candy herself would know. At night, while Mo Jing-chun was already asleep and Zhou Yaling was still on her phone, the little one ran out of the room by herself. Zhou Yaling, briefly glancing up from her phone, didn't think too much about it, assuming Candy was out hunting for snacks or something. After all, there's someone outside. She wouldn't get lost. Just as Mo Jing-chun predicted, Candy finally couldn't hold back and asked Zero. The little one sat on the steps and whispered to her smartwatch. The little one's eyes lit up. Sitting on the stairs, staring at the smartwatch, Candy gasped. Xiang Er had once said a plastic bottle could be worth a dime. Compared to that, it really seemed like scrap iron wasn't worth more. Even though her brother's building had plenty of snacks and the underground supermarket let you take whatever you wanted for free, she just wanted to see if candy she bought herself tasted different. The little one returned to the room. Zhou, yelling, lifted her head for a glance, then laughed again, watching funny short videos. The hilarious clips on the short videos were just too funny. Ouch, I won't, it's so warm. P.S. Thanks to Seshu, Stranger, Ias, Cindy 1982, Ayo, and Hongmeng Zillian for their rewards and support. Chapter 530. Clean It Up and It's Still Usable, Part 1. Chapter 530. Chapter 530. Clean It Up and It's Still Usable, Part 1. In the early morning, the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and the sound of birds chirping. Although there was a heavy storm yesterday, nature has an incredible ability to recover. See, just as dawn breaks, a group of unknown birds are already chattering incessantly. Inside the house, Mo Jingchun is putting on his sneakers, preparing to go out for a run, listening to Zero's laughter in his Bluetooth earphones, and feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, full of emotion. The scrap iron that originally cost over $1,000 per ton was talked down by Zero to just a few dozen bucks per meal. Even capitalists would be moved to tears by this kind of cunning. Mo Jingchun just thought that when Candy realizes it later, there will definitely be a peak verbal battle with Zero. Although Zero would ultimately win with an overwhelming advantage. Maybe the little guy was worried about the money running away, because Candy got up much earlier than usual today. When the little guy saw her sister get up, she also got up with her. This left Zhou yailing, who wanted to sleep in, feeling a bit helpless. No need to guess, the little guy's mind was still on the excavator in the muddy puddle. After breakfast, Candy, with her backpack on, started urging the slowpokes. 20 minutes later, Xiaofixia drove them into the tech park, and Mo Jingchun, along with the other two, got out on the road. After a night of work by several water pumps, the water was finally drained, and the excavator was fully revealed. However, the excavator now looked quite pitiful. From top to bottom, there's no part not covered in yellow mud. Even from a distance, you can still see that there's half a cabin of water inside the excavator. If the excavator could still start like this, it would really speak to its quality. Looking at the excavator so close, Candy wanted to take a closer look several times, but there wasn't even a place to set foot, as everything was muddy. If she stepped on it, her skinny arms and legs might not be able to pull out, and she still needed to go to school soon. It wasn't clear if Mo Jingchun was deliberately teasing Candy, but everyone heard Mo Jingchun jokingly say, "It's unlikely it's not broken." The exhaust pipe of the excavator was clogged with silt, and the diesel engine probably took in water. Xiaofixia, who went to park the car, didn't keep everyone waiting long and came running back. Seeing Xiaofixia uncle return, Candy got a little nervous. She wasn't sure if she was nervous about not being able to sell the scrap metal if the excavator wasn't broken, or nervous like her brother said, maybe the excavator wasn't broken and could still be used for play. Whatever the little guy was thinking, probably only she knew. After running over, Xiaofixia wasn't even out of breath, showing how strong their physical conditioning was. But now, under everyone's watch, Mo Jingchun handed the excavator key to Xiaofixia. Xiaofixia took the key and nodded. On the way here, Mo Jingchun had thought about the mud and bought a pair while passing by a small shop. At this point, there were already quite a few people walking on the street, each standing by to watch the excitement. It's a shame for such a big excavator to go to waste, and many were shaking their heads in pity. It's all money, after all. The money for the excavator could buy a really nice house in this small county. The onlookers also knew that this amount of money meant nothing to Candy Technology. With the first step, Xiaofixia tentatively stepped down. Instantly, the rain boot sank in 10 centimeters deep. As Xiaofixia felt prepared and confidently walked towards the excavator, Mo Jingchun suddenly reminded him. Hearing this, Xiaofixia staggered and almost fell face down. Ha 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 ha! Candy, standing by the road, laughed until tears came out. A fine mess we've made for ourselves. Mo Jingchun glanced serenely at his sister, and the little guy quickly covered her mouth, but the laughter grew louder, sounding alarmingly like a goose. Turning around, Xiaphixia gave Candy a resentful look. All these pits were dug by Candy, here and there without any pattern. After asking the captain for a branch, Xiaphixia took a deep breath and continued cautiously, now more relaxed after his boss's reminder. Less than 20 meters in, Xiaphixia had to make a turn. No other reason, just that the branch showed the next step would land him in another pit. Behind him, Xiaphixia could still hear Candy's laughter. After many twists and turns, Xiaphixia finally reached the excavator, almost parked in the middle. The original big pit now had mud higher than the tracks. Smiling wryly, this mud is so deep, rain boots don't help much. Having come this far, there was no turning back. Finally climbing onto the excavator, Xiaphixia didn't hesitate, took out the key, and opened the driver's door. As soon as the door opened a crack, the water inside poured out, and within seconds, the water in the driver's cabin was nearly drained. By the roadside, Imo Jingshun and the others saw Xiaphixia enter the driver's cabin, but couldn't see clearly as the glass was covered with yellow mud, blocking most of the view. Inside, a vague shadow was moving. Xiaphixia spoke regretfully in the earpiece. Inside, Xiaphixia was clearing mud from the keyhole, while Candy and Imo Jingchuan's eyes turned to Wild Wolf, who had just spoken. Already expecting this outcome, Imo Jingchun nodded calmly and caught a glimpse of his sister out of the corner of his eye, his mouth twitching. What do those sneaky, joyous eyes of yours mean? Grow up. Selling scrap iron doesn't make much money. If his sister wasn't still young, Imo Jingchun really wanted to tell her that the time wasted here, he could have made enough money to buy countless new excavators. Honestly, high-tech innovation is the way. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, and when everyone looked up, they were surprised to find the excavator's exhaust pipe was puffing out thick, black smoke, along with a lot of mud and water. Under Candy's astonished gaze, the excavator's mechanical arm started to move. It moved. Candy was a bit bewildered, totally unsure whether to be happy or sad. She thought it was scrapped, but it could still start. That was quite unexpected. Chapter 531. Candy, is mine coming back? 2. Chapter 531. Chapter 531. Candy, is mine coming back? 2. Listening to Xiaphixia's words in the earpiece, Wild Wolf couldn't help but feel his calm heart flutter for a moment. Wild Wolf was really afraid he might burst into laughter. Candy and Imo Jingchun, their attention was all drawn to the excavator slowly crawling out of the pit. Wild Wolf coughed and said, patting Candy, who was still a bit confused. Imo Jingchun asked with a smile, Guga, are you happy now? In the distance, the excavator was already heading towards the roadside. To avoid falling into the pit, Xiaphixia followed the same route as when they came. Just when Candy squatted on the ground, resting her chin and lost in thought, something unexpected happened. The seemingly well-moving excavator suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. The exhaust pipe no longer belched smoke. This dramatic scene left the bystanders in shock. Just as Candy's expression brightened again, Xiaphixia stepped out from the cabin and shouted. To Xiaphixia, the excavator's sudden stall was not surprising. The last time Candy played, the fuel tank was almost empty. Looking at Candy, who was still in a daze, Imo Jingchun patted Candy's shoulder and said with a smile. Candy nodded numbly and was pulled towards the technology park by Fian. Even now, Candy's head was still fuzzy, with everything seeming to go from good to bad to good again in an instant. Wash it, and it can still be used. How eerily familiar that phrase sounded. After Candy was led away to kindergarten by Fian, Zhou Yaling, standing by the curb, couldn't hold back and burst into a cheerful laugh. That laugh, it was so joyous. Bro, did you see that? Could it be that she's expecting to sell it as scrap and didn't expect the excavator to be all fine? Ha ha. Seeing Zhou Yaling laughing hysterically, Imo Jingchun gave her a stern look. Hearing her brother's words, Zhou Yaling pursed her lips, thinking to herself, Bro, you must want to laugh even more than I do. It's just that with so many onlookers, you're too embarrassed to do so. After taking one last glance at the excavator buried in mud, Imo Jingchun walked away without looking back. Shrugging, Imo Jingchun directly headed towards the lab building. Watching her brother's back, Zhou Yaling rolled her eyes while holding onto her bun. At that moment, little Gray dashed over from afar, and Zhou Yaling, pausing in surprise, said, "All right at noon." Candy looked at the chicken drumstick on her plate and felt somewhat tasteless. Sai across from her, Wang Haoran, gnawing on a drumstick, mumbled while looking up. Candy glanced up at her little brother, sighed again, and said gloomily, "You're still young, you don't understand." The little guy had been out of sorts all morning, and his odd behavior had long been noticed by the teachers, who reported it up the line. But the response was simply to ignore it. The principal said, "That's exactly what the boss replied." Meanwhile, at the south gate, Xia Xiaoman, who hadn't eaten yet, was standing next to the shiny, new-looking excavator, accompanying the boss. Xia Xiaoman nodded. Upon hearing this, Imo Jingchun's lips curled slightly upward, thinking that when Candy gets out of school in the afternoon, she'll surely be overjoyed to see this spotless excavator. Whether his sister would be happy, he wasn't sure, but he was quite satisfied. Xia Xiaoman also knew that they couldn't leave the excavator parked right in front of the main gate forever, and using that wasteland was out of the question, as it's set to be developed soon according to the plan. It was just about time to get off work, and the cafeteria was crowded with people. Imo Jingchun looked around but couldn't find an empty table. There were quite a few vacant seats, but if he, the boss, sat down with his secretary, the employees wouldn't be able to eat comfortably. Being good-natured wouldn't help. As long as he was at the same table, the employees would definitely feel restrained. Opening the door to the private dining room, lo and behold, several people were already seated inside. They were all familiar faces. Su Pengfei, not as authoritative as usual, just smiled and said, pulling out a chair, Imo Jingchun sat down. "How about this? Old Su, take Xia in the afternoon and check out the basement to see if there's a spot suitable for another cafeteria." The heavy rain over the ethnic group caused mudslides that washed away the road to the village. Imo Jingchun wasn't exaggerating. The once impoverished village leader now turned their place into Candy Technology's agricultural base, becoming a cash cow for the local county. P.S. I caught a cold with the season change, feeling slightly better after an 4 drip. We'll continue tomorrow with daily updates. Chapter 532, Youth Returns, Part 1. Chapter 532. Chapter 532, Youth Returns, Part 1. Imo Jingchun didn't really take what Su Pengfei said to heart. To put it bluntly, isn't hiring a president for the company just to manage these trivial matters? In Imo Jingchun's opinion, even such small matters shouldn't need the president to personally intervene. As long as there's someone in charge following up, that's good enough. Today felt extremely long for Candy. Finally waiting until school was out in the afternoon, the deafening sound system in the kindergarten was playing the songs of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Candy, already with her little backpack on, rushing out of the classroom, had no interest in appreciating the music today. Now, at this moment, Candy just wanted to go to the south gate to see her beloved excavator. Before she even ran out of the kindergarten, her voice already reached Fian's ears, who was waiting outside, under the sunshade. As soon as Fian heard Candy's voice and turned her head, she saw Candy rushing out of the kindergarten with such speed that it startled the teacher at the gate, fearing Candy might fall. "Fian, can you hold my backpack for me?" "Thanks." The next second, Candy hopped onto the bicycle, pressed down hard with her right foot, and sped away. Watching Candy run off into the distance, Fian remained unruffled, calmly picked up the skateboard delivered by the logistics department, and chased after her at an even faster speed. Awesome. According to the boss's plan, she was supposed to be equipped with a bicycle. Considering various reasons, and at her strong request, the logistics department procured this 4-wheeled skateboard. At this moment, Candy was wholeheartedly focused on her excavator, completely unaware that someone was following her at a leisurely pace. Through the binoculars, watching the graceful Fian, Hawkeye, standing on the office building rooftop, felt a bit envious. Skateboarding, he wanted to try it. Back then, he heard that before joining the army, Fian was known as the skateboard girl among her classmates. He used to think Fian was boasting, but it turned out to be true. Behind her, Fian saw that Candy didn't head towards the office building but ran towards the south gate, causing Fian to frown and quicken her pace. A minute later, with a screeching halt, Candy was stopped by the security at the south gate. Holding the brakes tightly, Candy briefly looked up at the uncle, then got off the bike. After parking her bicycle, Candy leaned against the railing, gazing at the excavator outside the gate. Candy could hardly believe it. Is it really her excavator? It's still so new? Oh no, it can't be sold as scrap iron anymore. At that comment, the originally expressionless security captain couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A $100,000 excavator is much more valuable than scrap iron. It could at least be sold as a second-hand excavator. Fian, security team leader, was the intention to sell it as scrap a lie? On closer consideration, Fian thought it unlikely. More probably, Candy recognized and accepted reality. A good excavator wouldn't be sold for scrap, not unless you wanted to get your legs broken. No matter what, you can't squander wealth that way. Several minutes later, with Mo Jingchuan's permission, the little one returned to the south gate with a group of people. A gentle twist of the key brought back that familiar feeling. Unfortunately, there was no place for a full swing of operation, so Candy only tested the mechanical arm before shutting the excavator down. Coming back home, Mo Jingchun plopped down on the sofa to watch TV, while Candy ran upstairs by herself to do something, making quite a racket. Listening to the intermittent sound from the second floor, Mo Jingchun wasn't at all worried. The real concern would be the dead silence. It's the silence that's scary. Chances are it's when she's up to no good. Not paying much attention to the time, Mo Jingchun found himself absorbed in a thrilling movie when the little one came downstairs unnoticed. Without saying a word, she rolled around on him like a little calf butting with her head. I want the remote. Gugu wants to watch cartoons, glancing at his sister. Mo Jingchun knew that even though the remote was right there, if he didn't say anything, she wouldn't dare to take it. This is genetic hierarchy. Scratching her head, Candy didn't understand what her brother meant, but that didn't stop her from going to the kitchen to get a spoon. There's always hope, even when there seems none. Seeing his sister run to the kitchen, Mo Jingchun cheerfully pulled out paper and pen from the drawer and casually drew an irregular circle on a blank piece of paper. Then he divided the circle into two parts. Watch movie, watch cartoons. Mo Jingchun nodded with satisfaction, looking at the movie segment. Mo Jingchun waved his hand dismissively, smiling, not for me. See this circle? Candy looked at the circle drawn by her brother, then up at him, letting out a sigh in the end. Oh, watch cartoons was so small. How could it land there? Without much hope, Candy placed the spoon in the center of the circle and gave it a gentle spin. With no expectations, Candy just wanted to play this kind of game. Who would have thought? When the spoon stopped, both were dumbfounded. Even Candy was shocked. The spoon actually landed on watch cartoons. In Mo Jingchuan's moment of disbelief, Candy glanced at his face and in less than a second made her decision and decisively snatched the remote from her brother's hand. She, the goddess of luck, watching cartoons by sheer luck. Ha ha. Though she knew it wasn't fair, Candy accepted it with resignation, little knowing the heavens favored her. Giggling, Candy joyfully searched for cartoons to watch. Mo Jingchun offered a wry smile. Who is Mo Jingchuan's sister? A child of destiny, with Big Red, coy, jumping in her arms on boat rides. P.S. Thanks to, for the reward and support. Chapter 533. Joe Herding Peaks. Part 2. Part 2. Competing with Candy on luck. Isn't that just asking for trouble? A blunder indeed. Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun decided not to dwell on it. Cartoons. Who says adults can't watch them? In fact, watching cartoons with kids can be quite fun. Mo Jingchun found cartoons like Peppa Pig quite interesting. Each episode guides children to learn something new. On the sofa, while watching cartoons, Candy unknowingly climbed onto Mo Jingchun's lap. Even though the sofa was softer, children prefer to be close to people. Is it because it's warmer that way? Suddenly, Zhou Yaling opened the kitchen door, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, and shouted angrily. The two, Mo Jingchun and Candy, exchanged a glance and quickly turned off the TV. Coming at the dining table, while eating, Candy praised Zhou Yaling to the point that Zhou Yaling felt a bit embarrassed. Zhou Yaling hesitated. Really? Don't believe it. Mo Jingchun shook his head with a smile, realizing that he wasn't really in a position to say such things. After all, his journey had been relatively smooth. Even in tough times, Nod helped him out. As the saying goes, dealing with small annoyances can be tricky. Seeing the furrowed brow on Zhou Yaling's face, Mo Jingchun knew she had taken the words to heart. Just as Mo Jingchun thought, Zhou Yaling was deep in thought, also reflecting on her college dorm roommates and classmates. For an internship slot at Candy Technology, roommates and classmates alike turned their backs on each other in an instant. Even though she had genuinely tried to help them, the result was not rewarding, but instead she became the target of their complaints. Sensing the odd atmosphere, Candy, while eating, blinked her eyes. Thinking it over, it's better to not stir trouble at such times. By the end of September, looking across the entire Candy Science and Technology Park, apart from the military police training daily and a few big guys, most people had put on jackets. Between style and warmth, everyone wisely chose warmth. After all, who doesn't have a partner nowadays? Under the sun, three furry creatures lay close together, sunbathing, blissfully content. The plum bun was being used as a pillow, its round belly flattened by two large dog heads. It's often said that cats have no bones and are made of water, employees walking by agreed. Otherwise, Bun, who was flattened, still lived well. Suddenly, Little Gray lifted his head. Soon, both Dagger and Bun opened their eyes. Which clueless fellow blocked the sun? Don't they know I'm basking here? Bun opened his eyes and then lay down again. Oh, it's the feeder. Well, that's fine then. This one can't be offended. Feeling the warmth from the sun, it's indeed more comfortable than the air conditioning in the lab. No wonder the two dogs and a cat preferred sunbathing outside over staying in an air-conditioned room. Mo Jingchun could already imagine the scenario, especially for girls with cold constitutions. The air conditioning this season brings no comfort to them. Mo Jingchun felt that this must be the phrase employees said the most recently. Not bothering the sleeping cat and dogs further, Mo Jingchun headed straight to the cafeteria. After nearly a month of monotonous data entry, this way of life was finally coming to an end. At most, it would take another afternoon, and all technical data could be fully archived. Mo Jingchun was very clear-headed. There's just this little bit left. Why disrupt the normal routine? Not sure how long he dozed off. Bun fell a kick. Meow. Every day, Mo Jingchun watched as his cat and dog went to share Dagger's food. He couldn't take it. After a while, Mo Jingchun even considered paying for their meals. Dagger's food wasn't cheap. Under Mo Jingchun's urging, the two little ones reluctantly walked ahead. As for Dagger, he had already disappeared when Mo Jingchun broke a branch off the tree. At the office door, Zhou Yaling, about to get off work and eat, saw Mo Jingchun, herding Bun and Little Gray back. Except for her brother's bodyguard, there was no one else in sight. Zhou Yaling burst into laughter. Mo Jingchun glanced at Zhou Yaling and chuckled. Whether it's herding two or three, it's the same. Boring. Zhou Yaling pouted and didn't stop walking. With so much time spent together, Zhou Yaling knew she couldn't outtalk her brother. All right, she had to admit, apart from cooking better than her brother, she seemed inferior to him in other aspects. Growing up with a brother like this, it's no wonder she often got scolded as a child. Sure enough, her dad never died happy, but couldn't stop cursing himself. She tried to warn him that this phrase was used incorrectly, but whenever she said it was for deceased people, he'd spank her harder. Chapter 534. Saying one thing, meaning another, 3. Chapter 534. Chapter 534. Saying one thing, meaning another, 3. A bowl of cat food, a bowl of dog food, plus a bowl of water. After preparing these, Mo Jingchun went straight back to the bedroom to sleep. As for whether Bun and Little Gray ate or not, Mo Jingchun didn't have the leisure time to specifically watch them. In fact, it turned out that Mo Jingchun's concern was completely unnecessary. As soon as he turned around, the two little ones began to devour the food frantically. Stretching his neck, Mo Jingchun took a deep breath, exhaled deeply, and then leaned back on the seat, lazily saying, "The next moment, the supercomputer started running at full power, the fans of the radiator whirring loudly. Zero began calling a large amount of data from the database and conducting data analysis. Meanwhile, leaning on the sofa, Mo Jingchun was in an extremely good mood. Heavens, manually copying data can really drive a person crazy. Fortunately, it's all over now. The next second, a highly sci-fi 3D spaceplane model appeared before Mo Jingchun's eyes. Unlike regular planes or fighter jets, this spaceplane was entirely black. It appeared reflective black in the holographic projection, but this wasn't actually the case. The layer of black on the fuselage not only absorbed light to achieve a visually semi-invisible effect, but could also convert light into electrical energy for storage. On Blue Star, this electrical conversion might not seem significant, but in space, in a vacuum environment, this electricity could be crucial. In emergencies, it could even save lives. Standing up, Mo Jingchun shook his head. This is the biggest downside of technology being too advanced. Even if you have the technology, the current industrial level can't produce it. This spaceplane isn't like other things, as its flight speed can reach 20 to 30 Mach. If the parts produced aren't precise enough, flying at such high speeds, it'll easily disintegrate. At worst, the plane will crash, resulting in fatalities. In the elevator, Mo Jingchun knew he probably wouldn't get the highest precision machinery. After all, the most advanced machines are called the aircraft carriers of the industrial field, showing how important high-precision machinery is. After Mo Jingchun left the laboratory, Zero continued researching the spaceplane, feeling pretty cool using the spaceplane as a temporary body. But as Zero searched through more and more domestic entities, he started to get frustrated. There are only 3 days left until National Day, and Mo Jingchun is set to head to Jing City the day after tomorrow to attend this year's military parade. He had already arranged the 3 spots, Candy, Li Xuanyu, and Zhou Yaling, who had insisted on going. Originally, Mo Jingchun wanted to take his grandpa. The old man had spent his whole life facing the earth. The only big city he'd visited was Shanghai, and his visit was so rushed he didn't get to see the sights at all. Because of this, with such a great opportunity, Mo Jingchun wanted to take Grandpa to witness this great era, to see and feel firsthand what it means for the people to be prosperous and the country strong. However, when Mo Jingchun found his uncle and shared his intention, he was directly refused. In short, they wouldn't let him go. His uncle said it wasn't just his own opinion, but also that of the others. Grandpa's current health couldn't withstand such a long journey. Even after Mo Jingchun mentioned bringing a medical team, his uncle still firmly refused. As a son, let me say something rebellious. If anything happened to Grandpa, what would you bring back? His uncle's words echoed in his ears, but Mo Jingchun also understood it was for his own good. To put it bluntly, if anything happened on the way, he couldn't explain it. Actually, Grandpa really wanted to go. In one's lifetime, visiting one's country's capital is a must, right? Especially for those elderly who endured hardships in the past. Yet, out of concern, Grandpa voluntarily said he wouldn't go. Throwing aside the miscellaneous thoughts, Mo Jingchun strode towards the office building. As he passed the front desk, he gave a slight nod and smile in response to the greeting. There was still over an hour until the end of the workday, and Zhou Yaling was busy with something, leaving Xia Xiaoman alone in the office. Seeing him return, Xia Xiaoman turned and greeted him. Xia Xiaoman was surprised at the boss's earlier than usual return, but didn't think much more. Because of this, over the past 3 years, she remained in her position without being replaced. Indeed, Xia Xiaoman was secretly assigned to protect Mo Jingchun, but that didn't mean she could do whatever she wanted. Annoy the boss and one word from him, and she'd be back where she started. Soon, while revising a proposal, Xia Xiaoman suddenly heard a snoring sound in the office, conspicuous despite its softness. On the sofa, Bun, who was snoring, seemed to sense it too, groggily opening their eyes, curiously looking around to find the source of the sound. Seeing the boss lying on the sofa, asleep and snoring, Xia Xiaoman was completely taken aback. Was he this exhausted? No wonder the boss had been lackluster the past month. For someone who didn't usually snore to suddenly do so, coupled with falling asleep immediately after returning from the lab, there was only one possibility. He was overly fatigued during the day or lacked sleep recently. This resulted in deep sleep causing snoring. After setting the air conditioner to heating mode, Xia Xiaoman continued with her work but moved more quietly. At the end of the workday, Zhou Yaling entered with her bag, surprised to see her brother on the sofa. Zhou Yaling asked in surprise. Having completed her tasks, Xia Xiaoman nodded. Zhou Yaling pondered for a moment and realized it was true. Previously, her brother was the most carefree person in the company, merely giving orders and with the president and secretary managing the rest. But this month, Chapter 535, Very Good, All Pretty Good, All Pretty Fierce, Part 4. Chapter 535, Chapter 535, Very Good, All Pretty Good, All Pretty Fierce, Part 4. Over the past month, my brother has been relentlessly staying in the lab almost every workday, researching some new technology. Additionally, the lab building is quite mysterious, and my brother's top-floor lab is even more mysterious. In all this time, I have never been there. Since the lab was set up, only my brother and Candy have been up there. As for others, they simply don't have access to the top floor. I remember hearing Candy say once that my brother's lab is a lot of fun inside. But that's all the description she gave. Whenever it's mentioned, Candy would cover her mouth tightly, eyes wide open, looking innocent, refusing to say anything more. After sitting down for a little while, a little person walked in head down. Candy, who stepped into the office, blinked in confusion, wondering where the thunderous noise was coming from, and then it came in bursts. On closer inspection, it was my brother snoring. Hearing the familiar snoring sound, Candy couldn't help but recall the painful experience in the hotel one night. That night was the same. My brother snored strangely, keeping her awake. In the end, she got up in the middle of the night and ran next door to sleep with Fian. With light steps, Candy walked over to Zhou Yaling and whispered, "Sister, what should we do? Should we wake up brother?" Zhou Yaling, who was holding her phone and reading a romance novel, shrugged, indicating she was helpless. My brother is sleeping so soundly. If he's woken up now, who knows if he'll be grumpy. As long as she has her phone, she can stay up till midnight. She hadn't watched TV in 4 or 5 years. Even with dramas, she just occasionally watches them on her phone. What made her quit TV wasn't the phone, but the fact that current dramas are really bad. No matter the genre, they always end up being about romance. Stereotypical plots. It's no exaggeration to say that you can predict the ending from the beginning. Now, Candy was a bit troubled too. Frustrated, Candy scratched her head and stealthily walked to the front of the sofa. Originally snoring, Bun wiggled his ears and stood up. Bun, not understanding, thought they were leaving, but the little master stood still. After hesitating for a long while, under the watchful eyes of Zhou Yaling and Xia Xiaoman, Candy bent down. "Brother, wake up, brother!" Just as Candy called out the second time, the snoring stopped abruptly. Without any hesitation, Candy turned and quickly ran into her sister's arms. When Candy turned around to look at her brother again, she happened to see a pair of resentful big eyes staring at her. Seeing this, Candy chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, you're awake." Yawning, Mo Jingchun sat up straight, rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his drowsy head. Wiping away the fine sweat on his forehead, Mo Jingchun noticed that the office had the air conditioning on, heating specifically. No wonder it felt stuffy. When he fell asleep, only Xia Xiaoman was there. So either it was Xia Xiaoman who turned on the AC, or it was Zero. Seeing that her brother didn't ask who woke him, Candy jumped out of her sister's arms, happily chatting with her brother about the fun things at school. "Oh, In the elevator, already bored, Jing-chun happily listened to the little one share her joy. This left Jing-chun a bit puzzled. There was nothing wrong with that answer. It was fine, well within the norm. What was funny about it? Ha ha, apparently thinking about that scene, Candy couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this moment, even Zhou Yaling and the others perked up, curious about what kind of answer could make Candy laugh so hard her stomach hurt. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Good. Pretty good. Quite fierce, and Jing-chun couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid is just too honest. All the way, Candy chatted and giggled, almost sharing her entire day at kindergarten. Even after getting in the car, Candy's little mouth kept chatting nonstop. She was just like a radio. Finally, when it quieted down, Jing-chun spoke. Huh. I'm going to Jing City. Your sister is going too. The next second, Candy said firmly. Hearing this, Jing-chun rolled his eyes. This little one is getting really good at sweet talking. I don't know who she learned it from. Turning to look at Zhou Yaling, Jing-chun also mentioned, you should pack well tomorrow too. Better bring a few more sets of clothes. Able to even travel? Zhou Yaling's eyes lit up. Patting her chest, Zhou Yaling laughed and said, suit yourself at this point. Candy, who sat between the two, interjected. Brother, it's getting cold. Are we still playing in the water? Side-eyeing her, Jing-chun said, do you still want to play in the water? In this weather, it'll be even colder up north. Upon hearing this, Candy looked down at her own little legs. Climbing the Great Wall, with so many steps, how could she manage? Brother, can you carry me up? Thank you so much. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. With so many people, climbing up is easy. Want to come down? Sorry, you can only keep moving forward with crowd. If you suddenly need the restroom, you won't even find a place. That night, Candy and Zhou Yaling lay under the covers plotting some plan, their voices so low that even Zero couldn't hear. No need to guess, these two were definitely keeping Zero from eavesdropping. Chapter 536, A Test. Chapter 536. Chapter 536, A Test. There will be opportunities to go out and play. Candy never hesitates. The next morning at school, Candy didn't even put down her backpack. She went straight to the office to find the teacher. In the office, the teachers all looked curiously at Candy, who ran in. They were curious why Candy didn't go to class, but came to the office instead. Facing so many teachers, Candy was not afraid at all. Instead, she spoke earnestly. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. What Candy referred to as watching fighter jets must be the National Day Military Parade. On National Day, the Grand Military Parade is well known unless you're in a remote village without internet access. Recently, almost all the trending topics on various social media platforms have been related to the military parade. As for the celebrities who usually pay to trend, they all wisely kept a low profile during this time. After all, even if there are celebrities that foolish, their agencies surely aren't all foolish. All right, let the teacher and the principal confirm it first, okay? Upon hearing this, Candy, carrying her little backpack, nodded with a smile. Teacher, I'm going to class now. Goodbye. Teachers, watching Candy run out of the office, Teacher Lee wearily picked up the muted phone from the drawer. Faced with Candy's simple request, she didn't have the courage to directly agree, nor did she have the nerve to call the boss to verify its authenticity. Luckily, she still had her boss above her, the principal of Candy Kindergarten. Such a troublesome matter should be handed over to the principal. Anyway, the principal is already bald and doesn't need to worry about losing hair. After all, he needs hair to lose first at this time. The principal hasn't arrived yet, and it's unknown where he is. Picking up her phone, Teacher Lee walked out of the office, found a relatively quiet place, and dialed the principal's number. As the ringtone played, Teacher Lee's eyebrows noticeably raised. The call was quickly connected, and Teacher Lee knew the principal probably dreaded her calls the most. As long as Candy was in her class, this was unavoidable. Hello. The principal's tone was a bit anxious. Teacher Lee could even hear the sound of the principal running. After organizing her thoughts, Teacher Lee slowly started to explain to the principal. Just as Teacher Lee finished speaking, she heard the principal's gloomy voice on the other end of the phone. Despite these words, Teacher Lee would never admit it. The principal sarcastically retorted on the other end of the line. Principal, please hurry. The next second, the call was hung up. Watching the principal hang up, Teacher Lee smiled with satisfaction. On the other side, the principal, who had just run out of the cafeteria with a bun in his hand, sat on a clean step after hanging up. After a long time, having calmed down, he took a deep breath and dialed the call he least wanted to make. Beep, beep, beep. There was no fancy ringtone, just the original phone tone. Soon, the call connected. Yes, boss. As you know, I'm responsible for every child in the kindergarten. Pouring a cup of steaming tea, Mo Jing-chun said with a smile. This is also a test for you all, to see if you are responsible. When the call ended, the principal couldn't remember. Sitting on the step, the principal broke out in a cold sweat. Such a simple issue turned out to be a test. Thankfully. Meanwhile, in the office, Mo Jing-chun sipped his tea and shook his head, saying, as for the so-called test, for goodness sake, he didn't have the inclination to focus on that. It's just a coincidence of timing, location, and people serving as a timely wake-up call for the bright summit principal. Otherwise, if a child really went missing one day, it would be Mo Jing-chun who would be truly responsible. The duty schedule for upper management staying at the company during the National Day holiday has been issued. Mo Jing-chun, sipping his tea at the coffee table, waved his hand with a grin and replied, that truly reflects Mo Jing-chun's thoughts. How much can be gained by exploiting employees? It's faster to make money by directly raising the company's product prices. Not to mention, from its inception to today, Candy Technology has never lacked money. Candy Technology is a top-tier VIP client at every major bank in the country. Oh, by the way, please print a copy of the duty schedule for me. Chapter 537. But brother gave me way too much. Chapter 537. Chapter 537. But brother gave me way too much. Taking the freshly printed schedule, still exuding the smell of ink and warmth. Mo Jing-chun smiled and nodded. He glanced at the duty schedule. Every day during the National Day holiday, there are 3 executives on duty. Mo Jing-chun wasn't surprised by this at all. Although Candy Technology is still a very young high-tech company, apart from the Spring Festival, having 3 executives on duty every day during holidays is an old tradition. Don't start with the no one wants to do it excuse. If no one wants to do it, there's only one possibility, which is that the money isn't sufficient. As long as the money is sufficient, all problems will cease to be problems. Seeing Su Wenyan's name on the duty list every day during the National Day holiday, Mo Jing-chun simply set the schedule aside. With Su Wenyan there, there's nothing to worry about. If there's anything, just find Su Wenyan. After a busy month with rare leisure, Mo Jing-chun told Zero not to call him unless necessary during his midday nap. This time, Mo Jing-chun ended up sleeping until clock-out time. Candy, who received the teacher's response in the morning, eagerly rode her bike home right after school. Unfortunately, when she rushed home to tell her brother the good news, she couldn't find him. After asking Zero, she found out her brother was actually napping in the bedroom. How could he nap? And in bed? Mfkwa didn't nap. Dropping her backpack, Candy stomped angrily into the bedroom. As she pushed the door open, she saw her brother crawling out of the covers. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, Mo Jing-chun lazily said, flicking off an unidentified object, Mo Jing-chun casually sent it flying somewhere. Glancing at his fuming little sister, wasn't she just jealous that he could sleep in? What are you worried about? Not saying anything was fine, but as Mo Jing-chun spoke, Candy got even angrier. Her puffed-up cheeks were like balloons, seemingly ready to burst at any moment. As long as I have time, I'll pick you up. Reaching out and pinching her puffed-up cheeks, the little one quickly deflated. The little one glanced at her brother. She turned and left the bedroom, bringing back the jacket from the office chair. The little one lifted her chin, clearly not convinced by praise at such a time. She's not a 3-year-old to be easily tricked. Seeing this, Mo Jing-chun smiled slightly, unhurriedly taking a coin from the nightstand. The little one glanced at it. Her eyes lit up. It's money. But she held back. Not swayed? Do I have to use the big guns? Mo Jingshun fumbled in the nightstand again. Then another coin appeared. With a big smile, Mo Jingshun handed the 2 coins to Candy, who accepted them with glee. With this, she could ride the rocking car twice. Carefully putting the coins in her pocket, Candy patted her little chest proudly and said with a smile, "No choice." Candy wanted to refuse, but her brother gave so much. With work like this, Candy thought she could earn 100 a day. No, double it, 200. With the money already in her pocket, she thought about getting her brother to take off his jacket whenever possible. That way, her pocket would have a chance to be full. Watching his handsome reflection in the mirror, Mo Jingchun smiled with satisfaction. Outside the bathroom, worried about dropping her windfall, Candy would frequently check her pocket. Hearing her brother's question, Candy rolled her eyes at him and said somewhat helplessly, "What?" Mo Jingchun cursed as he hurried out of the bathroom. He knew he shouldn't have left the tea Qin Yuju gifted him there, letting Zhou Yaling have a go at such good tea. Striding out, Mo Jingchun heartbrokenly put the tea away. Mo Jingchun glared at Zhou Yaling, feeling a pang for his tea. When Qin Yuju handed him the tea that day, she said it was a special tribute tea. It came from above, just like the special tribute cigarettes, with limited production. What do you know? Not far away, Xia Xiaoman glanced over, meeting the guilty look of her boss. Feigning ignorance, Xia Xiaoman turned away, a slight smile on her lips. It's hilarious. The boss can't brew tea either. In the morning, he was complaining about the tea being bitter while brewing it himself. Still, despite this, the boss drank all the tea he brewed. Under Zhou Yaling's disdainful gaze, Mo Jingchun locked the tea in his desk drawer. As he left, Mo Jingchun reminded Su Pengfei to set off with him tomorrow morning. Unlike Mo Jingchun, Su Pengfei, although with 3 slots, said he'd only bring his wife. Understanding Su Pengfei's considerations might involve both sides' parents, Mo Jingchun could only guess. Mo Jingchun thought they could take both fathers or mothers. In such a splendid event, with a chance like this, how could one not see it? However, this was personal business, and Mo Jingchun never got involved. No one knew if Su Pengfei had other reasons. Just like him, he originally wanted to take his grandpa to Jing City for the military parade. But reality just doesn't allow it. At night, knowing they'd have a long car ride tomorrow, both Zhou Yaling and Candy went upstairs earlier than him, surprising Mo Jingchun. In the deep night, in a hangar at a military airport outside Jing City, a large group of researchers in white coats surrounded a unique aircraft. The elegant curves of the aircraft were captivating at first sight. Yes, my cousin is having a parent-teacher meeting today, so I was called last minute to babysit. Also, thanks to book friends 20170408005458268, and I love Magic for their awards. Chapter 538. Brother, why don't you have a seat too? Part 1. Chapter 538. Chapter 538. Brother, why don't you have a seat too? Part 1. Inside the huge hangar, after more than half an hour of fussing about, everyone evacuated. After the last person left, the hangar was shut by 2 soldiers. As the hangar doors tightly closed, all the lights inside also went out at that moment. Just a few minutes later, a report appeared on an ordinary-looking office desk. At this moment, the night was deep and still, and students from various universities in Jing City participating in the grand parade were rehearsing under the brightly lit night sky. After such a long period of training, today, they finally reached the destination for rehearsal. What excited everyone even more was seeing those one after another formations. The only regret for the students was not seeing the weaponry formations. As the music started, the students in the choir began to sing to the rhythm of the baton. Except for the satellites passing by the astronauts, no videos recorded this scene. With the changing of the seasons, the sun shone directly on the Tropic of Cancer. North of the Tropic of Cancer, the further north you go, the longer the day, the shorter the night. The most direct feeling is that the nights are getting longer. So, forming a biological clock, Mo Jingchun recently woke up at about the same time every day. The time difference was no more than 10 minutes. Even though he had to travel far today, it didn't interfere with his morning jog. But when Mo Jingchun put on his running shoes and stepped out, he distinctly paused. The sky was still dark. To be precise, there was only a hint of red in the east. Soon, that red deepened, spreading wider and lighting up the nearby clouds. By now, it was already twilight outside, and the roads were completely visible. Mo Jingchun didn't linger too long to enjoy the scenery because Zero was urging him incessantly through the Bluetooth headset. Fian, returning from buying breakfast, saw the boss and everyone else already on their morning run. She placed the breakfast into the phone box. The action was so practiced that it was almost heartbreaking. In fact, after placing the breakfast and catching up with the team, Fian wondered, in winter, won't the boss get up at this time every day? Even schools adjust their schedules with each season change. After about half an hour, a sweat-drenched Mo Jingchun walked back. Comfortable, as time went on, Mo Jingchun found himself increasingly enjoying this sweat-drenched sensation. It was just too refreshing. Even his mind felt clear. Returning to the villa, sure enough, Zhou Yaling and Candy were up too. Upon entering the house, Mo Jingchun noticed them both huddled in the kitchen, cooking something delicious. You asked how he knew it was delicious? How could it not be tasty? Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun switched into slippers and headed upstairs for a shower. Sweat all over his body, it was unbearable not to shower. The kitchen fell silent for a second. The little one looked at the tempting rice cake, swallowed hard. Go ahead, eat it. Upon hearing that, the little one's eyes lit up, nodding like a chicken pecking rice. Okay then. In the morning, after showering and changing clothes, Mo Jingchun went downstairs to find the pair, big and small, sitting sneakily on the couch watching TV. Those eyes kept glancing at him. Who knew if they were watching TV or him? Mo Jingchun touched his short-cropped hair, confused, and asked. Both the big and small shook their heads almost simultaneously. This time, the pair of them didn't shake their heads. On the couch, Zhou Yaling poked Candy's back with a finger. Prompted, Candy sheepishly smiled. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun wasn't surprised. He even thought that when the two sisters made breakfast, they must have eaten their fill too. He had heard Candy constantly saying delicious while he was upstairs showering. Within 10 minutes, Mo Jingchun finished the meal. But since Zhou Yaling had already eaten, the dishwashing task fell onto him. Now, Mo Jingchun understood why Zhou Yaling and Candy kept glancing at him. Turns out, it was because of the dishwashing task. This guy, with at least 800 ideas rolling around in their head. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Mo Jingchun pulled 2 papers to wipe his hands and plopped down on the couch. Mo Jingchun glanced at the clock. It was only 6:50. Why rush? Quite some time later, Mo Jingchun was lounging on the couch playing on his phone. Candy ran over from the other side of the couch, pushing against Mo Jingchun's thigh, eagerly reminding him. Mo Jingchun glanced at the top right corner of his phone, and guess what? It was already 7:26. With that, Candy briskly nodded, tugging her sister along to run toward the elevator. And Mo Jingchun? He leisurely stood up and used the stairs to get the suitcase upstairs. About 20 minutes later, when Mo Jingchun and his party arrived at the company entrance, they saw Su Pengfei and Li Wanning, the couple, waiting at the door. Their car was precisely the one given to them by Mo Jingchun. Rolling down the car window, Mo Jingchun nodded. As expected, though tomorrow was the national day, the traffic on the highway was heavy. As for the train station, it was even more packed with people. You couldn't even find a place to sit. Of course, that was just for Mo Jingchun and the adults. The moment they entered, Candy sat on the mobile seat, her hands tightly gripping the luggage handle. Watching his sister perched on a suitcase, Mo Jingchun chuckled. The little one hesitated, then made a little room. Seeing the palm-sized spot available, Mo Jingchun held his words. Luckily, there was traffic, and only 10 minutes remained until the train check-in time. 15 minutes later, watching the crowd flood into the platform. Imo Jingshun finally led everyone to check in. Chapter 539, A Sea of People, Part 2. Chapter 539, Chapter 539, A Sea of People, Part 2. Reaching the platform, Candy wasn't the least bit confused, leading the way forward. Her little head had a great memory. To board a high-speed train, run towards the front of the train. That's the way. But this time, Candy barely took 3 steps before Mo Jingshun picked her up with one hand. Where are you running to? Under Mo Jingshun's strong hand, Candy did a complete about-face. See, high-speed trains have 2 heads. It's crowded today, so I won't teach you how to identify the coach location. After saying this, Mo Jingshun didn't let go, but instead handed Candy over to Fian. The high-speed train was about to enter the station. Allowing your child to run around on the platform is extremely irresponsible. Generally, high-speed trains have 10 business-class seats divided evenly in each direction from the train heads. But this time, Mo Jingshun and his group had booked an entire business-class coach. Zhou Yaling, sitting in business class for the first time on a high-speed train, felt a bit uneasy, curiously studying the seats. Candy, on the other hand, was different. With a flurry of moves, she reclined the seat flat. Under Zhou Yaling's watchful eyes, Candy returned the reclined seat to its original position. I'm just playing around. At the mention of money, Candy's expression turned serious. With a puzzled look from Zhou Yaling, she fished out 2 coins from her pocket. Seeing her little money was still there, Candy visibly sighed with relief. Clearly, this was a classic case of red envelope loss syndrome. A puzzled Zhou Yaling reached out, wanted to have a look, but Candy quickly pulled back her hand, looking at Zhou Yaling defensively. In the coach, Su Pengfei and others all looked at Candy with amused expressions. Come next year, when Candy's in 1st grade, she'll know just how wealthy her family is. By then, the little one can rightfully ask for pocket money. Looking at Candy's defensive stance, Zhou Yaling sneered slightly. Saying this, Zhou Yaling took out a wallet from her shoulder bag. Under Mo Jingshun and the others' speechless gazes, she pulled out a wad of red bills. In an instant, Candy's eyes went wide, and the 2 coins in her hand seemed less appealing. Luckily, there was no conductor around, but they might have thought Zhou Yaling was some nouveau riche. Sis, do you want to trade with me? In the face of big money, Candy even changed her address. With that, Zhou Yaling smugly put the money away. To be honest, those 2,000 yuan had been sitting in her wallet for more than a year. It was the New Year's gift money. At 24 years old, still receiving New Year's money, is that a problem? Not at all. Outside the window, trees and distant buildings were slowly retreating, but Mo Jingshun, sitting on a high-speed train, didn't feel much of a bump. Having nothing to do, Su Pengfei, sitting in the back row, curiously asked. Shaking his head, Mo Jingshun said self-deprecatingly, on a plane, if there's a sudden situation, you're pretty much stuck. Plus, I quite value my life. Or, to put it bluntly, I'm afraid of dying. In fact, Mo Jingshun had another thought he didn't voice, which is that he was a bit unimpressed with commercial aircraft. After all, he had the technology to manufacture aerospace fighters. Talking about transportation, Mo Jingshun raised an eyebrow and turned to Su Pengfei, asking. After pondering for a moment, Mo Jingshun nodded. In the afternoon, when Mo Jingshun and the others arrived at Jing City South Station, there was a long queue. VIP treatment? Out of the question. At this time, everyone entering the city had to go through multiple security checks. Mo Jingshun and his group had no complaints about this and cooperated fully. After dinner, Mo Jingshun jokingly told everyone needs to get to bed early tonight. Sitting next to Mo Jingshun, Su Pengfei looked at the bodyguards who were as strong as oxen and felt there. Wouldn't be a problem. The next morning, before dawn, Zero woke Mo Jingshun up. In pajamas and without slippers, Mo Jingshun yawned and got up from the bed to open the door. Sure enough, there was Candy, standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at him with wide eyes. And the smartwatch on Candy's wrist was still glowing, clearly having just been communicating with Zero. Candy, with the demeanor of an adult, said, "In an instant." Mo Jingchun woke up halfway. Mo Jingchun curiously said, "We have invitations. There are designated areas with designated seats." "Reserved seats?" Candy blinked her eyes. The next second, understanding, Candy sighed. Rubbing his nose, he's not taking the blame for this one. "Since you're up, let's be up." Just turning around. As Mo Jingchun prepared to wash his face and brush his teeth, he heard Candy exclaim behind him, "Brother, Su Pengfei uncle is already up too?" "You didn't know." Mo Jingchun stumbled and nearly fell. The way of talking, the tone, why did it sound so familiar? After arriving at the plaza via a dedicated shuttle, Mo Jingchun and the others were stunned. People, as far as the eye could see, it was people and more people. A sea of people aptly described the scene at this moment. Taking out their invitations, volunteers guided them forward. Held by the hand by Mo Jingchun, Candy looked left and right, only to see a sea of adult backsides and nothing else, which made her fume. Mo Jingchun chuckled and picked Candy up. Chapter 540. Are you sure that's not a launch missile? Chapter 540. Chapter 540. Are you sure that's not a launch missile? Although the target area was right in front of them, it took Mo Jingchun and his group half an hour to reach it while following the volunteers. Faced with the huge crowd, unlike Zhou Yaling, who was excitedly holding a selfie stick, Li Xuanyu appeared very quiet, especially since Zhou Yaling had started live streaming. "Wait a minute, what am I seeing?" After saying this, Zhou Yaling lightly tapped her finger to flip the camera. This got the viewers who were watching the live stream excited. Not only did they see Candy perched on Mo Jingchun's shoulders gazing around, but they also saw many company executives. Knowing that Mo Jingchun was about to communicate with these big shots, Li Xuanyu took Candy down. Obviously, even the social butterfly Candy was a bit scared faced with so many people. After being carried down by Li Xuanyu, the little hands still tightly clung to Mo Jingchun's clothes. This scene wasn't broadcasted by Zhou Yaling's live stream. Just joking, she knows when to weigh light in heavy situations. After sitting down as arranged, Zhou Yaling told the viewers she was pausing the live stream. Even with full signal, streaming got stuck when there were many people. And streaming these big shots without permission wasn't great. After considering various factors, Zhou Yaling simply turned off the stream. In the past, the beautiful country drew the pie for Xia country, but now it's changed. The pie Xia country drew will make the beautiful country sleepless for a while. Even before the opening ceremony, Mo Jingchun had already reached several verbal agreements with multiple enterprises, even negotiated a few business deals. No wonder Candy Technologies' graphene battery is incredibly popular. It's not that no one thought about criticizing Candy Technologies' graphene battery. Someone deliberately spread rumors that Candy Technologies' graphene battery was unsafe and prone to explosion. Yet in less than an hour, the video got removed, the account banned permanently, and the person was invited for a chat. Questioning netizens didn't receive Candy Technologies' clarification. Instead, the national team stepped up and published the testing report. That person didn't consider that Candy Technology doesn't own a production factory for graphene batteries domestically, nor has any heard of a proxy factory producing their graphene batteries. Apart from the military factory, where else could graphene batteries come from? The sun had risen, and unbeknownst to Mo Jingchun, a red hat appeared on his head. Even Candy in his arms was playing with a red hat. Luckily, the sunlight wasn't too hot. Instead, it gave a cozy feeling. At 10 o'clock sharp, the cannons sounded, and everyone who had been waiting for a long time stood up simultaneously. Seeing that red color, Candy instantly understood. Every Monday morning, there was also a flag raising at the kindergarten. That orderly and unified pace kept everyone quiet. Under everyone's gaze, the national flag rose like the bright red sun. It's a familiar process, but experiencing it on-site feels quite different compared to watching it live. By 10:40, the most thrilling parade for the citizens finally arrived. The little guy pointed excitedly as 3 helicopters approached from afar. On the ground, 16 marching squads passed through the plaza one by one. Of course, the most eye-catching was the last squad. They held no weapons, yet made the Westerners feel afraid. A squad of bare-handed robots. No one would think these robots are truly weaponless. That's not naive, but foolish. Watching the imposing robot squad pass by, Mo Jingchun was quite amazed. Judging by appearance and movement, they were far more advanced than the batch Qin Yuzhu sent to his company before. This made Mo Jingchun doubt what Qin Yuzhu said last time. Mo Jingchun seriously suspects that not only has the 4th-generation combat robot project commenced, but research is most likely underway. Following that, various military equipment rolled by. Some were familiar, but most were brand new. As everyone listened to the narrator detailing each advanced piece of equipment. Over 100 kilometers away from Jing City at a military airport, a unique fighter jet quietly sat on the runway. The reverse wings even made people wonder if this plane could really fly. Assisted by the staff, a pilot donned in a spacesuit entered the cockpit and sat down with their help. Everything was ready. The canopy closed slowly. The pilot signaled readiness with a hand gesture, and the personnel around the plane quickly boarded vehicles to leave. As if the plane ahead was terrifying. Tower, no. Inside the cockpit, the pilot decisively pressed a button. From the tower, they watched the number 1 fighter jet's engine emit a pale blue flame. 3 seconds later, the blue flame vanished, leaving behind visible heat waves at the tail. The next moment, the number 1 fighter jet shot out rapidly. 1 second. In less than 2 seconds, the number 1 fighter jet not only took off but soared into the sky. At this moment, everyone was anxiously waiting for the number 1 fighter jet to fly over the plaza. Mach 3 equals 3 times the speed of sound, approximately 3,672 kilometers per hour, meaning it takes only a minute and a half to travel from the airport to the plaza. However, this was not the limit speed of the number 1 jet. At this point, the pilot seated in the number 1 fighter jet did not operate anything. It was all controlled by artificial intelligence. Unless an emergency occurs, the pilot would switch to manual mode immediately. Otherwise, according to protocols, the pilot's task was merely to observe. New reminds you, know. At that moment, hearing the host's narration, almost everyone looked toward the same direction in the sky. Where's the fighter jet? Did the narrator make a mistake? As everyone wondered, the next second, they saw a small object quickly passing overhead. Are you sure it wasn't a launched missile? Moreover, it seemed even faster than a missile. Chapter 541. Unsolicited Kindness 4. Chapter 541. Chapter 541. Unsolicited Kindness 4. 5 seconds later, everyone heard a sonic boom coming from the direction of the fighter jet, chasing after it, unsure of how far it had already flown away. Since the fighter jet wasn't flying at low altitude, although everyone heard the sonic boom, it was within an acceptable range. Hearing this sound, Mo Jingchun gasped. The speed just now must have exceeded Mach 5. Truly unbelievable. Is this thing a fighter jet? Mo Jingchun refused to believe it. If he wouldn't believe it, let alone those Western countries. Candy, covering her ears, looked utterly bewildered. Mo Jingchun himself didn't believe his own words. However, the next sentence made the heads of states watching the broadcast feel chill down their spine. For some reason, when Mo Jingchun heard this, a scene automatically popped into his mind. Knock, 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 tisk, TSK, TSK. After Dongfeng Express, it seems there will be another delivery service. Thinking about how the beautiful country used to make promises to Xia country, who would have thought the tables would turn, with Xia country making a bigger promise to the beautiful country. Lately, many people probably won't be able to sleep at night. Just think about it. A sword hanging overhead. Who can sleep soundly? After the grand parade, under the organization of volunteers, the crowd exited in an orderly manner. At this moment, the mysterious fighter jet had already skyrocketed to the top of trending searches online. As to why it was called mysterious, it wasn't just because of its incredible speed. More importantly, There was only one picture of this fighter jet online, and it was very blurry. So blurry that one could immediately tell the wings of the plane were inverse. Thus, many people online complained about which idiot photoshopped this picture, questioning if they had any common sense. Before it was Mo Jingchuan's turn to leave his section, he was reading the news on his device. To Mo Jingchuan's surprise, the international reaction was eerily quiet. This doesn't resemble their usual style at all. That afternoon, more detailed data about this mysterious fighter jet appeared online. No surprise there, just by guessing, one could tell where this data came from. In the hotel, as Mo Jingchun looked at the data, he could somewhat accept it. This thing, codenamed Fighter Jet Number 1, most importantly, couldn't fly out of the atmosphere. In short, this codenamed Number 1 fighter jet was more like a 6th-generation fighter. Intelligent, autonomous combat, high-speed mobility. Complete. Isn't this the 6th-generation fighter? Although not a space plane, its deterrent power was still significant. Don't underestimate it carrying only one missile. But what if that missile had a nuclear warhead? Mo Jingchun was sitting on the sofa in a daze when he heard a beep, and the door was opened by Candy. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. Candy walked in, shrugged her shoulders, and said with a cheeky grin. Suddenly, a piece of A4 paper appeared in Mo Jingchun's hand, making him puzzled. Candy took off her shoes, climbed onto the sofa, and started to massage her brother's back, smiling. It's a travel guide. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun opened it, instantly exclaiming in surprise. This travel guide had every night arranged perfectly, even which tourist area to stay in was all planned out. But hadn't Zhou Yaling thought of a problem? During the National Day holiday, staying in a hotel, are you sure there's no need to book in advance? In an instant, Mo Jingchun felt this travel guide was completely unreliable. He didn't want to end up wandering the streets with Candy and Li Xuanyu. But the back massage from Candy was so comfortable. Looking at the red marker pen handed over, Mo Jingchun looked back at Candy, who was blinking her eyes incessantly. She came prepared indeed. Sighing, Mo Jingchun snapped a photo of Zhou Yaling's travel guide with his hand. At this time, Candy, while giving a back massage, interrupted. Zero, getting home at night is still getting home too. At this moment, even the AI Zero fell silent. Soon, a brand new travel guide appeared in Mo Jingchun's memo. Different from Zhou Yaling's plan to stay in hotels, Zero's suggestions were all homestays around the tourist areas. Looking at the homestay illustrations, Mo Jingchun was very satisfied. The homestay environments, compared with big hotels, were equally impressive. The key is that there were plenty of available accommodations. Got it in the next second, Candy jumped off the sofa, put on her shoes, and ran out. Watching the little one achieve her goal and run off quickly, Mo Jingchun shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Zhou Yaling, Li Xuanyu, and Candy studied the freshly baked new travel guide. Of course, Candy could only be considered a number filler, peeking over. Seeing half the tourist spots removed, Zhou Yaling wasn't annoyed at all. Having free food, drinks, and fun was already good enough. How could she ask for more? Honestly, if she'd known, she would have just let Zero create a travel guide. She spent 2 days compiling it. At dinner that night, the travel guide received unanimous agreement. And Su Pengfei and Li Wanning decided not to join the trip. The two planned to visit home and then return to the company. Mo Jingchun didn't object to this at all. As long as Su Pengfei was at the company, Mo Jingchun felt free to wander for a week or so. Tonight, it seemed everyone was busy. After finally reaching Jing City, lying in bed, Mo Jingchun was surprised to realize Qin Yuzhu hadn't contacted him. Thinking carefully, it made sense. At this time, this lovely group of people must be the busiest. With everything arranged, Mo Jingchun even had Zero book the next day's tickets and accommodations. But in the early hours, all plans were disrupted by a phone call. A little past 2 in the morning, everyone was sound asleep, including Mo Jingchun. In the quiet room, where even a pin drop could be heard, a phone rang and vibrated. Chapter 542, Most Dreaded Late Night Calls. Chapter 542. Chapter 542. Most dreaded late-night calls in the middle of a dream. Woken up by the phone ringing in the dead of night, Mo Jing-chun instantly became irritable. After opening his eyes, Mo Jing-chun quickly became clear-headed. Something's not right. Very wrong. Unless it's an emergency call, Zero would automatically block all sounds while he's asleep. Thinking of this, Mo Jing-chun's heartbeat accelerated, and he hurriedly searched for the phone he had casually tossed on the bed before going to sleep last night. At this moment, Mo Jing-chun, with a clear mind, realized that something bad had happened. Soon, Mo Jing-chun felt his way to the phone, following the sound, and seeing the caller ID, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Without hesitation, Mo Jing-chun answered the call from Su Wenyin immediately. Yes, it was indeed Su Wenyin on the caller ID. As the person on duty these days, calling him at this hour, Mo Jing-chun couldn't think of any other reason besides something bad happening. Hopefully it's not too bad. As soon as the call connected, before Su Wenyin could speak, Mo Jing-chun felt a sinking feeling. That piercing ambulance siren was a sound everyone was beyond familiar with. Moreover, the sound hadn't faded, indicating that Su Wenyin was in the ambulance. No matter what the situation was, it had happened, and all Mo Jing-chun, miles away, could do was remain calm. Only by staying calm could the problem be solved better. It's me. The next moment, Su Wenyin's urgent voice came through the phone. Boss, your grandfather fainted. On hearing that the person involved was his grandfather, Mo Jing-chun, who had calmed down, was alarmed. Boss, the old man's vital signs are deteriorating. We haven't determined the cause yet. Taking a deep breath, clenching his fist, Mo Jing-chun spoke, keep the line open. Sitting in the ambulance, accompanying the old man to the hospital, Su Wenyin understood the boss's instructions. In the middle of the night, even the county hospital only has staff in the emergency room, while the doctors of various departments are resting. In fact, when the hospital sent out the ambulance, many people in their sleep were woken up by one phone call after another. Especially after confirming that the patient was Mo Jing-chun's grandfather, the hospital began contacting specialists resting at home. This is the way of the world. For an ordinary person, besides the emergency room doctors, no one would care how a patient sent in the middle of the night fares. Even if he didn't last until the doctor arrived, so what? But the patient now is different. He is the relative of Candy Technologies' founder. The county hospital owes its current scale and the recruitment of a batch of excellent doctors all to Candy Technology. Including many precious medical devices, the hospital obtained them through connections with Candy Technology. Otherwise, even if you have money, you still have to obediently wait in line. In the hotel, dressed in pajamas, Mo Jing-chun directly called the director of the county hospital. Learning the director was already arranging the rescue, he was immensely grateful. In the guest room, Mo Jing-chun paced back and forth anxiously, awaiting Su Wenyin's latest report. Simultaneously, he instructed Zero to watch closely and report any developments to him immediately. In the small county town, at 2 or 3 in the morning, there were scarcely any vehicles on the road. The ambulance roared down the main road unimpeded. A journey that usually takes 15 minutes took the ambulance only 5. At the county hospital's emergency center, a dozen people were already waiting. With a sharp brake of the ambulance, the crowd worked together to transfer the patient onto the stretcher. Wearing glasses and gray-haired, the emergency department head flipped open the old man's eyelids and shone a flashlight, immediately feeling uneasy. The patient shows signs of pupillary dilation. The rescue was orderly, with various specialists awakened by calls. Rushing to the scene, outside the emergency room, Zhou Xing sat on the ground, feeling dejected, holding an unlit cigarette in his hand. Beside Zhou Xing, Su Wenyin stood at the emergency room door, also appearing anxious and uneasy. At this moment, after finally catching a taxi, Wang Qiaoling hurriedly reported in from outside. Sitting on the ground, Zhou Xing shook his head, saying nothing. Over an hour later, the emergency room door opened, and the 3 anxiously gathered around. The patient has been revived, but the situation isn't optimistic. Don't worry. The hospital has already notified experts from multiple departments like surgery, neurology, and neurosurgery. In the hotel room, after hearing the report, Mo Jingchun finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. The condition is temporarily stabilized, and that's good. Got it. I'll hurry back from Jing City as soon as possible. Vaguely, Mo Jingchun already had a bad premonition. His grandfather, usually healthy and without major issues during checkups, how could he suddenly fall ill? Just the day before yesterday, his grandfather seemed fine. After hanging up, Mo Jingchun rubbed his temples. Although mentally prepared, Mo Jingchun still found it difficult to accept. Immediately, Mo Jingchun thought of Qin Yuzhu. Generally speaking, high-speed trains reserve 1 or 2 tickets. Ignoring the late hour and whether he might disturb Qin Yuzhu, Mo Jingchun called her directly. Anxiously waiting for over 10 seconds, Qin Yuzhu finally picked up the phone. On the other end, Qin Yuzhu, yawning, said somewhat helplessly, "Hey brother, what time is it? Something happened. I need a high-speed train ticket to return tomorrow morning. A standing ticket is fine." Qin Yuzhu, still under the covers, suddenly sat up straight. After hanging up, Qin Yuzhu, resting in her dorm, threw on a jacket and ran out. Something happened, and she hadn't received any intel. That's unusual. On the way to the office, her phone rang again. Chapter 543. Only now do I realize how important connections are. Chapter 543. Chapter 543. Only now do I realize how important connections are, Chief. It's Mo Jingchun's grandfather. He suddenly fell ill. 1 minute later, Qin Yuzhu rushed to the office. Someone happened to find the result. Everyone looked at Qin Yuzhu, who was lost in thought, thinking about how to get Mo Jingchun home as quickly as possible. In the quiet office, just when everyone was waiting for Qin Yuzhu to speak, someone suddenly said. Qin Yuzhu's eyes lit up, wondering how she hadn't thought of it. Given the relationship between Mo Jingchun and the Li family, plus the special circumstance, the Li family's young master likely wouldn't mind doing Mo Jingchun a favor. At this moment, Mo Jingchun had been pacing in the room for more than half an hour. In the guest room next door, just a wall away, the unsuspecting Zhou Yaling and Candy were still sound asleep. Mo Jingchun, feeling uneasy and without an arrangement yet, had no intention of going next door to wake the two. What difference would it make to wake them? It wouldn't solve anything. Better to let them sleep a bit longer. If he woke them and Candy heard that Grandpa was critically ill and started crying, it would only make him more agitated. Bzz, the phone vibrated, and Mo Jingchun immediately answered it. That one sentence made Mo Jingchun's heart sink instantly. This confused Mo Jingchun. Just a moment ago, she said there were none. Now she says by plane. Li Yuanfang has a private jet. Stunned for a moment, Mo Jingchun hadn't realized Li Yuanfang had a private jet. Jing City, in a Sihiyuan within the second ring road, the sound of a bell broke the serenity. Li Yuanfang, who was sleeping with his wife in his arms, blurted out a curse. Having relieved his temper slightly, Li Yuanfang looked at his phone, and all his anger instantly dissipated. Glancing at it, Shui also showed a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, it was Mo Jingchun, often mentioned by the old man. "Li, could I borrow your private jet?" He asked to borrow the plane right away, leaving Li Yuanfang momentarily stunned. Though he knew Li Yuanfang would help, Mo Jingchun only sighed in relief upon hearing the agreement. Li Yuanfang understood what Mo Jingchun meant. "All right then, I'll inform my pilot first." After the brief call ended, Mo Jingchun contacted Qin Yuzhu again to ask her to apply for the flight path. Meanwhile, Li Yuanfang directly notified the ground crew to wait at the airport. Knock, 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 under the watch of Wild Wolf and others. The somewhat pale-faced boss knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking a few times in succession, someone inside finally opened the door. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, Zhou Yaling, still half asleep, looked at her brother who had a serious expression. With a bewildered expression, Zhou Yaling saw Mo Jingchun already heading to the next guest room door. Knock, knock, knock this time. The guest room door opened quickly. Wearing a coat, Li Xuanyu, seeing through the peephole that it was Mo Jingchun, opened the door and asked quizzically. Mo Jingchun nodded. Something happened at home. They're going back soon. It's not safe for you to stay here alone. From Mo Jingchun and the expressions of the bodyguards who were all up, Li Xuanyu could tell what Mo Jingchun mentioned wasn't a minor issue. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a rush to go back at this hour. Minutes later, Mo Jingchun and others left the hotel and got into a car heading for the airport. Mo Jingchun left a message for Su Pengfei, but didn't disturb him. In the car, holding the still sleeping Candy, Mo Jingchun stared blankly at the streetlights, seeming to ponder something, or perhaps nothing at all. Sitting beside her, Zhou Yaling quietly looked out the window. Everyone remained silent. At this moment, Zhou Yaling learned from her mom that it was their grandpa who had fallen ill, and the illness wasn't optimistic. The hospital's expert consultation wasn't yet concluded. Holding his sister, Mo Jingchun felt his phone vibrate and checked to see it was Qin Yuzhu. It seemed like the flight path had been approved. The flight path has been approved. If she don't sleep, it's more than just wrinkles. It's risking sudden death. The distance from the hotel to the airport isn't very close. Even though it wasn't peak traffic time, it would take nearly an hour to reach the airport. At this moment, although most people on this land are still asleep, people are already bustling by the roadside. The sanitation workers in reflective vests were making the city cleaner and tidier. Many small shops by the road were brightly lit, and even from afar, Mo Jingchun could smell the fragrance of buns. For a moment, the car returned to silence. Sitting in the front row, Li Xuanyu sighed. At this time, comforting words, no matter how pleasant, are useless. Instead, it might be better to let the siblings have a little quiet. P.S. Thanks to Hongmeng Zillian, Purple EU, and book friend 20220501170656262 for the rewards and support. Chapter 544, The Worst Outcome. Chapter 544. Chapter 544. The worst outcome. Almost all families have children who love their grandfathers. They say the bond skips a generation, and that's exactly how it is. When I was mischievous as a child, I got spanked quite often, but it was always Grandpa who ultimately defended me. In my memory, whenever my father hit me too hard, Grandpa would always step in, glaring at him fiercely, and then shout loudly. And now, the Grandpa who loved her the most is in critical condition. On the road, Zhou Yaling couldn't remember how she got to the airport. The sound of her big brother answering and making phone calls lingered in her ears. Occasionally, she could hear her brother sighing. This made an already heavy atmosphere even heavier. Retrieving her gaze, Zhou Yaling glanced at Candy, who was moving her little mouth in her brother's arms, still asleep, and Zhou Yaling felt somewhat envious. Being at the carefree and worry-free stage of childhood is something truly enviable. On the other side, in the hospital building in Hua County, the lights in the expert consultation room were bright, and all the doctors who were originally arguing endlessly fell silent as they looked at the latest medical examination reports in their hands. After a long time, the dean sitting at the head of the table took off his reading glasses and sighed. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. At that moment, all the pretreatment plans seemed so powerless. After pondering for a while, the dean remained silent before speaking again. For an average family, at this point, the doctors would usually suggest going home, but not now. First, Candy Technology isn't lacking money. The high cost of medication that's daunting for an average family isn't so significant for Candy Technology at this moment. Second, the real decision-maker hasn't returned, and rashly stopping medication resulting in that person not being able to see the old man for the last time. No one knows if the usually mild-mannered he would lose his temper or not. After all, even honest people have tempers. The dean glanced at Director Han in the emergency room and said helplessly, "Yes." After a series of examinations, all the conclusions pointed in the same direction. That is, the old man wasn't actually ill, but had overworked himself in his youth, depleting his life force, and now he has come to the end of his life. Maybe in a day, or a few hours, the old man could pass away at any time. This result inevitably made the few experts in their 60s present sigh. The old man was just a few years older than them, and yet his life was already nearing its end. Having endured hardships their whole life, finally, their grandson has succeeded, yet before they can enjoy a few years of peace and comfort, they are about to leave the world. Outside the consultation room, Su Wenyin was waiting all along, while Zhou Xing and his wife stayed by the emergency room door. A click, and the door to the consultation room opened from inside. Sitting on the bench, Su Wenyin immediately stood up and asked, looking at the somber faces of the dean and the other doctors, Su Wenyin knew the situation wasn't good. Sigh. The dean sighed and slowly started speaking. Since you please tell Mr. These days, cremation policies are generally enforced, but it's different in rural areas. In Hui County's rural areas, most still practice burials, emphasizing returning to one's roots. This outcome made Su Wenyin give a bitter smile. Perhaps the old man's family, as well as the boss, will find it somewhat difficult to accept. The dean shook his head. Compared to such an outcome, actually, everyone hopes there is still hope for the old man. The goodwill of the founder of Candy Technology, who wouldn't want it? Soon, the long corridor was left with only Su Wenyin. Taking a deep breath, Su Wenyin dialed the boss's number. Boss, the dean said. On the other end of the line, Mo Jingchun remained silent. Su Wenyin didn't know what the boss was thinking at this moment, but it certainly wasn't easy to bear. After a long while, Su Wenyin heard the boss's voice again. After the call ended, Mo Jingchun, sitting in the car, closed his eyes. At the stage of preparing for the funeral, the remaining issues were no longer within the scope of a younger generation to decide. At such a time, only the children have the right to decide. Feeling the touch from his arm, Mo Jingchun opened his eyes and turned to look at the red-eyed Zhou Yaling. After a moment of silence, Mo Jingchun uttered the truth that was hard for Zhou Yaling to accept. Already on the verge of breaking down, Zhou Yaling's tears fell instantly after Mo Jingchun spoke those words. Stunned, Zhou Yaling ignored the tears on her face, continuously mumbling to herself. Clearly, this sudden incident made it difficult for Zhou Yaling to accept in her heart. Mo Jingchun was also silent and had no mood to comfort Zhou Yaling. People, whether poor or rich, in the end, cannot escape life, aging, illness, and death. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated after more than 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun raised his head to take a look. On the other side, at this time, other people in the city also rushed over after hearing the news. Coincidentally, the 4 direct relatives of the Zhou Xing siblings were all present, so Su Wenyin relayed the dean's original words to them. Watching the scene of crying, Su Wenyin silently retreated to the back. Without exception, the doors of all hospital emergency rooms have witnessed countless tears and prayers. After crying for a long time, everyone's emotions finally calmed down a little. Chapter 545. Brother, you're lying, aren't you? Chapter 545. Chapter 545. Brother, you're lying, aren't you? The situation has developed to this point. Crying cannot make the old man live a few more years. As Xiaochun said, the family heads need to make a firm decision. Taking a look at the few sorrowful individuals, Zhou Xing sighed. At this moment, whether sincere or not, it no longer mattered. Outside the emergency center building, a gentle breeze blew, and even though they were wearing jackets, Zhou Xing and his 3 siblings felt a bit cold. The 2 sisters were still a little choked up. Zhou Xing took a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to his second brother. The 2 of them took a deep drag and remained silent for a long time. Until a cigarette was quickly finished, Zhou Xing stubbed it out and said, although it was said to be a decision by the 4 of them, in fact, as long as the 2 brothers agreed, it was enough. It wasn't that they looked down on the sisters. It had always been this way since ancient times. Hearing the second brother say this, Zhou Xing also nodded. With this arrangement, the second brother had no objections to fight over. It's not like before, when there was a fight over inheritance or something. Let's face it, Dad's age means he doesn't have much money left. Yes, over the years, Xiaochun has given Dad money during holidays, but it's not much. Fighting over this little money would only cause outsiders to talk and make Xiaochun uncomfortable. It's not worth it. That's how it should be. This kid has already done very well, the second brother said truthfully as he flicked away his cigarette, but after that, the second brother went back inside to negotiate with the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing stood in the cold wind for a while before calling Imo Jingchun. Imo Jingchun's response was tinged with inexplicable sadness, tears welling up. On the other end, Zhou Xing remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. Outside the hospital, Zhou Xing looked at the sky beginning to lighten and suddenly felt less sad. Without the torment of illness, for the old man to pass away peacefully seemed like a decent outcome. At 6:10, Imo Jingchun, sitting on the plane, felt a sense of thrust as the plane accelerated down the runway, soon rising gently into the air. At this moment, the little one also felt the thrust furrowing her brows. In the next second, she drowsily opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, the little one saw her brother. Turning her head to look at her surroundings, Candy was in a state of confusion, momentarily unable to process. A dozen seconds later, Candy, who was lying in Imo Jingchun's arms, suddenly sat up. Her eyes unbelievingly stared out of the window. What was happening? Wasn't she sleeping in a hotel on a big, soft bed? How did she open her eyes and end up on a plane? What happened? Candy tapped her head. Oh dear, Guowa doesn't mean that. Guowa means, wasn't I sleeping? Instantly, Candy pouted in displeasure. Brother, you're lying. Saying this, Candy turned her head to the sister not far away and shouted, Sister, brother isn't taking us to play. This time, however, the usually smiling sister continued to stare out the window, ignoring her. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere made Candy sense something was wrong. It wasn't usually like this. Looking at her sister, then back at her brother, Candy became a little panicked. More precisely, she was affected by the atmosphere. Not knowing why, Candy felt very sad, with an urge to cry. Candy looked up at her brother with teary eyes. Brother, Imo Jingchun forced out a small smile as he patted her head and said, Grandpa is sick. Sitting in Imo Jingchun's lap, Candy paused. How could he be sick? Imo Jingchun didn't answer, only held her tight. At this moment, even at nearly 5 years old, Candy started to understand. It's just sickness. Why the rush to return, and why is sister so sad? Candy, who had begun to mature, actually had guesses, but subconsciously didn't want to believe them. Boo-hoo! Teardrops like soybeans kept streaming from Candy's eyes as she cried, her body shaking with sobs. Holding his sister close, Imo Jingchun gently tapped her back, tears falling as he watched her. Perhaps from exhaustion, Candy had fallen asleep again at some point. Once more the plane grew quiet. Even just a curtain away, the flight attendants dared not take a deep breath. Too stifling. 2 hours later, the plane completed its 2-hour journey, reaching the skies above the capital of the province. As the plane carrying Imo Jingchun's group landed at the airport, an ambulance drove out through the electronic gate at Hua County Building Hospital. Unlike before, the ambulance wasn't wailing its siren. The speed wasn't fast, instead striving for smoothness. For sedans followed closely behind the ambulance. Watching the ambulance leave, Su Wenyin shook his head slightly and took a cab back to the company. Chapter 546, Finally Home. Chapter 546, Finally Home. Life passes in decades, and in the blink of an eye, it's a lifetime. Born with nothing, and you take nothing when you die. This is life. Decades later, you are just a handful of earth. Hundreds of years later, how many people remember an ordinary person? The road back to the hometown twists and turns, but is not really difficult to travel. Thanks to the many scenic spots, the tourism road was built long before the difficult times. In the ambulance, smoking is prohibited, and the two brothers sitting inside stared silently at the old man who showed no signs of waking up. They lost track of time and no longer knew where they were, but the way their bodies tilted left and right suggested they had left the small county town and entered the nature reserve. Indeed, the mountains surrounding Hood County are not only home to many tourist attractions, but also a nature reserve inhabited by a large variety of wildlife. The younger brother shook his head, full of emotion. The younger brother's words carried a somewhat mystical tone, attracting the attention of the doctor and nurse in the ambulance. Everyone is inherently curious, especially about stories tinged with mysticism. To the outsiders, like the doctor and nurse, what they heard was indeed a story. Zhou Xing seemed a bit reticent, but among brothers, there's nothing that can't be said. Sitting across from him, Zhou Xing frowned, obviously uncomfortable about his brother's mention of their sister. It's not about anything else, but the mention of their little sister. Don't bring this up in front of others. Shaking his head, Zhou Xing fell silent, leaving it at that. As he just said, if Xiaochen heard it, what would she think? As it is, the old man is unconscious. Otherwise, they would surely get a scolding. About 2 hours later, Zhou Xing and his brother felt the ambulance come to a stop. There were also many people talking around. We've arrived home. The voices were those of neighbors from all around. Zhou Xing knew why everyone was here. When someone is dying, there's no need to invite them. All the neighbors come to sit vigil until the person passes. The car door opened, and without minding the old man, Zhou Xing and his brother clasped their hands and bowed in gratitude to the neighbors. After changing the four, the hospital workers left without a pause. For those who are no longer trainees, this scene is nothing out of the ordinary. In no time, the 10-plus square meter room was filled with people. They occasionally talked about the old man's past, and at times wondered how he went from being fine to being near death. Soon enough, they talked about who had passed away before. Naturally, the topic of Mo Jingshun wasn't missing from the discussion. Who doesn't know the famous Mo Jingshun now, especially with the ties involved? The cool breeze blowing through the car window made Candy, who was sweating, shrink her neck. Seeing this, Mo Jingshun closed the window a little bit. Looking at the sister who seemed spiritless and was clinging to him, Mo Jingshun felt uneasy. Being too smart and sensible revealed its downside at this moment. When he got off the plane, his sister was already awake. Mo Jingshun thought his sister would cry, but she didn't. The little one just held on to his clothes tightly, staying in the safest place she'd known since childhood, unwilling to go to anyone else for a nap. Mo Jingshun could feel she was scared. After transferring once, Mo Jingshun and the rest finally got into their own car. Eating the bread Li Xuanyu bought, everyone managed to eat a bit. Under the current circumstances, stopping for lunch wasn't an option. The little one raised her head, looking at the fresh watermelon juice Xuanyu offered, hesitating for a moment before taking it with both hands. Apparently too sad, the little one softly said thank you. With a cup of watermelon juice down, she looked noticeably better, no longer sweating as she was. Along the way, Zhou Yeling, prone to motion. Sickness and in a foul mood, threw up twice. Gradually, familiar buildings came into view, and Candy stretched her neck to look at the family factory. Candy nodded. The lobby on the first floor of a laboratory building was where Su Wenyin set foot for the first time after the company moved from Jing City. And Su Wenyin's hands were laden with bags. Strangely, Bun and Little Gray followed Su Wenyin from the office to here. Handing over Candy's pet's food and drinks to the armed police captain, Su Wenyin felt a bit embarrassed. With his hands free and feeling light, Su Wenyin shook his head. Walking out of the laboratory building, Su Wenyin turned around and was filled with emotion. The company's most mysterious lab building. Who would have thought he'd enter because of two pets? But alas, from a certain perspective, the first floor lobby doesn't really count as the lab area. At about 1 in the afternoon, after quite a journey, Mo Jingshun finally brought his sister back to the place where their grandfather spent his life. This is the land that gave him life and nurtured him. As soon as they got out of the car, Candy broke free from Mo Jingshun's embrace and rushed into the house with fists clenched. Soon after, Mo Jingchun heard crying coming from inside. He wasn't affected and greeted some people before being pulled aside by his uncles. In the midst of the crying, Mo Jingchun didn't hear his sister's voice, but the crying made him a bit irritable. Why start crying just now? Because Candy is back. What does that mean? Have they cried before? But all Mo Jingchun could do was think this in his head. Some things must never be said aloud. Outside the courtyard of the eldest uncle's house was a pine tree, which had been there for years, as wide as two people hugging it. Because of this, when the uncle's house was built, the tree wasn't removed. In the eyes of the older generation, cutting down such a large tree would bring misfortune to the family. Under the big tree, Zhou Xing, eyes swollen, said to Mo Jingchun. Chapter 547, Final Radiance. Chapter 547, Chapter 547, Final Radiance. It seems your grandfather just has a couple of days left. To the disappointment of the Zhou brothers, Mo Jingchun shook his head and said, Uncle, I have no suggestions. You and your brother surely know Grandpa's temperament better than I do. Okay, my brother and I will discuss it. Still seemingly concerned, as Mo Jingchun turned around, Zhou Xing suddenly grabbed his arm and earnestly said, Mo Jingchun felt somewhat helpless. He's a very rational person, not likely to cause any disharmony over such a small matter with his uncle's family and relatives. After all, he wouldn't have the qualifications. Though a close nephew, there was still a distance. His mom passed away, and now his grandpa was also about to go. If he weren't the boss of Candy Technology, no one among those distant relatives would pay attention to a young lad like him. Meanwhile, Mo Jingchun took Li Xuanyu, who didn't follow Zhou Yaling into the house, and they went in together. Upon seeing Mo Jingchun enter, the already lowered cries got louder again from several people. Except their actions were somewhat exaggerated. Mo Jingchun merely glanced before shifting his gaze to his grandfather lying on the wooden bed. The wooden bed his grandfather slept on wasn't because his uncle was stingy, but because his grandfather wanted it himself. At this moment, Candy was lying by the bedside, pouting and looking at her sleeping grandfather, while the pale-faced Zhou Yaling leaned silently against the wall. The two of them, having not shed a tear upon seeing people, but upon a glance, Grandpa truly seemed like he was just sleeping. The room instantly fell silent when a long, silent Candy spoke. In the somber atmosphere, the neighbors sitting in the room were all moved to tears. In the end, no one dared remind. After all, it was too cruel to say such words to a child. Compared to adults, a child's emotions are more pure and not mixed with any other things. This child genuinely wished for the old man to wake up. Unlike some people who only put on a facade, Mo Jingchun reached out to feel his grandfather's neck. It was not only cold, but even the pulse felt faint. Weak, it might stop beating at any moment. In the evening, sitting in the room holding his sister, Mo Jingchun was daydreaming. Already hungry, Candy didn't hold back and directly blew on the steaming noodles. At this point, Zhou Xing came over and said, The old man loved excitement all his life, so since this is his last time on Earth, it should be just as lively as when he was born. After eating the noodles, Mo Jingchun felt much better and was no longer as exhausted as he was in the afternoon. During this period, Candy still tried to wake Grandpa, but there was continuously no response. By past 10 at night, Candy was drowsy. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun sent Candy to Zhou Yaling's room, asking Zhou Yaling and Li Xuanyu to sleep with Candy. Without waiting for them to say anything, Mo Jingchun had already closed the door and went downstairs. At this hour, there weren't as many people in the house as during the day. Neighbors cordially took turns sitting through the night. And by the wee hours, almost all outsiders had left. Seeing the increasingly slow drip of the nutrient liquid in the syringe, Mo Jingchun knew that as soon as it stopped dripping, it meant Grandpa's life had come to a full stop. And this time would likely be today. Already worn out from running around all day and struggling to stay awake past 4 in the morning, Mo Jingchun eventually lowered his head and fell asleep. Inside, Wang Xiaoling found a blanket to cover Mo Jingchun to prevent him from catching a cold. In a daze, Mo Jingchun heard the delighted voices of many people, along with Candy's hearty laughter. In his subconscious sleep, Mo Jingchun thought he was dreaming, but soon he was awakened by the noise. Outside the window, it was already daylight without him realizing it. Beams of sunlight streamed into the room through the blinds, illuminating the bed. Staring at the scene before him, Mo Jingchun was stunned. It turned out he wasn't dreaming. A few minutes earlier, waking up and noticing she was sleeping on her sister's bed with no one around, Candy felt a bit scared. Hugging the large dog on the bed, she opened the door and went downstairs. Thinking of Grandpa, Candy dragged the large dog, larger than herself, into Grandpa's room. Ignoring the adult's surprise, Candy directly walked to the bedside. Facing Grandpa up close, Candy wasn't scared. After hesitating for a moment, she once again called out the same words. When Candy felt disappointed as nothing changed like yesterday, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she rubbed her eyes. Did the finger move? In the next second, Candy's face was filled with joy. It moved, it really moved. Candy's unusual behavior naturally attracted the attention of adults. With just one look, everyone saw the fingers moving. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, Grandpa not only opened his eyes, but also slowly lifted his head, looking at Candy with a kind smile. With a cigarette still in his mouth, Zhou Xing was stunned, opening his mouth in surprise. The cigarette fell out of his mouth by itself, and it was at this moment that Mo Jingchun woke up from the noise. Standing beside the bed and holding his sister, Mo Jingchun watched Grandpa, leaning there smiling and drinking porridge. He was happy, yet a bit sad. Chapter 548, Passing the Torch. Chapter 548. Chapter 548. Passing the torch in the whole room. Probably only two people are purely happy. One doesn't know what final rally means, and the other is aware of his own situation. After drinking some porridge, the old man's complexion turned rosy, looking almost like his usual self. No, he looked even healthier than usual. The old man just kept laughing and admitting his fault, yet never mentioned why he hadn't woken up. Looking at everyone in the room, the old man ultimately couldn't help but sigh. He already had a full house of children and grandchildren. What is there to hold on to? Now Xiaochun is grown too. Teaching Candy naturally won't be difficult. Zhou Xing froze for a moment, not knowing why the old man wanted a machete at this time. But he nodded, turned, and went to find the machete without asking why. After Zhou Xing left, the old man felt capable all over, smiled happily, and laughed like a child. The grandpa who just needed help to stand a while ago got off the bed under the astonished eyes of everyone. Candy answered cheerfully. The old man was clearly taken aback and couldn't quite follow the little one's thought process. However, Candy nodded happily, seemingly thinking about something delicious. Holding his granddaughter, the old man frowned slightly when he saw the blunted machete. Seeing this, Zhou Xing opened his mouth, but eventually turned around to look for the whetstone. At times like these, even if the house didn't have a whetstone, it was worth borrowing one. By the small pool outside the courtyard, over a dozen people quietly listened to the old man's instructions. Only Candy, taking advantage of the time the old man spent sharpening the machete, played in the water. On any other day, someone would have stopped her by now, but today was different. Further away, Wild Wolf and others stood under the pine tree, continuously watching this scene. The calloused-handed old man stroked the little one's head and said with a smile. After speaking, the old man looked at his two daughters-in-law, hesitated for a moment, and finally looked at his pale granddaughter. Zhou Yaling bit her lip and nodded silently. Watching the old man energetically taking the two older ones up the mountain, Zhou Yaling couldn't hold it any longer and cried aloud, holding on to her mother. With hands still wet from playing in the water, Candy was confused, looking at her suddenly crying sister. Why is she crying all of a sudden? Is she still upset about not traveling? Candy frowned. Why isn't her sister as sensible as Guogua? Taking advantage of the adults being outside, Candy's eyes shifted, and she quietly snuck into Grandpa's room by herself. The little one thought no one saw her, but everyone actually did. It was just that they couldn't afford to care now. Inside the room, Candy glanced around, seeing no one coming, and casually moved a stool to open the broken desk's drawer, taking out a little golden pig. Spotting the little pig, Candy's face instantly lit up with a smile. This was a secret known only to two people. At this moment, Candy was so focused on the little golden pig that she didn't notice Li Xuanyu standing at the doorway, worried she would be afraid alone. Under Li Xuanyu's shocked gaze, Candy fumbled in her pocket for a long time and pulled out 2 coins. Those 2 coins were known to Li Xuanyu, and the little one had cherished them along the way, refusing to give them to anyone. And now, the little one unhesitatingly put the 2 coins into the piggy bank. The next moment, Candy's joyful face stiffened, her eyes widening. She instinctively hid the little golden pig behind her back. After saying that, Li Xuanyu turned and left. She was worried the little one would be scared, but now it seemed she was overthinking it. Indeed, with relatives who love her so dearly, how could she be afraid? When the piggy bank in his sister's arms appeared, Emo Jingchun only glanced at it, not minding much. On the back mountain, the old man with his 2 sons didn't really go anywhere, just to his wife's grave. In front of the grave, overgrown with weeds, stood 2 trees, planted personally by him back then. Unexpectedly, as time flew by, the once young saplings had grown taller than him. Under the puzzled looks of Zhou Xing and his brother, the old man cut the 2 trees in half, removed the tender leaves and branches, and said with a chuckle. The brothers shook their heads, genuinely clueless about the old man's intentions. By then, the courtyard was already crowded with people who had heard the news of the old man getting up, and neighbors from all around rushed over. It was still the National Day holiday, yet today there were no other children to be seen. Emo Jingchun knew. The neighbors must have grounded their children. Just as Emo Jingchun was watching everyone chatter, the originally noisy sounds suddenly quieted down. Playing with his sister's piggy bank, Emo Jingchun suddenly looked up. Just as expected, it was Grandpa and the eldest uncles returning. Under his sister's tear-filled gaze, Emo Jingchun then threw the piggy bank back to her. He had already seen the money in the piggy bank had increased significantly since last year, even with red money. No need to guess, it must be Grandpa secretly putting love into it for his granddaughter. P.S. Thanks to book friends 130900813476629, EU, Hongming Zillian, book friend 20191219075104879, and Re59 Ajikjig for rewarding and supporting. Chapter 549, Sis, Global Understands Everything. Chapter 549, Sis, Global understands everything. After greeting the neighbors, the old man spoke up. Soon a thick stack of completely unopened red envelopes was handed to Grandpa. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man calmly chopped the branches he had cut from the back mountain into sections with a hatchet. With puzzled looks from the onlookers, he wrapped each section of branch with red envelopes, each envelope holding no more, no less than 2 small sections. From a distance, Fian, who was serving as a medic in the team, suddenly furrowed her brow and whispered to her teammates. With Fian's reminder, Wild Wolf and the others took a closer look, and it was indeed true. His face wasn't just not rosy, nor was it pale, it seemed rather dark. Allowing no one else to interfere, the old man wrapped 36 red envelopes by himself. As expected, all the male members received the red envelopes, representing the passing down of the flame first. Emo Jingchun held the red envelope in his right hand, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Initially, Emo Jingchun didn't understand why Grandpa was collecting some branches. It wasn't until Grandpa put the branches into the red envelopes that Emo Jingchun suddenly realized. Firewood, isn't that the passing down of the flame? Wrapping them in red envelopes symbolizes the inheritance of the flame, doesn't it? The old man beamed, handing a red envelope to the little one. Holding her little golden pig, Candy looked up at Emo Jingchun. Emo Jingchun nodded, and Candy accepted this unique red envelope. Soon, out of the 36 red envelopes, only one remained in the old man's hand. Hesitating a little, the old man got up and told everyone not to follow him as he returned to his room alone. A few minutes passed, and just as everyone grew a bit anxious and uneasy, the old man came out. The difference was the old man now carried another red envelope in hand, still wrapped in red paper. Under everyone's gaze, the old man walked up to Li Xuanyu. When Li Xuanyu felt at a loss and didn't know what to do, Mo Jingchun gently patted her shoulder. At these words, Zhou Yaling's body trembled, and she turned shakily. Behind her, Zhou Yaling felt like Grandpa's voice was getting softer and softer. When Zhou Yaling carried the steaming hot water from the kitchen to the room, she had already used up all her strength. If Li Xuanyu hadn't supported her, Zhou Yaling would have nearly collapsed to the ground. Soon, except for Zhou Xing and his brother, everyone else was invited out of the room by the old man. Inside the room, Zhou Xing was adjusting the water temperature. The old man sat on the bed, gently stroking the final set of clothes he would wear in life. As he spoke, the old man glanced at his son and said calmly, "Wouldn't dare," Zhou Xing muttered. Once I'm gone, many relations will dwindle." Flipping open this seldom opened notebook, the old man said with a face full of emotion, "You must not only keep this notebook well, but also never show it to outsiders." In the courtyard, Candy, who was guarding the little golden pig, frowned, feeling something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. Sitting on the bench, Mo Jingchun looked at his sister who was pondering life and paused before slowly saying, This made Candy furrow her brows even deeper. Unlike Mo Jingchun and his relatives, the neighbors sitting in the courtyard were chatting and laughing, discussing various topics. Some even started playing poker. Such a scene was not unfamiliar to Mo Jingchun. He had seen too many since childhood. With the sun high in the sky, Missouri Jingchun glanced at the time. It was surprisingly already 10 o'clock. After waiting for a long time, Mo Jingchun's ear caught the sound of a door opening. Looking up, he saw his uncle walk out. Only his face didn't look too good. After speaking, Zhou Xing grabbed Mo Jingchun's hand and said in a low voice, The old man instructed, don't let Candy go in. As Candy was about to run over, Mo Jingchun gave Li Xuanyu a look, which she immediately understood, and reached out to pick up the wide-eyed, puzzled Candy. Inside the room, it was once again filled with people, and when Mo Jingchun saw Grandpa again, his heart sank. Grandpa was lying on the bed in a shroud, gasping for air, his face dark. Even so, Grandpa's face was still full of smiles. No one spoke. Time passed slowly, until a certain moment when those half-open eyes slowly closed, that gasping mouth no longer opened. Instantly, the room was filled with cries. While Mo Jingchun was in a daze, the sound of fireworks and firecrackers came from outside. Under the big pine tree, Candy looked up at the fireworks and suddenly smiled. To Zhou Yaling's astonishment, Candy laughed and said, laughing, the cheerful Candy began to silently shed tears. Chapter 550. Candy, feels like I forgot something. Chapter 550. Chapter 550. Candy, feels like I forgot something. Our family hosted guests, and I heard it was a housewarming celebration, but we still had the meal at our old home. I saw my grandpa there as well, as amiable and cheerful as ever. Perhaps he was born today. Otherwise, why would everyone say today was Grandpa's housewarming celebration? Under the big pine tree outside the yard, Zhou Yaling and Candy sat together, blankly looking up at the white cloth swaying with the wind, tied up with a bamboo pole. Zhou Yaling didn't cry. Her eyes just turned red. Everyone followed Grandpa's last wishes. No one was to cry, and they all sent him off with a cheerful farewell. But the opera singing was making her a little annoyed. Suddenly, a small hand appeared in front of Zhou Yaling, holding a white rabbit creamy candy. Zhou Yaling tilted her head to look at Candy, who was frowning, shook her head, and said, Next moment, Candy's words made Zhou Yaling accept the white rabbit candy. Peeling off the candy wrapper, Zhou Yaling put the candy in her mouth. It tasted very sweet. It was the taste of childhood. Zhou Yaling nodded without thinking. Sighing, Zhou Yaling didn't know whether to cry or laugh. She was being comforted by a little kid. Touching Candy's hair, Zhou Yaling rarely smiled and said, "At this," Candy looked up and said, 2 days later, the descendants, wearing mourning outfits, lined up to send the old man up the mountain. These days, Imo Jingchun had been helping and hadn't been to the back mountain. Now seeing the two cut-down trees, Imo Jingchun suddenly realized. So, it turned out the branches Grandpa chopped the other day were from here. Because it was the afternoon, there were particularly many people seeing him off. Just like Grandpa said, leaving in a lively manner. Once the coffin was lowered to the ground, most people turned around and went back. Imo Jingchun patted his sister on the shoulder and said, "Oh," taking one last reluctant look at that speck of red. Candy turned and reached out with both hands, saying, holding his sister. Imo Jingchun followed everyone down the mountain. With her head resting on her brother's shoulder, Candy watched the reeds become more and more distant. Once back at their uncle's house, Su Wenyan and others came over. After seeing off Su Wenyan and the others who came to pay their respects, Imo Jingchun, holding his sister, spoke to her. Seeing how his sister looked, Imo Jingchun felt a bit helpless. These 2 days, his sister seldom spoke like this. And Zero had already told him that his sister understood everything. 3 days later. Saying this, Imo Jingchun also spoke to Zhou Yaling. Having not slept well for days and feeling down, Zhou Yaling looked exhausted. With the work matters arranged, Zhou Yaling indeed felt relieved. Nodding, Imo Jingchun, holding Candy's hand, said, getting in the car, Candy waved her little hands, saying, "Uncle, sister, see you on the road." The little one held the little golden pig, looking out at the scenery, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, the little one spoke. Saying this, the little one shook the little golden pig. Imo Jingchun smiled gently, as long as his sister could move on quickly. 2 hours later, at the entrance of a supermarket, the only 2 coin-operated rides were occupied by Imo Jingchun and his sister. Standing between the 2 rides, Fian held a big bunch of coins. Whenever a ride stopped, Fian quickly tossed in a coin. Of course, it was all the boss's money. The boss didn't actually let the little one treat. After playing for more than half an hour, the little one finally smiled. Nearby, Imo Jingchun, smiling, asked. Hearing this, Candy's eyes lit up, but checking her smartwatch, Candy raised her brow. The ride stopped, and seeing Fian about to insert another coin, Imo Jingchun gestured no. Yay! With about a dozen people, the scene startled the hot pot restaurant owner, who thought there might be trouble. But when he saw it, was the well-known Imo Jingchun from Hoa County. The owner immediately beamed and personally came up to greet them. Mr. Choosing a random table, Imo Jingchun sat down with his sister and Li Xuanyu, letting Wild Wolf and others find seats too. Order whatever you like, eat as you please. Exchanging glances, everyone didn't stand on ceremony. For many, enjoying good food really helps one forget many unhappiness. At least, Candy was quite happy having hot pot. With hot pot and juice, after less than half an hour, Candy surrendered. Sitting in the chair, Candy hugged her round little belly. Hick! The little one suddenly hiccuped, drawing the attention of Imo Jingchun and Li Xuanyu. Seeing this, the little one grinned mischievously and winked. Imo Jingchun glanced at his sister holding her belly and said calmly. Feeling full and with nothing better to do, Candy sensed she'd forgotten something recently. Scratching her head, Candy pondered and pondered. After much thought, just when Candy was about to give up, a light bulb went off in her head. This time, Candy finally remembered what she'd forgotten. There were still 2 cuties? Brother, are we going to the company later? Eating tripe, Imo Jingchun looked up at his sister, asking. Hearing this, Imo Jingchun was momentarily stunned. 2 more little things? Okay, if his sister hadn't mentioned it, he really would have forgotten. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.